The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car Enduro at Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander, and special guest commentator Bob Varsha, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. So let's take a look at Barber Motorsports Park, courtesy of Google Earth, as we head out onto the front straightaway here on this clockwise directional circuit. The pits just off to the left there. A quick brush of the brakes. Diving down into turn one, a steep downhill drop into the carousel, a constant radius right-hander. Teams will emerge as they climb up the steep grade through turn four and then rush towards the hairpin. A double apex left-hander rounding turn six there. A short straight section of the racetrack leads them down to the corkscrew. Through turns 7, 8, and 9, to head towards the S's. Turns 10 and 11, a very fast section of the track. Now the car's gathering some real speed as they head towards turn 12. That takes them downhill quickly into the tunnel section of the racetrack through 13, now climbing the hill steeply towards turns 14 and 15. Rounding turn 16 brings the cars back onto the front straightaway, and that is a lap around Barber Motorsports Park. 2.38 miles is the distance, 16 turns, and that's what our teams will be facing this weekend. And it is an exciting weekend on tap here at Barber Motorsports Park for the Spirit of Doc Waldrop Enduros. An 8+7 this weekend. Good morning, everybody. Paul Veltum here along with Bob Varsha and Bill Strong calling the race for you this morning. Tiffany Alexander will be joining us a little bit later this morning as she's going to be driving the first stint with the Party Girl team. Without question, the news of the morning has to be the weather that's coming our way, and that's certainly going to be a factor without question in what we're going to be seeing today in this race. There you can see weather moving in, and we're going to be watching for those lightning strikes. As you know, in Champ Car, when we get those lightning strikes within 8 miles, they have to bring the corner workers in, and that's going to put a delay on the race. But it seems like, Bob, whenever we come out here, we can't seem to get away with a clean weekend. It's always terrible rain or something to the effect.
Yeah, that's true, Paulie, and I giggled there. I know the weather is a serious concern around the country. There's been some tragedy, and our thoughts go out to all of the families and people and first responders involved in those situations in the Midwest. But that line of storms, as you mentioned, is heading this way, and that is a concern. Everybody's been made aware of it. Everybody knows what they need to do in this field of 60-plus cars. And as we look at the weather there, I mean, it is very, very serious. The flags are starched right now. We race, rain or shine is the motto of Champ Car Endurance Racing. And hopefully, if we are impeded by the weather, it won't be for very long. And these drivers who've come from long distances to take part in 15 total hours of racing over this Saturday-Sunday complex will get the lap time that they hope for. And I'd like to also say it's a great honor for me to be here. Doc Waldrop was a good friend of mine for years and years, and he truly embodied the spirit of Champ Car Endurance Racing. So hopefully nothing bad happens, and we'll have a great weekend. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's already started off well. Chelsea Vickery received the first Spirit of Doc Waldrop Award this morning during the drivers' meeting presented by The Champ Car CEO, Dana Morrison, made the special trip to present that to her, embodying the spirit and energy that Doc brought to the sport. She has certainly put in a tireless effort. Her commitment to the club is beyond question. We are here at this incredible facility, Barber Motorsports Park. The size continues to grow. Now 880 acres is the spread of this amazing facility with an incredible museum said to have the largest collection of motorcycles in the world. And of course, the Lotus, is it
Lotus race cars, yep, absolutely.
Lotus?
I don't know.
But what's it, at least 3 floors, and we only see a portion of the motorcycles that he has in his collection.
It is
pristine.
It's astonishing, and no matter what you might think about track racing, if you are into two-wheeled history and technology, George Barber's museum here, which started as his personal collection back in 1988, and then was moved onto a permanent facility here that opened in 2003 and has already been expanded. My old colleague Dave Despain, who lives and breathes for motorcycles, came here once and told me afterward his breath was just taken away. And the interesting thing was, you don't have to be a super sophisticated motorcycle fan to enjoy what's over there in that massive building. George Barber's taste was eclectic, and you'd find everything from a box stock Honda, 250 CBR, whatever, alongside some hand-built Moto Guzzi that Giacomo Agostini or John Surtees or someone like that might have ridden. It is absolutely fabulous. It is beautifully designed. Mr. Barber, whose money comes from the dairy industry here in Alabama and the Southeast, is a fabulous fan and a fabulous promoter of motorsports here at this facility, and the museum is the heartbeat of the operation.
Yeah, the museum apparently was started by the VF1000R Honda 1985 motorcycle, which happened to be the bike that I bought from my dad, and we kept it in the family for a while. So
you sound like you had a personal
interest
in that car.
Of that museum. It's like, there it is.
Yeah.
But the word over on, I checked out Wiki, it was just that Mr. Barber had traveled the world, really didn't see a significant presence of a museum that really highlighted, and he's got stuff, I believe it was 1905. We've got the board bikes there all the way.
05, 04. Yeah, it's fabulous stuff, and first rate. The bikes are all meticulously cared for. I'm sure some of those early 20th century two-wheelers could get out there on this track and create a huge cloud of oil smoke and make their way around at speed. And it should also be said that this track, immaculate as it is, and rightfully called the Augusta National of American racetracks, was designed with motorcycles in mind. He spoke, Mr. Barber did, with guys like John Surtees and Dan Gurney, real two-wheeled advocates. And that's what Alan Wilson, the track designer, put into this facility. It is narrow for racing cars, but it is beautifully manicured. I think the only thing perhaps Mr. Barber loves better than motorsports is gardening. I mean, this place has been landscaped from one end to the other. But it can be a huge challenge as a result of that, because you have to pick your passing spots very, very carefully. It's easy to find yourself off on this immaculate grass. And the story of Barber Motorsports Park includes the fact that if you go out there and tear up the scenery, you're going to get a bill for it.
And rightly so. I remember Doc used to say it was like putting a wheel off at Pebble Beach. It was so...
A divot. What do I do? I got to put it back. I got to make sure nobody saw me.
He would say that every time we came to this track.
Yeah.
But it is, and it's also just a rockin' good time out here.
Oh, it is.
I mean, if Road America is classical music, this place is rock and roll.
Yeah.
I mean, it is incredible, especially when you head down into the down in the tunnel area down there. You come off of 12 down into that area of the racetrack. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I've actually driven a race car around this track, and it is exciting.
So just to let you guys know that Doc Waldrop's piece of fence, because he owned part of the track, is right over there by the number 2 on the front straightaway. They've actually preserved it by putting a tire wall in front of it.
Oh,
and
really?
You can see it right over there. Yeah, he was really unhappy that he didn't get to take that piece of fence home with him. So it's there.
And now it's a memorial.
Yes.
Rightly so.
Doc was here for about 10 minutes.
There you go.
Yeah, that was back in 2018 on Sunday. He backed it into the fence over there and did some damage to it. Fortunately, the car was okay, and they were able to keep going, but he was so disappointed with himself. We've got some cars that have come to a stop there at the crest, but now they're getting going. The whole thing is that when you come around that carousel there, the car does get kind of light as you're on power coming up over that, and the car will get a little bit light.
And it is a little bit blind coming over that brow. And look no farther than the IndyCar race held here earlier this year, where Joseph Newgarden came whomping over that rise and just ignited a horrific crash that took out several key cars before the race was underway. And by the way, Paulie, I will take total blame for the weather issues we have, because as you will recall, the last time I was with you all at Road Atlanta, my home track, we got about 2 inches of snow that cut our 14-hour planned race short. So it's obviously me.
Well, I wish it was that easy that we could just blame you, Bob. Unfortunately, we had the same thing the year prior, and it seems like when we come here, the weather is always a challenge for these racers. But these guys are up for the challenge. It's not the first time we've raced in harsh conditions here in the rain. And, of course, back in 2017, we actually came here and there was a huge amount of snow. It was so incredible. We had more snow here in Alabama than we had in northern Indiana, where I'm from, up until that point that year. So pretty significant. IndyCar racing, of course, one of the many series that are held here. The annual Barber Vintage Festival as well in October, which they've been hosting since 2005. IndyCar here since 2010. And it's home to the Porsche driving experience, the track experience, which is really a fantastic opportunity. If you'd like to drive a Porsche, you're going to want to do it at this racetrack. Make sure you check out their website. They've got more information on that.
So, Paul, we were setting up the Flagtronics last night. We got to go out onto the grassy areas of this track. It's very spongy, very wet, very. If you get off there, it's not going to be pretty.
Right.
You're going to be there a while.
Yeah, and we've had that. We've had those conditions here before. These guys are going to have to be careful out there. There's some areas that are particularly tricky. Coming out of Museum there, that jog to the left seems to be an area where drivers tend to have trouble. Also down here at the hairpin turn, as they make the turnaround, another area, and there's an enormous sand trap there, of course, for the more higher power cars that race here at Barber Motorsports Park. To catch those cars, but unfortunately they tend to catch some of our cars too. So hopefully these guys are we're going to have a nice clean race of it as the teams come across the start-finish line. Jackie sides in the pace car, leading them down the front straightaway here. A field of nearly 70 teams have shown up for this race weekend, and it's no surprise that this is going to be one of the favorites of Champ Car in the future as well.
Now, as you watch this picture, you can see that flagpole center of the screen the flag is starched. So that usually means around a 20-mile-an-hour breeze. And as you can see, it is behind the drivers going right to left. So they'll have a tailwind up the front straightaway. Here comes the pace car with the field behind, coming into our picture shortly. And it will be in the face of the field as it goes down to that corner you mentioned, turn 6, where the big gravel trap is. There they are.
Yeah, it's a downhill braking zone. It's a lot of fun in the dry. In the wet, apparently it's very challenging.
Sure.
It's one of those things where once you've locked up, once you've gotten overcooked it, you're in trouble because it's very difficult to bail yourself out now. And but truly just a great racetrack, challenging, technical, not overly so, and a lot of elevation, about 80 feet of elevation change. Yep. And we're about 640 some feet above sea level here in Alabama. So, gosh, it's exciting. It's just a great weekend, as we come into this time of holiday and we remember and honor our buddy Doc. It's just a time when I couldn't help but, as we were singing the national anthem this morning, just about how grateful we can all be for the many things that we're afforded here as we're at this beautiful facility in Birmingham, Alabama.
There's a look at the corkscrew area. At 2.38 miles, it is not the longest track in the world, and 60 to 70 cars certainly do fill it up. traffic will certainly be a factor in what we're about to see here today. And, of course, with 8 hours of racing, everybody can afford to be patient. As any fan, from novice to sophisticated, can tell you, patience is not a virtue that you find a lot of among racing drivers. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens as the early stages of this race play out.
Yeah, we're getting a report, the 755, showing a lot of smoke. Now that's Wasting Money Racing. That's my buddies Josh, and they've got that beautiful Miata, and so that's something they're going to be keeping an eye on, of course. If there's any hint of oil being deposited on the racetrack, they'll be pulled off. And generally what they do here, and we saw this last year, if they believe there's oil out onto the racetrack, what they're going to do is they'll flag the race down and they'll scrub that down with dish soap. They have a truck that they bring out and they clean all that up before racing resumes. But hopefully we don't have too much of that today. And we saw this morning as we were in the drivers' meeting, the tram, that such a cool solution of trolleying people to the various corners to drop off the corner workers. And I know Mr. Barber, Doc had said that Mr. Barber will ride that same tram around during the big races, like the Indy races, just to talk to the fans and interact with them. So it's really great.
And with that, we have a green flag on the front straightaway, and we're underway.
Yes, indeed. We have a green flag, also notification on our Flagtronics unit that Bill set up here for me on the monitor, so that's pretty cool. Bill spent hours yesterday, going out and getting everything set up for the Flagtronics system in each of the corners. It's pretty exciting, but we'll go on board here as it looks like the Battle Scarred Motorsports was supposed to be the team that led the race from the green flag, and we have just a gaggle of cars, of course, rushing down into the hairpin turn here. We are getting a little bit of smoke here from inside that wasted money racing, and there's that smoke that they were concerned about.
It's not a good sign. I have no official numbers, but I think Mazda Miata is probably the most common car on the grids, the most raced machine you'll find in the series.
Yeah, they say that, I think somebody has said there's more Mazdas racing in any given weekend than any other car.
That's what the marketers told us in their commercials for years. And it's true. I mean, it's a wonderful car.
Yeah. And the cars are negotiating that tricky hairpin turn really well. The track it's not perfectly dry.
It is not.
But it's just a little bit damp, but it's got that thing where there's no puddles down or anything like that. We didn't get any rain, but it's just been perpetually kind of damp and
90% humidity as we go green. And you can see dry spots in the pit lane. Of course, if you have dry spots, that means you also have wet spots. So everybody's going to have to be mindful of that. 2-hour maximum stints, separated by 1-hour mandatory rest periods for all the drivers in the field, no matter how many are in the car.
Yeah, and we're on board with Brew Crew Racing here out the rear view as they're pedaling around. We're waiting for our timing and scoring system to come online, and then we should be able to get some standings up. But for right now, we're just getting started out here for 8 hours of continuous endurance road racing.
And we know you're with us, Doc.
And Dana Morrison on headphones. Good morning, sir. How are we?
Good morning, ChampCar World. There's a lot of static on my headphones. Are you getting that too, or?
What we're listening to Brew Crew Racing.
Wow,
they're working their way around the racetrack.
Is that what they sound like, huh?
Only when you're inside. So how are things going this morning, Dana? It's a great weekend.
So far, it's been a really good weekend. I enjoy coming to the races where I'm not acting as the race director, because then I can kind of go around and talk to people, actually speak to our customers. It's a neat and refreshing opportunity. So I plan to go down and walk pit lane a little bit, talk to some of the teams, and obviously take the opportunity to talk to you guys for a minute.
Yeah, and I guess we're already under purple 30 or pink 35 that Chelsea called it this morning. I don't think we've talked about that yet, but that's when, or did you talk about it? But that's when they're going to slow the field down to 35 miles an hour. And this is a solution. This is similar to that purple 35 they have at VIR, where they'll slow the entire field down simultaneously, almost like a virtual safety car.
Right.
That's exactly what
to
it
avoid
is.
getting that pace car out.
When I do the drivers meetings, I'll start off by asking who my Formula One fans are, and they put their hands up, and I go, virtual pace car, virtual safety car, and they all start nodding. I'm like, okay, I already know I've gotten through to half my audience right there, you know?
Right. So turn to the guy next to you and explain it to him.
Yes, exactly right, you know? Take them over, let them watch the show, you know? The thing with the 35 flag is when they first brought it out at VIR, it works really good for about a lap. And then everybody's definition of 35 turns into code 70. But now with the Flagtronics system, there's two-way communication. So in the car, it will actually show in the car a purple 35 code, and if you exceed 35 miles an hour, it will begin to flash at you. So there's active communication to the drivers to tell them how fast they're going and if they're exceeding 35. And the Flagtronics guys up here, they can actively see the speed of all the cars on track, so we can tell if you're exceeding 35 miles an hour.
So you can't creep up on it out there and hope that nobody notices, because electrons are everywhere.
Darn it.
Exactly. So, but the big thing, you know, what really it goes to is that if everybody abides by it, it allows us to slow the field down to 35 miles an hour, move a safety truck a lot more safely than we could before, right? You're not dealing with the guys out on the ground and people are coming hot into the zone, trying to downshift from 90 down to 20 or 30 in a waving yellow. And we don't have to wait a whole lap to pick the field up with the pace car and then wait another whole lap at the end to bring the pace car in. So we don't take away 15 or 20 minutes of our customers' green flag racing time. We're able to give you maximum time on the track, which is what you paid to come here for. So the quicker the drivers abide by the 35, the quicker we clear the incident, and the quicker we get back to green, which is what everybody came here to do.
Right.
Right.
So
And I think that's to huge credit of the series. I mean, you know, one look at these cars tells you you're not at the Indy 500 or the Grand Prix of Monte Carlo or the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but these cars are full of enthusiastic people out there enjoying life, driving cars for all they're worth on great racetracks around the country, in the knowledge that there is state-of-the-art safety at their beck and call. Things like the speed control, the number of cars in a race, the staffing at the racetracks. You're not out here, you know, trying to cheat the elements. You're out here in a very professional environment for non-professional drivers.
Exactly, and that was actually one of the foundations that Champ Car was founded on, originally created on, was to all of you who are sitting on the couch today watching a race, NASCAR, F1, I know IndyCar season's over, but you name it, watching whatever, watching, you know, watching the V8 supercars and thinking to yourself, I wish I could do that. Well, I probably can't put you in an Australian V8 supercar, but I can put you on the track in a racing environment at a cost point that normal people like me, can afford. And that's one of the things I committed to when I took over the club, was to keep the racing at a cost point that I could afford to race in my own series.
Right.
That's kind of my bottom line. So tape the race on Saturday, tape the race on Sunday. I'm dating myself with the use of tape, I know that. But record the race on whatever digital media the kids are using these days. Come race with us on the weekend, and then watch the race on Monday.
That's right. Fans at home, you can do this.
Although I will say that your voice on the radio, on the system, keeps making me think that I'm watching an F1 race. So, you know.
Well, if I spot Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton, I'll let you know.
Hey, we got Johann Schwartz walking around out there somewhere. So.
Yeah, so we're still under that 35 right now. I don't have any details as to what's going on, but they're taking care of conditions right now.
And we see the 755 Wasting Money Racing Mazda Miata being pushed
Oh, here we go.
back into the paddock, I presume, to deal with whatever was causing all that smoke.
Yeah, no doubt. They had concerns about that car from the beginning, and it could be that's the reason that for this 35 right now.
Sometimes when they have the field slowed down like this, they'll take the opportunity to do multiple things. They'll pick up whatever the incident was and then clean some debris or something else.
Right. It all works out in the end.
Well, I see my first driving suit walking up the stairs, so maybe I have to go speak to a customer. So I'm going to bounce
All right.
off for a second. You guys have a great race, and I'll talk to you again in a little bit.
Thanks, Dana. Good hearing from you.
Take care.
So Race Hero is currently up, and I'm trying to get that. I'm basically stalling. I'm trying to get that up while no one's paying attention. But we just about got it up and running here for you, folks, so we can get an idea of where the standings are. But so you can follow along with your favorite teams.
Right.
And I say this every race by going to racehero.io. And so there's the standings that we have. It looks like we've also got standings on Race Monitor. So, and hopefully that pylon will begin to cycle here pretty soon. So,
And as you do what passengers do in cars and look out the window, here and there around this incredible track, you will see what looks like sculptures. And that's exactly what they are. An amazing collection of creations from very well-known sculptors. Some tucked away in a private area of the track where fans who are bored of whatever is happening on the racetrack can go and sit quietly and contemplate life, but also right out there where everybody around the track can see it. I was tempted to say watch from the grandstands. There are no permanent grandstands here at Barber Motorsports Park. There are plenty of places to watch from, a lot of grassy berms, the control center here on the start-finish straightaway. Lots of great viewpoints.
looks like we got Brew Crew in second place here. So as the standings just show up, you can also follow along on Race Monitor, which is race-monitor.com. But the Race Hero app is free in the App Store. But there we can see on the track, we've got emergency vehicles out there tending to the racetrack. It looks like
at turn 14. You know, I was here late last night, and there was activity from presumably the grounds crew out there in that corner. I don't know if there have been fence modifications or whatever, but as you can see, they're dumping Speedy Dry on the racetrack with the brush truck following, and there's obviously oil down, and as you can tell from that dry line out in front of the dump truck, if you will, it's right on the racing line, that part of the track every driver wants to have for him or herself.
Right. Unfortunately, that's apparently the driver at the time was driving the racing line and laid down a gift. He's a very giving person. We appreciate that, but maybe not that kind of a gift.
I'm not sure how far they had gone to this point. That may be where they started laying down the Speedy Dry, and as you can see, coming up the hill into 15 and 16. That's where the pit entrance is, so hopefully the stricken car dropped oil all the way into the pit lane and not on the racing line leading down onto the front straightaway.
Right, as you come to the crest of the hill there, this is coming down into that tunnel section, you just kind of hang left and then you can blend right in and you come into the pits. So hopefully as little as possible. One of the things we are concerned about, as we spoke of at the beginning of the show, is this weather that's headed in. You can see just a wall of some nasty looking stuff headed our way. We've warned the teams to tie down their easy ups. A few years ago, I believe it was 2018, we had like a mini tornado come through. We had no less than 13, perhaps 15 easy ups that were destroyed. We actually had toolboxes knocked over. Now, when toolboxes start getting knocked over, you know there's some serious wind coming through. So not to be trifled with the weather out here in Alabama. And I can see a lot of the teams have tied their easy ups down to tires, and hopefully we can keep things under control today.
Well, I also see track drying or oil soak operations going on the straightaway leading down to the gravel trap at turn 6. So evidently we've got a lot of oil to deal with, so if you need to make a refrigerator run or walk the dog or whatever, you've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, it looks like wasting money is under the hood, and it's really a shame those guys work so hard on that Miata. All these guys do to prepare, and to have a problem right out of the gate like that's pretty disappointing. So Brew Crew in second place here. And there we can see as we coming across our tower camera here, as crews are going down into the hairpin corner here. As Bob alluded to, they're just kind of following around the racetrack here. I don't think they're dropping any dry at this time. Looks like they're just They're just driving the line, probably sighting.
Yeah, looking for it. That's one good thing about a damp or wet racetrack, if there is any good thing about such a thing. You can spot oil pretty quickly. You get that sort of rainbow effect on the surface, and it's pretty easy to tell where it goes.
So if you're just joining us here, welcome everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we are live this weekend racing at Barber Motorsports Park. It's the Doc Waldrop Spirit. It's the Spirit of Doc Waldrop race, the Enduros. It's an 8+7 this weekend, so 8 hours of endurance racing today, 7 tomorrow with a quiet hour from 11 to noon. As we have emergency crews out on the track right now working an oil spill. Looks like they are dropping some floor dry now down as you come out of the hairpin there and head towards Museum. And we can see the cars have been slowed down quite a bit now. And this gives the crews an opportunity to work as our full course caution pace car is out now. And they've actually almost come to a stop. We've got a car stopped. It's coming out of the carousel section of the racetrack.
Yeah, I can't see the number.
Right in the middle of the track.
Yeah, he's kind of parked it there. Looks like a Crown Vic maybe.
412.
412, Bill. Thanks for that. Yeah, that's the Battle Scarred Motorsports, the team that was supposed to lead us to the green flag this morning. They've come to a stop there just at the crest of the hill. And fortunately, we're not under green. Nope, it looks like he's got it motivated again as an emergency vehicle is rolling out to attend to them.
There's a great example of the variety of machinery you'll find at any Champ Car endurance race. I mean, how many tracks do you go to and watch a 2011 Ford Crown Victoria, probably the police interceptor model, out there racing with Mazda Miatas and BMW 325s and Chevy Corvairs. I mean, Corvette. What am I saying?
Yeah, Chevy
Camaros. Mm-hmm. A little surprised we don't see more Corvettes out here now that I've mentioned it. But BMW is very popular, as is the Miata.
Yep.
Hondas, lots of different Honda products.
Yeah, we've got the Porsches out here. Of course, Visceral Racing Group out here this weekend. That juggernaut of a team. Looking to see what we got a car 728 pulling out of the pits right now. 728 is the two guys in a Miata team.
So we went full course yellow, so the field would catch up to the pace car and give the workers a little more space to work in instead of having to dodge cars.
Yeah. Emergency vehicle headed across the back section there.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move. Just bring the safety vehicles and the track marshals dealing with the oily line. Just bring them to a stop, let the field go by, and then start moving again so we don't get anybody in an awkward position, particularly with a field this large. And as we talk about all the different kinds of cars there are in this series, you may be asking yourself, well, how can that Crown Vic possibly race with its big V8 against a little Mazda Miata or a Honda Prelude or something like that? That's because the Endurance Series carefully monitors the performance of cars and uses what in other series is called a balance of performance formula to allow the cars to race together. And it is unique in motorsports. Each car, no matter what year, no matter what make or model or whatever set of options are on the car, is given a performance value, and that value changes based on what modifications might be made to the car to make it go faster, whether it's transmission or exhaust or even complete engine and driveline replacements. And your car will go up or down that sliding scale of performance. Obviously, the smallest displacement, least powerful cars will be in a class of their own. And as engine displacement and power go up, there are further classes for those. Mm-hmm. And I love the fact that we even have a class for cars that don't fit any other rules. They race in a class of their own.
Yeah, there was a lot of creativity that went into the class name. Exception.
Exception car, right.
But that's true. Yeah, there's the series is that has that whole parity thing going on to allow you to race a variety of cars. Maybe
right.
the car you know, you've got your Mazda fans, you got your BMW fans,
right.
apparently a Crown Vic fan, and you can come out here and race with some semblance of parity, of equalization of the cars, and it does cater to the starter. It is essentially a starter series. It caters to those guys that just want to go out and go racing. They don't have to have all the fancy credentials, the licenses, and experience and so forth. They can
right.
just go out and go racing. Now, we do have a Miata being towed on the back part of the course there. Now it's
867.
Thanks, Bill. Just called that 867. That's the Impulse Motorsports Miata. They had it parked off to the side. There was like a runoff area there where they had it parked there safely as the emergency crews came out and picked them up. So still under full course caution here at Barber Motorsports Park. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Brew Crew Racing has taken over the lead of the race, though, as the other leader, Blitzkrieg, apparently left the racetrack. SNL in second place, Looney Tunes in third. You see we have an EC car there shown, Battle Scarred Motorsports in fourth, but that is that Crown Vic, because it's an EC car, won't be eligible for a podium position, so we're going to try to skip them as we go through the standings here during the day.
I believe, just scanning the lineup, that 2011 Crown Vic may be the newest car in the series right now. The oldest is a 1975 Chevy Nova, believe it or not,
All
dirty
right.
air. Lots of cars from the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, that car looks like a circle track car that they drug out of the shed.
It's all about coming out and having fun, as much fun as you can have in a safe environment.
Yeah. Yeah, and it really is, because you're running on tracks like Barber Motorsports Park. It's a pro-level racetrack with plenty of runoff, gravel traps, the guard railing to protect the drivers and to slow them down if they do get off track. And so it's a really safe form of motorsport. The series makes sure that you have all the required safety gear, and your roll cage is put together properly to protect the driver in the case of an accident. So we really have, I think, the most serious injury that I know of, and I remember talking to Doc about this, is when Michael Tuttle broke a hand when he hit the bridge, one of the bridges there at Road America, lost a wheel bearing or something. And
wow.
The tire, the car jotted off and hit the bridge. That's the most serious injury that we've ever had. Not that that's a good thing. But he did recover from that.
I was calling a Champ Car, that other Champ Car race at Road America, when Mamo Gidley hit that Billy Mitchell bridge, which has been long since removed, in one of Chip Ganassi's cars, and that was a big one.
Yeah, Bill's telling me that at one point Bill was telling me that Race Heroes may not be updating properly, and it brings up a point that the information that we're providing you here with is not official race information. Even the clock that you see, the countdown, is just something I put up there a few minutes before the race started and typed it in as a countdown. So yeah, don't die on that hill. It's just information, the best information we have. It's third hand. But welcome, everyone. We appreciate having you, and we'll be going green here shortly once they get the track cleared, and they're confident that it's safe to go back to racing. But well, go ahead.
Well, I mentioned earlier, this track was designed for motorcycles, so it's a little intimate, shall we say, for a big, powerful four-wheeled motorsport. But a series like this, bringing everyday street cars modified for safety to come out and race, is perfect. I mean, this place really suits these kinds of cars. But don't compare yourself to those great, big, powerful. The Indy cars come here for the Grand Prix of Alabama every year. I think Pato O'Ward holds the lap record at about 66 seconds. I think we'll see probably the fast lap in this race will be something close to a minute slower than that, which is fine. It's not about going 5,000 miles an hour. It's about going out and competing and giving yourself a thrill and enjoying the comradeship at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, most of their lap times are going to be around the 140 range. We got some lap time down in the high twos, the low twos, I should say, 215. But I think the field, we're going to see some shuffling here in the standings that we have are not official. Mm-hmm. So that's the message that I'm getting. But while we're under caution here, as they're working on clearing this situation up, we would be remiss, I think, if we didn't talk about what's going on in Formula One right now. I know a lot of you guys are Formula One fans. You know that I am, of course. Bob here is deeply involved in the bringing information to people about what's going on, and we're not in an unprecedented moment in Formula One, but certainly in a very rare situation. It's very exciting as we go into the final race at Abu Dhabi.
Absolutely. With Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, the old man, if you will, at 36, going on 37 years of age and 7-time world champion against the Dutch Treat, a young guy who started in Formula One when he was 18 years old and now is an old man of 24, but looking for his potential first world championship, tied on points going into the final race of the year. So it's win or go home. Whoever finishes ahead of the other guy will be the world champion. And yes, there has been some close moments. Yes, there's been some acrimony, some working of the referees, if you will, in terms of the calls that are made on track for passing attempts and things like that came into question in the hands of the stewards. Hopefully we'll get a great weekend and a great race and a very deserving world champion, no matter which man wins it. And Verstappen and Hamilton are the only guys involved. Now Verstappen, spoiler alert, will start from pole for the race tomorrow. Lewis will start P2 last time I checked. And as you pointed out, Paulie, I do a radio show, actually 2 of them, on every Formula One weekend, 1 hour on ESPN, Sirius XM radio, before the race begins. Then we listen to the race with the help of our colleagues from BBC Radio, and then we do another hour after the race is over and have a lot of fun doing it. We're talking with Gunther Steiner, the team principal at the North Carolina-based Haas Formula One team this weekend. We had a great chat with him earlier in the week, so I'm really looking forward to hearing that back. And of course the race itself. It's it's the pinnacle, the sharp end of the spear, if you will, and it should be exciting. And
it's been how many years? It's been since it was 1974.
The last time 2 drivers went in tied on points. Yeah, and with all the talk about, is Max a dirty driver? Is Hamilton sandbagging? Whatever it might happen to be. That 1974 occasion was Emerson Fittipaldi in a McLaren against Clay Regazzoni in the Ferrari. Last race of the year was at Watkins Glen, New York. And if you know the Glen, you go down into turn 1. Well, then was turn 1, then uphill, and then a long straightaway down the backstretch, if you will. In that race, Regazzoni put Fittipaldi off onto the grass at 170 miles an hour. So let's not talk about the good old days when gentlemen ruled the roost. I mean, this has been going on forever. And as interesting as it is that we have only the second time that the 2 main protagonists go in tied on points, 30 times in the 72-year history of Formula One, the race has gone down to the final. I mean, the championship has gone down to the final race of the season. Most recently when Nico Rosberg won his title, wresting it from the hands of his Mercedes teammate Lewis Hamilton in 2016. So there's a lot to play for in Abu Dhabi this weekend. The track's been modified. It's eating tires. It's going to be a really interesting race.
That's very exciting. Very exciting stuff. Mm-hmm. That we've only had this happen twice in Formula One history, where the two leaders go into this race tied in points.
Yeah.
It's so up for grabs. And there's a new trophy that's being awarded this year in Formula One, and that's for the most overtakes.
Yes. Who is in the lead right now? I know Sebastian
Sebastian.
Vettel, Fernando Alonso,
And Kimi.
and Kimi Räikkönen. Right. We're in the running for that.
Yeah.
This will be, of course, Kimi Räikkönen, 2007 World Champion's final race in Formula One, his 349th Formula One start.
It's amazing.
And I love Kimi. Of course, everybody loves Kimi. Or you hate him, one or the other, because he doesn't care what you think, and he speaks accordingly. He was asked after the race in Saudi Arabia on a brand-new circuit last week, what'd you think of the track? He said, it doesn't matter. I'm not coming back here next year. I mean, that's the kind of thing we love. And the Alfa Romeo team, of course, Kimi's famous T-shirt slogan was, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing, trying to get the team to stop badgering him on the radio during a race. So this weekend, they put a message to Kimi on the flanks of his Alfa Romeo Ferrari race car saying, Kimi, we will finally leave you alone.
It's great.
Yeah, it's great.
All right. Well, we've reached the top of the hour, so we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're at Barber Motorsports Park this weekend for an 8+7, and we're back here live, and we're under green now as Blitzkrieg Racing is leading the field with SNL shown in second, Brew Crew Racing shown in third as they begin the 11th lap here at Barber Motorsports Park. As we've gone on board with Rocket Ham Racing, those guys, got to say thanks to some of these teams that are running live streams from inside their car, like Rocket Ham. They've sent me their stream feeds, but of course we've got some in-car cameras that we've installed as well.
Very clean, well-built race car right there.
Yeah, the view out the back of the Brew Crew Racing machine. Currently scored in third place unofficially. Started the race today with nearly 70 teams out here at Barber, and we had a significant time of under caution as some oil needed to be cleaned up around the racetrack, but the officials have got that taken care of, and they've let us go back to green, so we're on our way. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha, Bill Strong as well. Tiffany's going to be joining us here a little bit later. She's driving the first stint for the Party Girl team, I believe it is, this morning, so she's out there having fun, and we'll get to hear from her later once she's out of the car. And if you want to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so by going over to racehero.io on the web or check out their app in the App Store.
Good to see these cars back up to speed.
Yeah, it really is, and this is really what everybody comes here for. And occasionally it seems like that we will have some yellows somewhat frequent at the beginning of the race, and then once things kind of settle down, we get more of that green flag action once the day gets going.
Here's Rocket Ham Racing once again. I look at that picture and all I can think of is Elon Musk's spacecraft, the SpaceX craft, all the black and white uniforms and brushed aluminum and steel and white paint and everything.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these teams, they don't have to, but they put a lot of work into cleaning up these interiors and painting them and really make it look like a professional job.
See, he even has his name over on the right side of the dash, the guy driving, Mr. Levert. So they put a new driver in, they just swap over a new card with the guy's name.
Yeah, and he's running that full containment seat you can see there for safety. I'm really a big fan of these full containment seats until you put them into a really small car, and then it's hard to get out. But they are really a blessing to have that halo effect around the driver's helmet. In the situation of a crash, it really helps stabilize the driver in the car.
Going down through the corkscrew, the very far edge of the racetrack. That's where the museum is located. With a very nice vantage point for spectators, I should say.
Yeah, there's a bridge you can walk out there. Of course, you can watch from the museum
cool.
as well.
There was an event going on there last night, I think. The parking lot was full at any rate, and I'm sure that was a spectacular time for everybody involved.
Yeah, Bob, you had mentioned earlier about the staff that were working on track. That was us putting up our flagtronics. And Yeah, it was rough. We couldn't see. It was dark. Flashlights quit working. Fun times, though.
Well, I'm weird that way. I love racetracks when they're quiet. I think that's a very, I'm not sure I can even describe it. To be at a place that's so full of energy and power and yes, thrills and danger and what have you, and then to go when it's very, very quiet. Someday I'm going to do a book of photographs of all the great racetracks in the world that I've been to, and maybe some that I haven't yet, when they're quiet, because there's so many iconic vistas. Front straight at Indianapolis, at Monza, at Spa-Francorchamps, at Shanghai and Suzuka, and places like Barber Motorsports Park and Road Atlanta and Road America and Daytona and Sebring and on and on and on.
There was a great documentary done by a great racer named Michael Waldrop when he's talking about arriving at a racetrack early in the morning. He loves getting there and such. Then he realizes he's at the wrong track.
Yeah, I've had some adventures with Michael. Why am I not surprised?
Bob, you're a romantic.
I guess so.
Guilty
as charged.
I would buy that book. I think that would be exciting. I want to encourage you to do that.
Okay, thank you.
We got 901 Motorsports rushing down the inside of Brew Crew Racing as they're whistling through this section of the racetrack, going through what looked like the hairpin. There you can see the pylon to the left that's used during the IndyCar races for position. There's Brew Crew trying to come back, did the over-under as they're heading down the museum. Now watch this jog downhill here through this section of the racetrack. And this is so steep right here, you really don't get to take the feel of what it's really like. There's the bridge coming from the museum.
Not a lot of excess steering input there, so that car's handling pretty well.
And this is the area where so many drivers have trouble negotiating when it's very wet. Now down the back section. This is my favorite part of the racetrack. This left-hander takes you down and you begin through the tunnel section here. Tremendous amount of compression with all of that elevation change. And then you get it again as you head down here into the tunnel. Just wham, you can really throw the car down in here. And then this rather tricky, challenging right-hander that comes up here. It's really hard to get a feel for, and it's easy to get lost out there. There's not much markers as they come down through that final corner. And this is really up high. When you're standing in the pits, that section of the racetrack is really up there. And down you plunge, down onto the front straightaway to begin another lap here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Doesn't help when your competition is 3 wide in front of you, too.
Oh, this first turn is just so much fun. This is, we're on board the 901 Motorsports car. This is the number 901 that had contact there at VIR going into Oak Tree and slammed into the tire barrier there on the outside. So it's great to see they got that car back into racing form again for this race.
That's also our AutoZone, our sponsors racing that car this weekend.
Yeah, AutoZone, of course, presents our show. We sure appreciate those guys.
Indeed.
On my way down here, Bob,
we have a spin right over. I don't know what corner that is. We guys out in the grass out there.
Oh yes. In fact, it looks like it's number 88, one of the EC cars that are out here this weekend. And that is the Honda Accord Bigfoot Race Team.
That's interesting how they got there, unless they deliberately pulled off with a problem.
I don't know. You can see the
looks like
skid marks there. So
yeah,
they spun it around.
It looks like maybe the back end might have come around, as Bob was, or as Bill said. I'm going to get you guys confused. Bob's.
That's okay. Any smart stuff, that's me.
Right.
There you go.
So you've watched our show.
Paulie, you need to report to the office in about 20 minutes.
Right. Human resources. Those guys, they know me well. So
you can see where the dry line is.
But you're right, Bob. That's an odd.
Well, he's moving now.
Oh, it looks like
it looks like he's going to regain the racetrack.
Oh boy!
Careful! Don't.
And you know, it brings up a point I'm thinking as he pulls out there how few accidents we do have in Champ Car. Something my dad pointed out. It's like, gosh, you think about all the pro races and how many. Here we can bring 70 cars onto a racetrack and race for 8 hours and not have this tremendous carnage. It's really something about. It really says something about the drivers in the series.
Yeah.
Well, we're also keeping an eye on that weather as it's starting to move our way. And, of course, once we get those lightning strikes within an 8-mile radius, or 10 miles, I believe it is, they're going to have to pull all of the safety, the workers in from the corners to protect them. So far, so good, but there is some nasty weather headed our way. 100% chance of rain was the forecast as I looked at my phone this morning on the way in.
It's hitting downtown Birmingham, Alabama right now, and that is literally 12, 14 miles from the racetrack. So.
Oh, I like Chris's idea. Lift off, oversteer maybe from that car that spun. It could very well be a snap off the throttle while you're beginning to bend into the corner, and it can cause that back end to get light, and around you go.
I will say about that weather band, it is not very deep. So when it hits, if it hits, hopefully it will not last very long. And of course, on the other side of it, we'll have a whole new problem because the temperatures will probably drop.
Right.
And everybody will have to deal with cold tires.
Yeah, I noticed our temperatures tomorrow are supposed to be 20 degrees cooler than they are today as far as that high, 71 to 51. Big difference.
Those easy ups still snapping along the pit straight. I'm watching the flags to see when the direction of the wind might turn.
And I can't remember what the white flag with the red cross is. That it's something very obvious, but I can't remember what it is. I think
it's the flag of St. Andrew, isn't it? The Scotsman. I don't know.
Could be.
That's the Alabama state flag.
I knew it was something like that. Yeah, it was like the state flag, and I thought I'm not going to say that because I don't want to.
Another foreign country. I thought the Alabama state flag was a white field with that big A on it of the University of Alabama.
I don't know.
That was until last year when
Doc was our football our football expert.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Louisiana and Alabama and all that.
Well, apologies to all the folks of Alabama that I didn't recognize your state flag. I'm not sure I could recognize mine.
Looks like Cone Crushers moving up through the standings. They've set the fastest lap time of the day down there in 10th place. No, make that 9th place if we pull it. We have 3 EC cars up ahead. So the current standings on working lap 16, I'm showing as Blitzkrieg Racing leads the race in their BMW over SNL Kruger Autosport. And then it's Brew Crew Racing, the crowd favorite, as Doc always said, in 3rd place. Looney Tunes in that Ford Mustang is 4th. Then we have 901 Motorsports. Dirty Air is behind them in the Chevy Nova. That is a D-Class car. Then we have Momo Champ, a team that's always been up at the front here at this race historically. GMS Racing also right there in the mix of it. Cone Crushers behind them. Dingus is there. Then it's Moe's Racing Trophy Wife, which that's being piloted by our very own Tiffany Alexander this morning. Frantic Anik is behind them, and Team Battle Wagon behind them, rounding out about the top 15 there. So we'll go on board with the Rockingham Racing Team, which is an affiliate team of Tiffany's and her crew. I was looking through the standings over the last couple of years, how the race finished up, and it was interesting that Birmingham Racing won this race last year on Saturday, and they were in 2nd place. They finished 2nd in 2019 on Saturday, but on the Sunday races is where they seem to struggle to keep that car onto the racetrack as the Brew Crew team heads out of the hairpin down towards Museum once again. Things starting out well for them.
We talked earlier about the way the cars are divided into classes based mainly on engine displacement. In case you're wondering, the Class A cars are all cars with displacement of 1.91 liters and less. Class B, 1.92 liters to 2.4. Class C, 2.41 to 3.91. And Class D, displacement of 3.92 liters and higher.
And it looks like we've got a car up against the fence there. And cameras are trying to get a better view of that car. But it looks like he's just kind of pulled off to the side of the track, and as that car's lost interest in their shenanigans.
I think that's that little Honda Civic CRX, I think, or something that looks like a CRX, though it's got a fastback, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, no, Timothy. I'm talking. It's not the red plus sign that they have for the safety vehicles. This is an X in the flag, as you might be able to see. I'm not sure you can see from that view there. Now it's probably too far away, but yeah, that's what that was.
Yeah, it's the Alabama state flag.
So the Formula One race that's coming up, it's actually happening tomorrow morning, bright and early, is it not? And you're going to be talking about that race on it's Speed City, but also through ESPN.
That's right. It airs ESPN Plus, Channel 81 on Sirius XM. We'll be on the air 6 a.m. local time.
Full course yellow.
I guess they're going to go out and pick up that car.
Yeah, some tracks, they'll do what we call hot pools, which is where they'll pick up a car while the track is still hot, green.
Right.
And then others, for safety reasons, they will yellow the field. And when they go to these full course cautions, that's the case where they're going to send out Jackie in the pace car, pick up the leader, compress the field, and give those crews an opportunity to work without cars whizzing by while they're trying to pick up a car.
Yeah, and where that car is definitely not a place you'd want to go out on a hot racetrack to try to recover.
Isn't it interesting, what we saw at the Formula One race, guys dashing out onto the racetrack while cars are circulating to pick up debris. That would never happen here,
Yeah.
You still do those things.
Yeah, we see some interesting things at Formula One races. I was a bit surprised. That was at the Saudi Arabian event, brand new track, understandably, maybe not used to all the situations can arise in a race like that. Although all the track marshals, or the majority of the track marshals at that race, came from Bahrain, where they've had a Grand Prix for many years now. But the other thing they didn't have in Saudi that I was surprised by were those tall cranes that we use in places like Monaco to lift stricken cars off of the racetrack. None at all, which I thought was kind of unusual because, they're still building the racetrack in Saudi, so it's not like they didn't have machinery. But they chose not to do it for some reason. Yeah,
I understood they're building a racetrack, purpose-built. This was a street course, essentially.
Yes. Yeah, the Saudis are building a big new complex, we are told, outside the capital city of Riyadh. And the Russians as well are building a new race complex near St. Petersburg, I believe. So, yeah, we can look forward to more new racing facilities on the Grand Prix circuit in the years to come.
What are some of your favorite tracks that you've been to, that you visited?
Oh, gosh. Probably my favorite, if I had to choose one and one only, would be Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. Monza is an old favorite of mine. I like racetracks with a lot of history.
Yeah.
Suzuka in Japan is a great, great track. Yeah, there's been some great ones. Now, it's no secret for years, since the 90s, we've done a lot of Formula One races here in the United States, at least, have been covered by announcers who are here in the States. They're not on site. But when I started in late 1980s with ESPN, we went to all the races around the world, and that was just a huge job perk to go to England and France and Germany and Portugal and Japan and Australia and all these different places. And so I was sorry when they started to go away, but it's just the nature of the business, I guess.
I think we were all sorry when that started to happen.
Yeah. Well, it's economic reasons, which we can understand, and then we had 9/11, and now we've got pandemics, and it's just very, very difficult. Just to get announcers back and forth, you can imagine what it's like trying to organize a race with teams coming from hither and yon.
What was it like going to Monaco?
Great. I still do go to Monaco, I should point out. Here's a blatant commercial message. I host a cruise for Formula One fans to the Grand Prix of Monaco on the Windstar cruise lines. We start from either Rome, excuse me, or Barcelona, and make stops along the way at places like Sanary-sur-Mer and Portofino and Cannes and what have you. And then we wind up in Monaco with reserve seats in the swimming pool complex for Saturday qualifying and then the Sunday race. It's a big old time, you know. Look at it, Windstar.com.
Windstar.com.
Windstar, yeah. We're actually going to use a bigger ship this year because the response has been so great. There'll be about 300 and some odd like-minded Formula One fans on the cruise. Hopefully, if we can do it. We've missed the last couple of years because of the pandemic, but I give little lectures on board the ship, and of course we talk around the bar or anywhere people want to if they have questions about F1 that I can answer. So it's just a really, really good time, and it's a great line, and we have big parties, and check it out.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
It is.
It's a great opportunity to get away and spend some time with Bob and go see Monaco. I mean,
and
who
Monaco,
would want to do that?
To answer your question, Monaco is a nightmare as a race. It's crowded. It is what it is. You know, it's a tiny little seaside Mediterranean town that brings some of the fastest race cars in the world to whomp around. And every decade or so, they'll talk about getting rid of it because it's such an anachronism, but there is no chance of that, I can assure you. It represents everything Formula One aspires to be, which is decadent and expensive and what have you. Although the dirty little secret of Monaco is that all of the very wealthy and anonymous Monegasques who live there leave town on the race weekend because they don't want to mess around with all those nasty racing people. Even though most of the drivers live there.
Right.
It's an anachronism in so many different ways, but I love it. It's great fun.
Steve Matchett explains that track in a really good way in one of his books. I think Life in the Fast Lane.
Yeah.
Where he talks about how crowded it is and the hustle and bustle to actually get everything set up and work and tear down the whole bit.
Yeah, and Steve worked in Monaco in the old days before they built the new pit lane, which is fabulous. Back in the old days, all of the teams would be crowded onto this little pier out by the harbor, and the pit straightaway on the Avenue Renier, I believe, used to be basically just stalls along the curb of the boulevard. So every morning, the teams would have to trundle out all their toolboxes and stuff and computers and whatnot, and then take it all back at the end of the day. So it was like the parade of the hippopotamuses. If you knew when to be there to watch the teams dragging all their stuff from the pier out to the racetrack, and it was just incredibly dangerous because there were hospitality areas just above the pit area with all these catwalks that you could get lost in. And one of my first impressions of Monaco was walking down that incredibly dangerous pit lane and noticing about every 20 or 30 meters, there was this raised platform, and on that platform was a water cannon and a fireman dressed from head to toe in all the appropriate fire gear, and his back was to the racetrack, and his water cannon was aimed at the pit setup. Because if a fire broke out, you were getting hosed. It was awesome, and fortunately, they realized that, and they eventually built the new pit lane complex, which works so much better than what they had before. But it's a place, as I said, of history and great stories and great events, and love going there. Hey, let's go green.
We are back to racing here at Barber Motorsports Park, and we're still showing Blitzkrieg leading the race as the track has been cleared. We still haven't seen rain, but we are seeing a dry line beginning to develop here on the racetrack. And that's just going to allow these cars to pick up speed. Looney Tunes rocketing down the front straightaway here.
It looks like
we're up to
the rain is just getting about where the airport is right now.
Oh, yes, it is. Bob's just showed me on his phone. It is almost on top of us here. So it won't be long before we should start seeing the wet stuff.
Yeah.
And that's going to play into the hands of some of these teams that, like the front-wheel drive guys.
Yep.
As opposed to some of these high-power cars like the Looney Tunes Mustang. They're probably not looking forward to that. They're in their pits doing anti-rain dances. We got a car slow on the back section here, heading between the hairpin and museum. It looks like one of the Miatas.
And can't see him. He's behind a bush.
Car number 149, it looks like. Car number 149, we'll see who to blame.
That's Effective Team Racing, their 99 Miata.
Thanks, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a little surprising. You know, they've spent the last 10 laps under yellow. You'd think that if it was going to break down, it wouldn't be as soon as they step on the gas. But apparently they've got some kind of a malfunction there. Brew Crew Racing, some of the first stint drivers like Tiffany are probably wondering, how much green am I going to get here? Because I'm spending a lot of time just kind of coasting around the racetrack. But we're still shown green here at Barber.
I'm thinking about your rain comment, and I'm wondering how I might strategize with my team based on what tires I want on my car if the heavy stuff comes along, presuming that it's something different than what's on the car right now, because there's tire freedom in Champ Car Endurance Racing as well. There is no spec tire that everybody is running on.
Right, there's just a tread wear limitation. But what a lot of the teams that I've raced with, what we would do is just send a car out with the best tires we had, and that's what we would run in the rain. But there are some teams that will change tires as a result of rain, and so that's going to be something that we're certainly going to see here today.
And judging from the radar, when it comes, we're going to get the heaviest downpour first, and then it'll begin to
Boy, you're right.
evaporate.
Yeah, and it looks like my, although I am getting on-time lightning strike information, it's a little behind on
I think
the
it
radar
is.
there, but you get an idea of the look of it. It's just a wall of nasty storm, and so it's gonna be sudden.
And that's an old picture. So you see where the leading edge of the storm is around Columbus, Mississippi. It's moving left to right, west to east, and right now it's located over Birmingham, Alabama. So it is much, much closer than that
Full
picture.
course yellow. Full course yellow.
Unfortunately, that Miata still stranded over there as we've reached the bottom of the hour. So, folks, we're going to go ahead and take a break here for commercial, and we'll be right back. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're full course caution here at Barber Motorsports Park with Blitzkrieg Racing leading the way. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're back here live at Barber Motorsports Park for the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car race.
Back to green.
And we are back to green flag racing as the weather is definitely on the front of our minds as it's moving into Birmingham here. And even some of the easy ups we're seeing, Bill was pointing out as we were talking during the break, are only tied down with one tire on the corners. Probably not going to get it done. Once the air gets underneath them, they're going to find them getting lifted up off the ground. So,
and that's a very real danger. I'm trying to recall many years ago covering the great days of the IMSA Camel GTP series. We were at a race somewhere, and a microburst came through. Might have been Sebring, and literally took some of those huge engineered awnings that you see on the side of the transporters in the big racing series and flipped it over. And unfortunately, one crew member tried to grab a rope and hold the thing down, went flying, and was very badly injured. So, you know, it's hard to convey sometimes how powerful the forces of nature can be in an open area like this when they pick up a tent that's essentially becomes a sail or a parachute, and away you go.
It's very dangerous, really. There we saw the Chevy Nova coming by, Brew Crew racing as another car slips by down the inside as they head up the hill. Going by Looney Tunes, it looks like, as Brew Crew as they crest the hill, coming out of turn 3 and 4, heading down to that hairpin corner. You can see how close some of these cars are getting as they're going down, under braking into the hairpin here. Wrap around as they head towards that world-famous museum corner, as it's called here, which is actually over by the world-famous Barber Motorsports Park Museum, which was really kind of the founding point for this whole thing. It started out as a museum. That was the goal, and then Mr. Barber decided, I'm going to build a racetrack around it, too. Right. and what a beautiful track that he did build, indeed. So
it's a jewel.
I don't know of any other racetrack that has this artwork, and they change the artwork periodically around the course. It's really just a beautiful effort.
Yeah. And of course, in this era where we see, what shall we call them, automotive country clubs being built here and there around the country, you find some that have some lovely amenities, but none of those, to my knowledge, host world-class racing events like the IndyCar Grand Prix of Alabama. here at Barber. So this track is built for and by enthusiasts. And from time to time, we'll hear stories about how more land has been acquired, more facilities to be added, and they've talked about lengthening this racetrack from its current 2.3 mile length to something closer to 3 miles or so. I don't know where that stands right now. I know they've added a motocross, a vintage motocross course, and a proving ground, complete with a viewing area and corporate suites and whatnot for off-road racing, and it's just an incredible facility in so many different ways. There are even nature trails through the property that showcase some types of trees and plants that you won't find but one or two places around the country. Mr. Barber is meticulous about his landscaping.
Incredible.
We have a slow-moving car just going under the spectator bridge near the museum.
I think that's 755.
Oh, that would be the Wasting Money Racing team. This is the team that was smoking earlier from before the green flag was thrown to start the race. They had concerns, and then indeed they had a lot of smoke inside the cabin, had to bring it in. They've spent some time in the paddock area driving that car, working with it, and it looks like they are stranded yet again. This time they've actually brought the car to a stop on the pavement.
Chelsea just had them go tell their pit lane to let them know that if they try to drive that car around the track and they dump oil on it, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. So,
yeah.
Double yellow.
But I don't see any sign of oil behind the car in that close-up shot we just had.
Well, sometimes they don't have it by the time they stop there.
No more oil to leak, huh? End of problem.
It fixes itself.
Yeah. Yeah, the rule of thumb, the rule of Champ Car, the rule of race directors is: look, if you think you're leaking, get off the racetrack safely, and we'll come get you. But don't string your fluids all the way around the racetrack. That just creates problems for everybody, and you're going to get a nice love letter from Champ Car after the track sends one to them. It's going to have some dollar signs on it.
And we see the safety truck exiting the pit lane, so we'll have another stoppage.
So we'll give you a rundown here. 26 laps, working lap 27. Blitzkrieg Racing shown in the lead over GMS Racing, who has really been rocketing up the field here. SNL Kruger Autosport in third. Dirty Air is in fourth. Brew Crew has dropped down to fifth place. And then we have Cone Crushers, who's been moving up the standings not so quietly as they've moved into sixth place. 901 Motorsport also charging back up through the field after they drop back a ways. They're up into seventh. Then we have Looney Tunes, Frantic Anik, and Leviathan Motorsports, a Toyota MR2, inside the top 10. That doesn't happen very often. Look, trying to get a rise out of Bill here. Bill is an avid MR2 guy. So, but yeah, we have the Miata here stranded on the racetrack.
Essentially, the big engine classes dominating right now, the C and D classes.
Yeah, that lead D class car, Dirty Air, and that Chevy Nova. C class being led by Blitzkrieg. D class, let's see, A class being led by Dingus down in 10th place. Looking for our B class leader. Looks like it's going to be Maximum Effort in a Miata down in 20th. And Maximum Effort. Oh, Crank Yankers Racing is right there. We got another car that's pulled off. It looks like it's Birmingham Racing. Birmingham Racing appears to have pulled off the grass under caution, and we're just waiting for I'll bring you over to our tower camera. I don't know if you can quite make that out from the distance, but it looks like they've got it going again. So they were off in the grass, and then they've now pulled it back onto the racetrack, and they've rejoined the field under caution. So not sure what the story was there. We are peak 35 at the moment. So that's good news. The less of that we can have, the better, so we can get back to racing here. But
Yeah.
go ahead, Bill.
Sometimes you use those these slow times on track to maybe restart an ECU to make it a spark issue, or maybe even reattach put your steering wheel in the right direction.
Update Facebook.
Yeah, update Facebook, because
Yeah.
whatever you do, you never want to pull your steering wheel off when you're going down the straightaway to reposition it.
That's true. That's not recommended.
No, and I can tell you, no, don't do that.
Oh, from personal experience?
Personal experience. It seemed like a good idea at that very moment. We were only doing about 40 miles an hour.
Oh, that's all.
But yeah, don't do that.
I know that offset steering wheel thing used to drive Doc crazy.
Oh, yes.
He couldn't stand. He said, "I can't stand it when it's not centered properly." So cars coming down the front straightaway. There's no pace car out right now. They're currently under the pink 35, so the cars are reduced to 35 miles an hour. Flagtronics helps the driver stay in check with that speed limit, so that they don't get a little too excited. And there we can see the cars coming by. There's the Chevy Nova. There's Brew Crew and Cone Crushers in tow.
I wonder who came up with that idea for the virtual safety car in all its various forms.
The first track we used it at was Virginia International Speedway, or Raceway.
How long ago?
I would say 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
We started it out at one of our 24-hour races, and it's kind of stuck with us. And I think there's like 3 or 4 racetracks that are now using it.
Yeah, we use it at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, because you've got an 8-mile loop, and they'll put out 3 safety cars if it comes to that. But if they can avoid doing that, because it takes forever to reorganize and get back to green flag racing, that they will just have everybody, slow down, hold position.
Well, in my memory is beyond reproach, but I seem to remember this that went back to Jules, who passed away after that terrible crash in the Formula One race. Jules, what was it,
Bianchi.
Bianchi, thank you.
Jules Bianchi at Suzuka.
After that terrible, I think, wasn't that when they started trying to work in the virtual safety car, and it didn't quite...
Your memory is impeccable. I don't know if they started it there, but that may have been the event that led to the development of the virtual safety car, because Jules Bianchi, a beloved young Formula One driver, pitted on a wet racetrack, and then, this is not the official version, but it's what I think actually happened, was he was hurtling along trying to catch up to the field before they went green.
I think you're right.
And there was a car in distress down at the end of the long spoon corner, and safety vehicles were out there, including a large mobile crane, and poor Jules came along at a good rate of knots and slithered off the racetrack and crashed into this crane. And a lot of people said, well, what's the crane doing out there? And a lot of other people, including myself, said, well, why is he going so fast? And it was clear to catch up again with the field. So let's de-incentivize that problem. Everybody travel at a low speed, get your business done, and none of this going stonkers just because you're on a part of the racetrack that's not behind the safety car. And I think that may have been the genesis of the idea.
And we're back to green now here at Barber Motorsports Park, as looks like they are still pulling that car off the track, but they've taken us back to green.
Yeah, that's pit out to the left of your picture. Pit in, I should say. So that car to tow should be in the pit lane shortly.
As we are on board with the 901 Motorsports team, as they send that car down in through the hairpin there. You can see the timing and scoring, the scoring pylon off to the left there as they head towards Museum.
You can also see those forbiddingly dark clouds on the horizon.
Yeah. And those are definitely going to play a role in the outcome of this race. And it just makes this track, for whatever reason, particularly tricky. And we find some of the teams ended up in the grass, so hopefully we don't see too much of that today. But we do have some real concern, as Bob alluded to earlier, with the weather coming in, and I'll show you what I have.
It is dark to the right of us here, guys.
Yeah, very dark.
Really dark.
Off to the west, I would guess that is.
As I gaze up at the clouds above us here in the tower, I can see that cloud formation moving pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So it's not going to take long before that comes in here. And there you can see the lightning strikes are getting closer and closer to ground zero here at the racetrack. So it's only a matter of time now. And you can really see that stripe of dark clouds coming to the left there of our on-screen view.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Visceral Racing pit lane there with their Porsche flag up, and it is bent over almost at a 60 degree. I mean, it's bent.
Yeah, we have that very unique light now that you get when you have a massive storm coming in. Part of the sky is brighter than the other part of the sky, and it's getting very, very dark along the pit straightaway here.
But that's part of the lure of endurance racing is you have to
carry on.
You're throwing everything. You know?
Yeah, without question, that's definitely part of the strategy that some of these teams are counting on.
Yes, especially the front-wheel drive guys.
Absolutely. I mean, they know. I've driven for some of these front-wheel drive, front-running teams. They know how many seconds faster they are than the rest of the field when that water comes down. These people know what's going on, and we're already beginning to see some teams working on their easy ups and getting ready for the impending storm that's about to hit us. Blitzkrieg shown in the lead over GMS Racing, who's now moved up into second place. Wow, they have really climbed up the standings. Dirty Air in their Chevy Nova in third. Cone Crushers is now solidly in fourth place. You've got SNL in fifth. Brew Crew is now in sixth. Then we have 901 Motorsports, Looney Tunes, Leviathan Motorsports, and Frantic Annick rounding out the top 10. So we're being led by two C-Class cars and a D-Class car. And it looked like Birmingham Racing, last year's Saturday winner, was having some trouble on the backstretch heading towards Museum. They're scored in 25th place right now. So we'll be keeping an eye on them as the track is getting darker and darker, almost to the point where I'm seeing some of the teams, yes, have turned their headlights on to aid them, not only to be able to see better, but also allowing other drivers to see them, as there's still some dust being kicked up going down into turn one, that very fast left-hand corner from all the floor dry that's been put down. And you know what happens when you mix floor dry with water, it turns to mud. So what starts out as something to help you with traction can actually become an inhibitor. And so that too could play into this race today for these teams.
We even have some teams bringing out their car covers onto pit lane in anticipation of bringing the cars under like a black flag condition, where they put the car cover over to keep it from filling up with water.
Yeah. In case you're wondering what an easy up is, it's the kind of little tent or awning you see at arts festivals everywhere. And there you see some in the foreground on the pit lane. Every team with their own. But they can be a handful when the wind blows. Normally at a big race like this, I'd be watching the grandstand, because a crowd in the grandstand will tell you everything you need to know about whether it's raining, which direction it's coming from, and so on and so forth. We don't have that luxury here.
Right, on board with 901 Motorsports again. And it's really looking ominous out here. There we see that weather pattern moving in, and it almost looks like it's gotten wider as time has gone on, starting to broaden, and it's moving kind of in an up northeasterly pattern, which could bring the tail of that storm our way to spend more time here. And oh, thank you, Catherine. Catherine's brought coffee in for Bob, who's desperate for a nice cup of coffee to get the morning started here.
I appreciate it.
So if you're just joining us, welcome everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the Spirit of Doc Waldrop race at Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Paul Veltum, but I'm joined today by Bob Varsha. And we've also got Bill Strong helping out with the commentary. Tiffany Alexander in the car right now, who's normally up here with us. She's going to be joining us as well. And we had a nice little tribute time for Doc last night at what's called the Warehouse, Tiffany's husband's workplace, where we all shared some stories and shared a beer and got ready for today's race.
Yeah, we did something similar in Atlanta just a few weeks after Doc passed, and at one of his favorite watering holes. Great turnout. We did a real New Orleans-style parade in Doc's honor, and I'm proud to say a team of military, an honor guard essentially, came to perform the military honors, picking up the flag. Of course, there was no casket, no remains there, but they stretched out the flag and folded it appropriately, and then it was a very moving day, and the stories were just spectacular, just what you'd expect from a guy as colorful as Doc Waldrop. I mean, the guy was just amazing. But, you know, behind, as we so often find in life, behind a character like that, who seems so carefree, so wacky, he was involved. He did a long stint in the Navy on an aircraft carrier. Wonderful stories from that. Working on, some of the most sophisticated equipment in the arsenal. And I always thought, after I got to know Doc, I thought, if Doc told me my F-14 Tomcat was good to fly, that was all I needed to hear. I mean, it was like Chuck Yeager's engineering buddy saying, when he asked, what's going to happen if I go Mach 1 and break the sound barrier? Is the plane going to explode? And the engineer thought up. I said, no, I think you're good. And that was all Chuck Yeager needed to hear. Got in it and made history. And Doc was one of those kinds of guys for me. You know, if Doc said it was so, it was so.
Yeah.
Doc and I, Doc was actually stationed at Miramar Naval Air Station where Top Gun was filmed.
Yeah.
And I was also growing up there as well. Of course, I'm, 30, 40 years younger than Doc. So.
Yeah, right.
In what universe?
You are the elder statesman here now, Bill.
Again. But,
not while I'm around.
But yeah, so Doc and I, we had a few little stories there, because actually he lived about a block away from where I did, when I was really young. But it was fun listening to his stories and about the carrier stuff. He did he absolutely loved that F-14.
Oh,
he was one of the first crew to actually receive it and work on it, which was really a special thing, because only one group of people get to do that.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
He argued again and again the best fighter aircraft ever built.
What's the F-15?
The F-14, Bill.
I was Air Force, Bob.
I see.
The F-14 Tomcat. Yeah, I made some notes from a 2018 broadcast. He was a part of the VF-1 Wolfpack Squadron, Carrier Air Wing 14. They were part of what they called the Vietnam Farewell Tour. They were part of the evacuations.
Yeah.
And so they were set to circumnavigate the globe, and they were
called back.
They were just They were just off the coast of Goodhorn when Da Nang fell, which is at one of the port cities in Vietnam off the South China Sea, and so they were called back, just as you said,
to help with that. Now I notice we're getting spots of rain on that high camera on the infield.
Is that this camera here? Yes, I see. I see what you're down.
So there's something coming down out there.
Gosh, it's that the sky is just ominous. I wish I had a sky cam. It's just.
It really is. It is so dark.
And my mother sent me a message this morning. She said, "I'm going to be praying for your safety this morning, because it is going to be." But she doesn't realize we're at Barber. We're in this cement building here.
Right.
We're in pretty good hands here.
556, our second place car, is being black flagged, and I don't know why. Let me go find out.
Okay. Thanks,
Mazda RX-7. And I am seeing umbrellas in the pit lane now, so hang on to your hats, kids. This particular camera is looking out toward the light part of the sky. All the action's taking place behind that camera position.
Yeah. And there's action on the racetrack. Birmingham Racing trying to move up through the field. GMS Racing has the fastest lap time of the day, that 145.7. That's consistent with the kinds of lap times we were seeing here last year. They're shown about 27 seconds back from Blitzkrieg. Cone Crushers in third, back another 5-6 seconds there. Then it's Brew Crew Racing, SNL Kruger, Dirty Air in the Chevy Nova, 901 Motorsport, Leviathan, Frantic Anik, and Team Battle Wagon in the Volvo. The top 11 there.
That's the Volvo station wagon, or estate, as it would be called over in Europe. I mean, picture that, folks. A Volvo station wagon. Not that it's never happened before. For a while back in production-based series in Europe, this goes a long way back. There was a Volvo racing team racing a station wagon. One of their drivers was my old friend and colleague Derek Bell, the world sports car champion and 5-time Le Mans winner.
We have to tread carefully on the Volvos because Randy Popst is a big Volvo fan.
Sure.
Campaigns with one of the old Volvos from the 80s and races with us as well as other series as well.
Cars, yeah.
Until Ferrari makes a station wagon, there you have it. That was their big advertising campaign. Hey, those two cars were black flagging 556 and 200 because of car-to-car contact, and Chelsea said during the drivers' meeting this morning, 0 tolerance.
Right.
So they're bringing them both in.
Okay.
And wow, look outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cameras don't do it justice. That dark area of cloud you see there is almost black.
Yeah. And it's starting to come down. Everybody is.
That's the big
That's
Nova.
the Nova.
That's the Nova, right?
It was doing so well.
The granddaddy of all the cars in this field. And it looks like that was a somewhat speedy exit from the racing surface.
A dirty air. Oh yeah, he's actually turned around there.
Yeah, I think he spun and hit the fence.
He has those extremely wide, probably 295 millimeter wide tires on that car, 315 or something. So they're just floating on that grass.
Yeah, he probably looks like he might have just put a little too much power down, a little too much juice, turned it around as rain is now falling on the course here.
Yeah, it's coming down hard now.
Well, as you know, Paul, that the last lap, that corner was absolutely perfect, and then you come up on it, you just really don't know what the grip level is.
Absolutely. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's Blitzkrieg Racing still leading this race. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and the rain is not only on its way, it's here. We're Purple 35. We've got a number of cars that are off track. We were watching, and here we've got the a Miata moving slowly, the number 728, along the side of the racetrack there. Driver's right, it looks like, and we were just watching as cars were coming down the front straightaway, hurling columns of water towards the flag stand there at turn one. Feeling sorry for those guys.
Isn't that the place that the Riley Camaro got rear-ended a couple of years ago there really badly, totaling the car?
It
by
was,
that Miata?
well, no, it was down, it was actually at the exit of museum here.
Okay.
There's a jog to the left.
Yep.
And it was, I'm not going to say who it was, but there was a driver that lost control. There was a lot of problems in that area. The Camaro was already stuck in the grass, and the Miata comes through, and unfortunately both cars were pretty much destroyed. Although I found out last night that Miata is still there in hopes of being repaired. So, but yeah, and then of course the hairpin turn is known for collecting a lot of water, and the last thing you want to do in this condition with all this water out there is pass on the outside, because if you try to pass somebody on the outside of the hairpin, there's going to be a column of water that will be thrown into your car. The only thing separating you from that is your window net. which doesn't do much.
And what happens to water when it hits those hot floorboards?
Yeah, we have steam. We have obviously problems with the windows fogging up.
Right, particularly the windshield.
And Bob, that's the first thing we do to make our cars go fast is take out our heaters.
Right.
So
aren't we smart?
Take out the heaters so they.
It used to tickle me so much going to sports car endurance races or Trans Am or any full-bodied production-based car with all this high-tech equipment as we get set to go green again. And invariably, when they needed to clean a windshield from the inside, you'd have something as high-tech as a stick with a sponge on the end of it. I can remember all the great Tommy Kennel, Scott Pruitt, all these guys driving these great race cars, trying to figure out a way to reach while they're strapped into their seat to get to the fog on the inside of their windshields.
And that's something that in ChampCar we've perfected it. These guys know exactly how to do that. Some of us call it a Q-tip.
And there you go. Look at his window.
Yeah.
Yeah, they that's a Ford Mustang, so they're not going to be able to see out of that car. But NASCAR had the same issue at was it Coda?
Yeah, Coda, where they ran in the rain. Mm-hmm.
And they put their rain lights behind the rear window, which when that fogged up, you couldn't even see the rain.
Right, you just get this bloom of light. Yeah, that was an interesting race, I have to say.
So I'm showing Trophy Wife Racing not turning laps now, tumbling through the standings. They may be one of the cars that Bill had said we had a number of cars not turning laps, although I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing any cars stranded right now. They may have come into the pits. 901 Motorsports is shown in the pits, although I have a track camera on them. They are turning laps, so they might trip that loop on the next time by. Birmingham Racing, last year's winner of Saturday's race, is now coming through the pit lane as well. We've got Kudzu Racing.
Kudzu.
There we go. What you said. They're shown not turning laps. Golf Racing, which has got the Golf livery. Really sweet-looking Miata.
Really nice.
In the pits. Two guys in a Miata. Team Achy Breaky and A2 Racing, Chandler School, shown in the pits.
See some refueling going on down in the pit lane with that very car you were talking about with the Gulf livery pouring into the tank. I'm sure the fueler is wondering what kind of mix of water and fuel I'm getting into this car at the same time, because it is raining hard.
Oh no, be careful guys. This is the problem we run into when you have one car go off and you've got this huge puddle of water down there. We've got other cars that just seem to be, it's like they have magnets on. They just want to be drawn right into them. Mm. So this is the section of the museum that we seem to have problems with every year when we have that wet day, is negotiating that left-hander there. Mm-hmm. And as you can see, there's an enormous amount of water that gathers right there.
That's the lowest point of the racetrack, I believe.
And look at that. Look at the amazing amount of water being thrown up by that Miata. It's no wonder they have control issues.
Yeah.
And they might have piston issues here soon when they start. Water does not compress when you put it in the.
Right.
Oh, got a front straightaway. Got Visceral Racing 959 into the wall.
Whoa, backwards in the fence.
Yes, I think they're just off our view.
There he is.
Oh,
there he goes.
You see the accident right there. And this is just a classic hydroplane situation, trying to keep their speed up. And he is trying to back it out onto the track. Now he's going to hit a low part. We're all cheering for you.
Yeah.
But this is a dangerous situation, of course. He's backing out onto the racetrack.
He's being a little bit careful about it, which is good. And there's the example of what Bill was talking about earlier. Before the rains even came, the grass at the track verge was so wet, the ground was so spongy, that if you get off on that grass, number one, you're not going to slow down if you're at speed, and number two, you're going to have a heck of a time getting out of there.
Absolutely. Fortunately, the Visceral 959, it's a two-car team that's here this weekend, of course. This is at their secondary car. Gets back going again, which is interesting that their primary car seems to be the car that has the most trouble. Mm-hmm. Their secondary car having some problems today as the rain is so heavy.
Just
out
watch
there.
this 901 Motorsport As the front wheel wells just set up this cascade of water in either direction. Let's see if we can stay with them all the way through that really wet spot we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, it looks like he's heading. I'm not sure where we are here on the track, but
I think he's approaching pit in, I believe.
Okay, so he's coming out of the tunnel.
Right. Uphill, long right-hander. Now don't pit.
Okay, we got a yellow at turn 1.
There you go.
There's 2 cars off at turn 1.
Yeah, they do have a waving yellow there as we're following along with the. Oh, it looks like those cars are back underway, but I think they're still looking at the museum area where cars are, again, like we've run into the last few years. That seems to be the spot where cars get off track. What you'll see here as we head down.
Oh, got another car into the wall. I want to say that's.
Ooh, we're going to try an inside.
9 into the wall again.
Yeah, same car has impacted the wall, but bounced off of it, and he's actually still trying to go again. The tires.
He could not stop. I mean, he couldn't turn the car. You could see the wheels turn sideways, and it wouldn't turn on him.
Uh-oh. And there's that problem I was talking about. You cannot get traction. Look for a place where there aren't huge ruts in the grass.
And, the cars continue to be on the driver's right down the front straightaway here, and I don't know if that's the right line. You might want to be up against the wall over here. Driver's left. Less water.
Yeah, hopefully as the drivers have gone around, they know where the low areas are, and they can maybe negotiate that a little bit.
Yeah, just as we watch this car trying to extricate itself, look at the right verge of the racetrack. I mean, there's a big puddle there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that red car had a hard time
Just a
turning.
river. Yeah.
He's in the strike zone there. And like most rear-wheel drive cars in these situations, it's easier to back up than to go forward.
Oh, off they go. That's
realizing, hey, I'm in trouble here.
Yeah. It's just the problem you're talking about. And there again is that puddle effect along the track verge. Good Lord, look at that.
So Chelsea's telling the guy to stop. Just leave it right there because you're creating a hole, and it's a very dangerous spot. You're putting yourself in a bad position. So just leave it there. We'll come get you.
Meanwhile, we're still green. There's still a race going on, but always lots of drama. And we have another car plowing into that area. There's a Miata heading in. Now, unfortunately, he's moved his car to an area.
He's still backing up.
He still looks like he might still be trying to back out onto the racetrack.
Now it looks like he's trying to negotiate with the corner worker.
They're still trying.
Off he goes.
They're trying to get Ron to radio the guy. Ron is the car owner of Visceral Racing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that. We laugh, but that's going to be a dangerous situation.
Double yellow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now this car's in a spot where they could get hit pretty hard, and this is a similar situation we were talking about a few years ago when there was a Camaro and a Miata that got together, and both cars heavily damaged. One of them was totally destroyed, and this is the nature of that accident right here. 35. This is the setup. So Purple 35 has been called. All cars reducing speed to 35 miles per hour.
Unofficial word from the turf crew shop is that someone has burst into tears.
Oh, yeah. How could you guys do this to me again? Oh, no, we have another car coming in very wide, and that seems to be the danger area. You want to stay to the left.
Yeah, definitely. Even if there were no obstacles there, you'd want to stay to your left because it's clearly the drier part of the racetrack, I think.
And there's Birmingham Racing coming through. Well, some guys like to set up to the far right to bend into the left there.
Mm-hmm.
And what I found is actually you don't need to do that. But there are some drivers that just naturally want to set up far to the right, bend in.
Yeah, but then you're in danger of putting yourself offline too far to the left to make the apex for the right-hander and continue on your way. So.
Right, you're really pointing that nose when you do make the first corner. Now your nose is pointed way to the left, and you need to be going right.
Yeah, with a sequence like that, you kind of want to straighten out those corners, not make them more acute.
Exactly. So under caution again here today, this morning at Barber Motorsports Park, as the rain has showed up here as we feared. You can see it, that weather storm, that pattern moving across the Alabama, the beautiful state of Alabama, and which we figured out the flag, so we've got that all taken care of.
That is so embarrassing. Come on.
Working lap 43, Blitzkrieg Racing shown in the lead. Overbrew Crew Racing has moved up into third. So they've been moving around quite a bit in the top 5. SNL Kruger Autosport now in third place now because we're taking that EC car out, remember. Car not eligible for podium position. The Gulp Miata heading down through the trundling by at 20 miles an hour through the pit lane. Cone Crushers shown behind them. Then it's 901 Motorsports, Frantic Antic. GMS Racing has dropped to 9th. The Visceral Racing Group in the 918 is there. Moe's Racing, Team Battle Wagon shown there as well.
Well, the good news is it looks like we're getting through the worst, the heaviest concentration of rain. The bad news is there's a lot more just average rain behind it.
Yeah, we have, here we're seeing, looks like the Visceral Porsche tried to back up a little bit more, try to get back onto the racetrack, but, you know, the best thing to do might be just to hold station and let the safety crews come out and clear that area. So started the race today with almost 70 teams here this weekend, and the racing in Champ Car isn't done. After this, it's to Sebring, Florida, for a double there, right? Bill, refresh my memory. I think that's a 7 and a 7, or a 7 plus 8. He's ignoring me. Probably not a bad idea. So yeah, more racing coming up right around the corner in Sebring, and the weather is it's going to be warmer. We don't know if it's going to be drier. It usually is, and Doc and I used to joke that Sebring has the most elevation change of any racetrack. It's just 3 inches at a time as you go around the track with all of the pounding and bouncing and bumping you do.
And you want to see a place that does not drain well. It's those 80-year-old airport runways and taxiways and what have you. I love Sebring to death. It's just one of my favorite places, but yikes, it is an all-day sucker as a place to go racing.
It really does hammer the drivers, the cars, the equipment.
Oop, now what do we have here? Driver change, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like 901 Motorsports taking advantage of the yellow to get that driver change done at 10:21 local time. That's we started the race at 8:30, so they must feel that this is their pit window. They're going to take advantage of it.
Right. As long as we're under caution, may as well. It's not a free pit stop, but it's close.
Well, Bob, we lost one of our greats here very recently, Al Unser Sr., and one of our watcher viewers was wondering if you had any memories of him over the years that you might be able to share.
I spent very little time with Al, but enough time to know that he was a very, very private guy among people that he didn't know well. His reputation with the people that he'd known all his life was that he was a prankster and could be a very funny guy.
Really?
One of the occasions I was with him was at the induction ceremonies for the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America up in Detroit, and Big Al was inducting his son, Little Al. And as we all know, Al Unser Jr., despite all the success he's had, has had a tumultuous private life. He's had substance abuse problems and crossing swords with the law and all that sort of thing. But you could just tell at that time that Al Jr. seemed to have his problems under control, and his father was so emotional about it. He almost couldn't get through his induction speech. He was so proud of his son. He was a guy easily moved to tears, I think. And Dan Gurney always used to say one of the greatest things he'd ever seen in racing was Al Unser Sr. in a dirt car at a place like Ascot. He really thought Al Sr. was the bee's knees, and he certainly was. It's been such a tough year for motorsports fans in terms of the icons, the people that we're losing. Al's brother Bobby, Bobby's son, Robin Miller, Bob Jenkins, the folks on this side of the pit wall, just one after another, and it's it'll shake you if you're not quite as philosophical as you could be about life, I guess. I mean, long, full lives led these guys into their 80s and 90s, but still it means so much, and it's so hard to lose them. Sir Frank Williams on the Formula One side, another incredible life lived, but eventually, life comes to an end, and it's sad to deal with.
I think for myself, for Al Sr., probably the most heroic moment for me was when he came back from, in the latter stages of his Indy career, to win Indy number 4, and at that age, for me, was just a heroic Herculean effort. And I was just, I couldn't be more excited.
And such a random circumstance. I mean, they needed a driver, they needed a car, they pulled one out of a hotel lobby where it was on display. They got Al to drive it. He had been dropped by the Penske team, and he was none too happy about that. So he made certain demands about what engine I'm going to have and so on. And he goes off and wins the darn thing. And it was almost preordained. Who was it? He overtook. He was running second when was it Michael Andretti had one of the inevitable adventures that the Andretti family has had at Indianapolis, and the engine failed or something. And suddenly there was Big Al coming through to win his 4th. That was great. The story goes, and I'll betray some confidences here. Al signed up to be the lead driver for the short-lived Alfa Romeo ChampCar team. They hit what is now IndyCar the biggest possible way, big motorhome, everything bright red, pasta parties, everything. My friend Paul Bryan, who's been in this business for a very long time, does a radio show out of Chicago, was their PR guy. And he would tell the story. I've stolen all sorts of lines from Paul over the years, but he would talk about how the Alfa Romeo engine was problematic, the car wasn't quick, and we were at Milwaukee, I think, just standing along with a foot up on the pit wall, and one of these airplanes goes by towing a big advertising banner.
Yeah.
And if you ever watch them, they seem to go impossibly slowly going by.
Right.
And so one of us looked up and said, wow, I mean, how do they stay in the air going that slowly? And then Al kind of looked up and said, must have an Alpha engine. So he was witty that way. He could come up with some zingers. And, the wild and crazy days of IndyCar and sprint car racing and what have you.
That's great stuff. Well, we're under caution here. It looks like now we put the pace car out as the crews are working this racetrack here. Birmingham, Alabama. Paul Veltum here with Bob Varsha, calling the race for you with Bill Strong. We'll have Tiffany Alexander up here in the tower. Cars are coming into the pits, taking advantage of this caution here to get their mandatory 2-hour stops in and make those driver changes. It looks like GMS is doing a tire swap.
Oh, no. That's not GMS. That's
okay.
Tyler Pedersen's car.
Okay, so that's, although Tyler does tend to race with GMS, Tyler has brought his own car out here this weekend. That is the Crank Yankers racing machine.
And GMS is right in front of them on the lane. They're fueling that car, putting a new driver in.
So we're under caution here. That means no passing. Speed is reduced. The pace car is out. There we see an emergency vehicle was just off track left in that view from onboard 901 Motorsports as the track officials work to get us back to green flag. It doesn't have to do with the rain. It just has to do with a car that's apparently disabled.
959 was pulled out. They brought him back down pit lane, put a new driver in, checked over the car, got him back out in just a few minutes.
All right, so there's the word on 959. That was the Visceral Racing Porsche that we saw that kind of started the precipitation of needing to bring out a caution as one of the first cars that got off into the grass over there coming out of Museum.
The Volvo wagon is in first, guys.
So the Volvo wagon moves up to the front of the field.
Team battle wagon?
How about that?
Remember,
Good
we
job.
don't count the EC cars.
Right, the EC
Right.
cars get pulled, so we're trying to not mention that too much, but
I was looking down the pit lane trying to find a puddle to give me some idea of whether it was still raining hard. When I found the puddle, it wasn't raining, and now that I look at it, it is once again. So we're going to be in this slop for a while, I have a feeling.
yeah, it looks like it's sort of a drizzle situation, and the ominous clouds that were kind of terrifying here a few moments ago have kind of moved on. But I don't think that means that we're through this weather pattern by any means.
So the 901, we're following along right now. Wipers going. I bet you they use AutoZone wipers.
Yeah, they probably use AutoZone wipers, so they get that quality. And we talked about there are some creative methods of keeping those windows defogged. Now, one of the things that Doc used and many teams used is basically a rear window defogger, but applied to the windshield.
Right, to the front.
And I've raced with cars like that, and those they seem to do an all right job. Other teams I've raced with also just use basically a what we use up north, an ice scraper, and they bind some paper towels to it, and we reach up with that to try to clear the window. Others use, basically equivalent of a defroster. We're blowing air up onto the windshield to try and keep the fog down. And we're back to green racing here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Off I go.
The green flag is out on the front straightaway as they dive down into turn one. Birmingham Racing taking center track, looking for some grip there. Birmingham, of course, one of the veteran teams of this racetrack. They live very close by. That's why they're called Burning Ham instead of Birmingham. Yeah. And so they're out here this weekend. And again, last year's winner, they seem to have problems historically with the Sunday race, but tend to rise to the occasion on Saturday. Looks like Brew Crew Racing and Blitzkrieg also not turning laps. They're inside that top 10, and as we've reached the bottom of the hour, we're going to need to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's Team Battle Wagon leading the way. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend, we're at Barber Motorsports Park for the Spirit of Doc Waldrop Champ Car race, and it's an 8+7 this weekend. 8 hours of racing today, 7 tomorrow. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha, as well as Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander, who will be joining us a little bit later. Brew Crew Racing, the crowd favorite, did come in, go through a standard pit stop, head back out onto the track, and rejoin the race. So does the team battle wagon Volvo that was leading the race momentarily. Looks like, they're just coming out of the pits now. So it looks like a normal pit stop for the Volvo. And we've got Visceral Racing Group now leading the race over Frantic Antic, 901 Motorsports, Cone Crushers, and SNL Kruger. So it looks like we got some contact over one of the Armcos by one of the cars. So we'll see
He
if we
spun on pit lane.
Oh, on pit lane.
Seriously?
Yeah, the 101, which is the Mustang.
The Mustang, yeah. Would that be Looney Tunes?
Yes, Looney Tunes.
And so as you come out of the pits there, you blend into turn 2, but there is some Armco there. I wonder if he looped it. It's kind of banked. It'd be kind of an odd, that must have been a really odd situation there, but maybe gave it a little too much juice at the exit, and the back end comes around on that Mustang.
Okay, he's going to get in trouble. So supposedly he spun and then went counter. I guess he spun onto pit lane and went counter to get back on track, which he should not have done. He just should have continued down pit lane. So they're going to have a talk with him right now as he heads to pit out right now.
Yeah, we do have some newer drivers that come into the series, and that's going the wrong way on a racetrack. I guess it seems like it'd be a no-brainer, but that's a big no-no.
It's frowned upon.
Yes, it is frowned upon. But so is this show, at least when Bob's not here.
And cars are still tiptoeing around this track. We do have some cars that are, it seems like they're going much faster than others, but they're still being careful out there.
Yeah, I was just talking during the break here to Bob. There's on the racetrack, you can see there's a wet line that's developed where the tire tracks are going, and that's what everybody's fallen into. Then there's a wetter line where it's just shiny, and nobody wants to go over there, which is like my favorite place to drive. But anyways.
But that can be the fast lap. Remember F1, the kid, was it Verstappen when he was young, that some rain race, and they said he was like this god at racing because
that was Brazil a couple of years ago. Yeah, he was just magic around that place. I mean, the idea about the wet racing line is that is a part of the racetrack that doesn't get used much, so the aggregate in the tarmac is rougher than it is on the standard racing line where everybody races and they wear it flat. So it's much slipperier when it gets wet. But the wet line with the rougher aggregate will grip the tires better in the rain. And so drivers will go there looking for more grip than they would get if they stayed on the traditional dry weather line.
Yeah, and that's really racing. It's kind of a racing. It's one of the first things my dad taught me about racing was in the rain. He was very good in the rain. It was, drive offline, which I still didn't really understand what that meant, but I was 18.
Nobody understands anything at 18.
But now I understand what he was talking about.
Plus, drivers are trying to stay out of the wake of the car ahead. But we have a lot of water on the track getting thrown in the air. You don't want to be in a close quarters battle without being able to see clearly what's going on in front of you. And there is a lot of passing going on out there, so there's a lot of people who are comfortable in these conditions, it would appear.
Yeah, after we've been through 2 hours now, so all of the front runners should have come in for pit stops. So what we see, this shakeout should be pretty much finished up. Brew Crew Racing there, now still in the top 10, but they have dropped into 8th spot. So we've got Visceral Racing Group leading by about 14 seconds over Frantic Antic. Then we have 901 Motorsports in 3rd place, back about 10 seconds. Then it's Cone Crushers, SNL Kruger Autosport behind them, GMS Racing, Moe's Racing, Brew Crew, Momo Champ, and Leviathan Motorsports rounding out the top 10 as that Crown Vic in all of its glory comes down pit lane, heading to pit out to rejoin the race.
And that number 38, Moe's Racing 99 Mazda Miata, that has the smallest engine class available. And that shows you something about what a well-driven car in the rain can do, battling with all those more powerful cars.
Yeah, I'm a little confused here because I'm not sure what camera I thought we had the camera in the 901 car, but
No, that's a 903 we have the camera in.
Oh, okay. I thought
it's
it was
901
that makes sense.
Motorsports, and they have car number 901 and 903. So all the regular drivers are in 903, and this is sort of the guest car. They saw how fast I was driving last week. And they asked me this morning, hey, if you want to get a seat time in there, come down. And I said, no, I gotta work today. But
I'm sure they did, Bill. I'm sure they did.
No, they really did.
I'm sure they did. That's why I'm agreeing with you here,
and
which doesn't happen often.
Frank
for good reason.
He's running for our board of directors. I can't say if he won or not.
Well, I'll say it if you're not going to say it.
Well, we haven't announced it yet. We'll be announcing that on Monday.
All right. Timothy saying his first wet race was at Black Hawk Farms, and the car would hook up at the outside edge of the track. And it was pretty scary till he realized that, yeah.
I think every race I've done was in the wet. Seemed like, at least part of it. Bob, you've run some races, quote run. How did you start? Sorry, my microphone.
There you go.
You started doing broadcasting with the Atlanta Atlanta road race.
Doing a foot race that I was a big part of. I was a runner in college, and afterward, when I came to Atlanta to go to law school, I fell in with a big running club down there, and eventually became the director of the club, and that left me the responsibility of putting on our biggest annual event, which was the AJC Peachtree Road Race. So I was practicing law and running the race and all this kind of nonsense, driving myself crazy. And then rotated out of that job, and a year or two later, around 1980, I got a call from Turner Broadcasting who said they were going to broadcast the race, and they needed somebody who knew something about running, because they didn't have anybody on their sports crew that knew anything about anything as mundane as running. So I did that and walked away, and thinking that was the end of my broadcast career. And about 6 weeks later, I got a call offering me a job, offering me the opportunity to audition for a job doing news and sports at the very young CNN broadcast network then. And one thing led to another. And I got involved with Motorsports when a independent production company, co-owned by Ken Squire, the Hall of Fame NASCAR announcer, started doing a program called Motor Week Illustrated. And any of you gray hairs out there might remember that show, hosted by Dave Despain and myself and some other people. And from that, I gravitated into sports cars with the IMSA series, and from there, every time the phone rang, I'd go off and do something. So I got to Le Mans, got into Formula One when my predecessor, Sir Jackie Stewart, decided he didn't want to do it anymore. And along the way, did things like gymnastics and swimming and archery and equestrian and figure skating and you name it. It was great fun. So my law career was long in the rearview mirrors at that point because I had great fun telling stories about sports all over the world. So I've been very lucky in that way.
It's great. I think we sometimes, maybe with the loss of so many of the greats recently, you do have to stop and take stock and think about, well, we've got a lot to be grateful for, really, don't we? And
sure.
And so it is kind of fitting to be this time of the year to be thinking about those things.
Yeah. And as we all grow older, it's just one of the adjustments we have to come to terms with.
Yeah. So we are green here. Let's keep it that way. Here at Barber Motorsports Park, on board with, looks like they're having a little trouble with the signal there. Rockingham Racing, one of some of the friends of Tiffany Alexander, one of our broadcasters. Looks like I've got a camera view here of this is the Frantic Antic team, and we're on board. There's the Volvo just off to the right as they're heading down into the hairpin turn. This thing is so tricky through here.
And you mentioned Tiffany, and guess who walks in?
I was just about to say, where is Tiffany? We think she's out of the car.
So she should be up here soon, and that'll brighten things up for sure.
Well, the good news is it's not raining, at all at the moment, but there is more rain coming. Certainly not as heavy as what we saw earlier.
Yeah, it is starting to calm down there a little bit as we're on board with Frantic Antic here as they head down into Museum. And they're heading around that Crown Victoria down into this tricky part, this left hand, this left right, which is in the dry. It's very fast, and you just want to hold on and try to keep your foot matted all the way through it. I'm reminded of Fernando Alonso, who said at Indy, he told his foot to stay down going through, but his foot kept lifting anyway.
Yeah, all of those corners.
That's got to be terrifying.
It's like Eau Rouge at Spa-Francorchamps, where even the greatest would say, yep, I keep telling myself I've got to keep my foot down, keep my foot down, keep my foot down, and then I don't. Of course, that was in days of yore. Now we're easy flat through Eau Rouge. Now, I was always of the opinion, I am not a race driver material, but I always used to think, give me enough time, a little bit of instruction, a lot of laps, and I bet I can get up to a reasonable speed, and do honor to myself. But there are some places that I've been in my 4 decades of this business that I could take one look at and say, there's no way I could do that. One of those is Turn 1 at Indianapolis. One of those is the old Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans. One of those is Eau Rouge at Spa-Francorchamps. There's just that feeling that it takes a special kind of person to do that, and I'm not that person.
And why would I want to do that? Right. I don't think I want to do that.
Well, I had a great conversation once with the late John Paul Jr. about getting up to speed at Indianapolis. And, he said the strange thing about Indy cars is that they're like airplanes when they're taxiing, and they're all, rough, and the wings bob up and down. It seems like a strange contraption. But then when the pilot puts the power down and you take off, every part of the airplane comes together to do what it was designed to do. And off you go into the air. And he said, Indy cars are a lot like that. You ride around at 160 miles an hour in an Indy car at Indianapolis, and it rattles and shakes, and you think, what am I going to do? He said, but if you can you get up the courage to get it up to operating speed at 200 plus miles an hour, and the car just comes together and it works the way it was designed to do. And you have to have that confidence. You have to overcome that obstacle of, is this going to work? And I suppose everybody probably comes to that realization differently, or they don't stay in the sport for very long. You have to have the assurance and the confidence that the car will do what you want it to do in any given situation.
Well, speaking of being in for too long, Chump Change Racing has been black flagged for being over their stint limit of 2 hours. So somehow, in the midst of all the excitement of cautions,
How do you do that?
They trailed over the 2 hour mark. Well, they probably didn't need fuel because
they've been so much slow running.
About it,
but you knew you were a couple hours in, and you had an obvious window to make your pit stop.
And that's one of the things that is so key in these teams is having a good, what we call a pit boss, or what they call in the pro ranks a pit. Gosh, I'm just losing
like a crew chief.
Crew chief, thank you. Crew chief, right, to keep track of these things and make those calls.
Somebody watching the stopwatch.
It's a critical part of the rules here. And again, we do have some new teams and new drivers coming in, and so mistakes can be made as we're heading down. Looks like we're on board with the Frantic Annick guys who sent us a link today. Appreciate that.
Boy, it looks like there is some fun going on out there. Especially now. You don't have the driving rain. Your windshield's not fogged, hopefully.
Right.
And now you can deal just with the idea of going as fast as you can, given the circumstances, given the wet racetrack, finding the grip, doing all those sorts of things that go into a great race driving performance that maybe we don't think about if we're sitting up in the grandstands.
Yeah, right now the track, it's wet, and we're still seeing significant rooster tails. I'm watching as the cars go down into turn one, but there's a line that's been developed. I see a caution. Now there's a waving yellow over in turn number one, and that waving yellow was pulled in just as quickly. So perhaps a car that got a little bit sideways, a tank slapper, and then regained control.
2 wheels off.
Of course, that waving yellow is typically displayed when there's somebody in the driving line. There's real danger there, and they need you to slow to 50% race speed is the official position of Champ Car on that. So the track very wet out here. Welcome everyone if you're just joining us. It is Champ Car Live presented by AutoZone, and we're at Barber Motorsports Park this weekend in honor of our late but good buddy Doc Waldrop, who passed away back in June. I'm joined by Bob Varsha and Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander is going to be joining us here in a bit. She's up in the tower after her stint out here in this stuff, and that was probably kind of stressful, I would imagine.
I would imagine.
With all the rain and the cautions, it must have been, going back to green from a yellow. It can be kind of a stressful situation, so to have that repeatedly throughout your stint can be wearing on a driver.
Yeah.
Brew Crew Racing heading down the backstretch here towards Museum again to complete another lap here at Barber.
2 wide in front. Am I going to try the middle? No. Watching the hands. Going to go down a gear to get some acceleration.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys are just watching those tire tracks, but here you have someone passing around the outside as we bend down the hill here towards Museum. You'll see that bridge that extends out. There it is over the museum. You can watch the races from that bridge, and it's really interesting to see the Porsches as we have the Porsche driving experience here at Barber as they wind down through the S's there, trying to find a lane through that kink, that left-right, which it's kind of a one-laner. So the BMW comes across the front bow of the Frantic Annick guys. Unfortunately, there's no contact as they head down into what I call the tunnel section, known as the tunnel here at Barber.
Field is nicely spread out right now. Everybody seems to have their own little piece of racetrack they can explore, find out where the grip is and how fast they can go without the danger of running into a competitor.
So your standings right now, looks like we're working lap 55 unofficially. Visceral Racing Group has taken over the lead of the race. And we have 901 Motorsports in second, Frantic Antic in third, Cone Crushers is fourth, and GMS Racing has moved into fifth place. Our crowd favorite, Brew Crew Racing, is shown in 13th overall, but we've got some EC cars there which are not eligible for podium position. There's 3 of them, so they're actually still inside the top 10. It's Brew Crew Racing. Yeah, we don't get to pick our chairs, and I'm actually on one of the better chairs up here. Bob and I are. It's a cushioned chair, but it does squeak a little bit. So I'm.
Who's complaining about chairs?
There's Billy. There's one of the guys one of the poor souls that follows us on our feed race after race after race. Billy Salen said, you know, I heard this squeak of the door, and I was thinking about The Shining. I think it was probably my chair, but whatever.
Here's Johnny.
Paul took all the really nice leather chairs for the studio. Now I'm outside the studio
on a plastic.
And I got
That's
a
true.
Plastic. Yeah, it's not comfy, Paul.
Well, you know what they say, Bill. We'll sell you the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge.
Yes, exactly.
That's Champ Car. So
there is a third chair in here, but I dare you to try to take it away from Tiffany.
Yeah.
I was going to try, but yeah, she did threaten me. We were going to take your chair away. Swap it out.
She needs to come in here.
Well, we were going to swap it
at the break. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get her in here in the break.
5 hours and 34 minutes to go here on day 1 at Barber Motorsports Park.
The day just won't end.
Just a little bit of time. Now we're just getting started. And Visceral leading the way over 901 Motorsports by about 5 seconds. Frantic Antic in third, back about a minute. And then we've got Cone Crushers, GMS Racing, Moe's Racing, SNL, Blitzkrieg, who led the race earlier this morning. Then it's Momo Champ. Watch out for those guys. They tend to be competitive for the win at the end of these races. And also make sure you keep an eye on the Birmingham team, who's now moved up into 20th overall.
You know, we failed to talk about, we got a car turn backwards.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of our camera cars. But we didn't talk about at shift change there for the drivers that at the end of their stint they put a new driver in. So all of a sudden you've got a new set of drivers out there learning how to drive this track.
Right. Good point.
And some of those drivers may never have driven the track at all in the past, whereas others just may not have driven in the rain, or they may not have been driving a race car in a year. It could have been a long time. So.
Or all of the above.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be really challenging.
Okay, I've got my personal favorites in this race now. I like the Crown Victoria, I like the 75 Nova, and I like the, excuse me, the Volvo station wagon. Anybody know what engine is in that 75 Nova?
A 350 of some sort.
Is it? Yeah, it's a D-class car, so it's a big engine. I'm guessing it's not the original equipment. But you never know.
I think those came with, in 75, was like a 98 horsepower 302 or something.
Good point.
Or
We're not, well, the SS's had 350s, and then they have big blocks. There were some that had big blocks.
Unless you were in California, then they came with the really anemic smaller ones.
Gotcha.
Out of Norwalk or somewhere.
Yeah.
So Frantic Antic finding themselves up towards the front here in third place. Actually, they've just passed that EC car that ducked into the pits. So now they're shown 57 seconds from the lead, but 52 seconds from 901 Motorsports. And their lap times at 2:17's not doing them any favors. Our leaders are running these 2:08s. Look at that, 2:08.75. It's got to be a typo here in our system here a little bit because they were identical down to the thousandths of a second.
Yeah.
But whatever the case may be, we can see they're running similar lap times. They're relatively close together. Only about 5 seconds separates them.
Right here.
Yeah, and their best time, well, it's farther apart than I thought. But yeah, still showing an identical lap time. So watch them when they come by.
Oh, that Golf car is not a Miata. It's a Honda S2000. We talked about that car earlier, and I thought it was an S2000. But we have a few cars in our series that have that Golf livery.
Yeah. And I'm trying to remember what the factory or the official name of those colors. I know the orange was called Tangerine, but I don't know what the blue was called. It had its own distinctive name too.
I would say we probably have somebody watching that knows the answer to that stuff.
Well, let's make the show interactive. Come on, folks.
If there's anything we're full of, it's useless information.
Yeah, come on. Tweet us or message us or do whatever you want to do. If you got questions, we're open all day.
Yeah, right here in the YouTube feed, you're welcome to join us in the conversation, and we're going to be here all day. So there's plenty of time. Time is something we have. Yeah. But as we've reached the top of the hour, we're going to take a quick commercial break in honor of our sponsors. And we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Visceral Racing Group is your leader. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're back here live at Barber Motorsports Park. And looks like we've got a car up against the barrier. Oh, it's the Ford Mustang. It looks like number 168.
Pull my finger.
And we actually had a in-car camera in them. Yes, indeed, we do. And it looks like they've gotten up against the fence there. Now, we're still showing that we're under green right now, but that car is not going anywhere, although it looks like it's still under power. The wipers are still moving. And they're kind of checking. You got multiple cameras here that we can that they're using to keep an eye on things. Here you can see, it looks like the back end of the car just kind of pirouetted there in the grass, as we still have the wet stuff coming down.
It doesn't look bent anywhere by looking at our track feed. But it is raining harder out there now.
Yeah, I got you turned up there, Bob. And Tiffany's joining us here, although she's looking at her computer and doing some.
Paul, that's an old radar, by the way.
Checking her portfolio.
Yeah, the radar is a little bit dated. They don't. I have to update them. Okay, we're going to caution, but they don't necessarily give it to you up to the moment. You got to watch it progress, and then you get a little bit better idea of where it's at. But the lightning strike indicator is up to date. And Tiffany Alexander's joined us in the booth here. She was out there in that first stint we were talking about in the Trophy wife. I don't know why I don't have you on. Try it again there, Tiffany.
I was in the Trophy wife car.
There, we get you a little bit.
Give me a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. I'm not hearing y'all very well in there.
All right, we'll get you
turned.
turned.
A little volume.
How's that sound?
Much better. Thank you so much.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so I started the race this morning.
So you were out there in the midst of all this craziness. Tell us about it. What was your experience like out there?
Well, I've got to work on my driving under the pink 35 and the double yellow really well. But, you know, I was really impressed with the Flagtronics system, honestly, because when they were, it would go local yellow for a little while, and then it would, go full, and it was, we kind of swap back and forth between the purple 35 and then a full course. But the Flagtronics unit caught it every time. That was really cool.
Yeah.
I was keeping an eye on it. I just wanted to see if it was, working like that. Like that, the white flag would pop up as we were going around the EV.
Right.
That first section, the EV were out there cleaning. I think 80% of the track had oil somewhere on it.
Oh.
It was a mess.
Yeah.
So it took them quite a while to get that all cleaned up, but
So you did the full 2 hours?
yeah, came in about 10 minutes early. The
Okay.
windshield had fogged up.
Do you know how much of that was green flag?
I can look back on race here where I was just looking earlier, but I think I did more yellow laps than I did green.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's true. That was my point. Don't worry about crunching the numbers. It's Paulie and I sitting up here waxing eloquent about anything.
Me and Paul
Well, that's
talk
pretty
about,
much what we do, Bob.
Is that right? No.
I'm afraid so.
we talk about getting in a rhythm as a driver, and so we would do a couple of laps green, and then we'd go back to yellow, and then you'd go back. And with the pink 35, you don't have to wait for the pace car to come in, so they'll just drop at any time.
Right.
So there was a lot of back and forth and paying attention, and you really caught other drivers unaware that we went back
That we're
green.
back to green, right?
It caught me one time just for a second, but then I managed to pass 5 cars one time, but it went green and nobody else noticed.
So you wouldn't be in favor of going to the World Endurance System, which is the race director comes across the headsets in every car and says, okay, we're going back to green in 10, 9, 8, and so on.
Well, that's helpful.
You'd rather ambush guys.
Well, that's even better.
Yeah, right.
And that is a point, though, that you were talking about in one of your recent radio broadcasts about the idea with you doing something similar in F1, where you wanted them to consider something similar. It's being done in other series.
Yeah.
What about something like that with this whole debacle between Verstappen and Hamilton in Saudi Arabia?
Goodness.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting thought.
Yeah, the problem there, for those of you who weren't involved, was that the race control was speaking to the individual teams, in this case, Christian Horner, Red Bull, saying, okay, here's what you can do. You can drop Verstappen back 2 positions because of the violation that he committed. And what was not in that radio was, if you don't do that, we're going to go to the stewards, and it could wind up being a lot worse for you. So everybody was saying, well, why is the race control negotiating with the teams? Well, he really wasn't. What he was trying to do was keep as much green flag action as possible by letting the team just bring Verstappen back a couple of positions. And that's started this conversation about, well, why didn't the race director just talk directly to the drivers and say, here's what you're going to do? It eventually resulted in Lewis Hamilton hitting the back of Verstappen, who was told to let him by on another occasion to let him go by, and he just totally ham-handed the whole situation. And Lewis had not been told that he was going to be let by, which is why Lewis was claiming that Max was brake checking him, and Max was saying, I was trying to get you to go by. And so that's when we started saying, well, why just let the race director tell him, you go here, you go there, and keep the team principals out of it.
Yeah, 'cause the supposition was, well, they told Red Bull to let the pass happen.
Right.
They had not yet notified Mercedes,
Right.
and so there was a lack of communication. And maybe
That's when Michael Massey, the race director, was talking with the guys at, I guess he was talking to Jonathan Wheely at Red Bull, and he said, I've only got so many buttons I can push at any one time, which was like, oh, come on. I mean, this is the space shuttle of international motorsports, and you can just picture the race director up there trying to push a bunch of buttons to talk to people. And
I'm sure if he had an opportunity to go back, he probably wouldn't have worded it that way.
No, I'm sure he wouldn't. And that led to
that's not
more
gonna go anywhere.
Race directors. Somebody said this weekend they need to not broadcast those conversations. I mean, driver and team, fine, but not the race director and the teams telling them what to do to get the race back underway.
Right. It was interesting to listen to, though.
Yeah, it was.
It's an interesting story, the way it unfolded, and Gosh,
'Cause it
there's
was
just
under
so much
green
drama
flag.
right now.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah,
can
that
see
whole
how
thing
that
of
got
letting people
confusing.
buy.
Mhm.
It's one of the dramas of the sport, that we have in Formula One. So
we had our own little drama earlier when we went back to green and then back to caution again because we did a couple of laps like that back and forth. Somebody passed like me and the car in front of me, like 3 of us, you know. It was obviously yellow. There was yellow everywhere, right? And so we were all just stayed together and just left him out there in no man's land by himself. And he kept trying to get over, and it was like, no. It was already yellow.
That's
You need to
right.
Get at the back.
Get
of the
back
line.
behind us. Right.
this is a really bizarre shot.
Yeah, I was just I'm thinking, no, wait a minute.
happening
What's
here?
wrong with this picture? The scenery's going the wrong way.
He's on a rollback.
Okay.
He's being,
he's on a
being brought back
I was like,
around.
wait a second, maybe I need my glasses.
so
He's
bizarre.
over there. Why isn't he steering?
That's a new way of driving.
It's we tend to leave the drivers in the cars. It's a safety thing. They're
makes
still
sense.
buckled and strapped in, but it's got to be really uncomfortable being up on that thing, being pulled around like that.
High up.
It's like being on a parade float.
Yeah, does anybody not see me? So if you're just joining us, welcome everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the Spirit of Doc Waldrop Enduros here at Barber Motorsports Park in 8+7. ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum, I'm with Bob Varsha, calling the race with you today. Tiffany Alexander's here in the tower. Bill Strong is here as well. And Tiffany just got out of the car a little bit ago, and she was saying, hey, not only were there some yellows, but she was also having some trouble with fogging on the windshield, which is something we did talk about a little bit. Oh, we're back to green.
And notice those skies. I mean, that was looking to the west, and that's where the weather is coming from, and it was, once again, very ominous looking.
Oh yeah, you come over the tunnel and it was just black over there. Like, and I was like, it's coming for us. And then at first it just started sprinkling, right? And you think that's not that bad, right? Except that we had all those laps under all that oil dry.
Right.
So that crap was all over the windshield. So as soon as it got wet, it turned into like mushy concrete on the windshield.
It's
So
like an off-road race.
Yeah, like when you hit the windshield wipers, you're like, oh, I'm not doing that again until we get a little more.
Let me ask you this. Once we had a period of very heavy rain for a while, did that improve the track condition vis-a-vis the oil dry? Did it wash any of it away?
It washed all of the oil dry away off of the windshield as well. But then
the windshield.
Even the windshield. I mean, I was kind of pleased with that when we got enough rain to actually be able to run the wipers and clear
Make
it up.
a difference, yeah.
And so then I was kind of getting back to it, right? Like I was having fun. And then the windshield fogged up right there towards the end of my stint, which is odd because we drove this car at AMP through, and it rained all day, and we didn't have any issue with fogging. So
temperature, humidity,
yeah, right, and all the
airflow,
various
it's
conditions.
a little cooler there at AMP for that race than it is here today.
So the dew point's a little higher, and all that stuff meteorologists talk about.
Science and stuff.
So Tiffany, your husband was driving in the Birmingham Lexus at the same time you were out there.
Yes, we both started the race. Yeah.
And how did that work out?
So he passed me, and then I passed him back. And then he was trying to pass me back again, and I was working my little behind off to stay in front of him. And that's when the rain was raining. It's raining so hard. So like you were hydroplaning at every place on the track. I mean, just even going down the straightaway, some of the puddles were really deep. So I worked really hard. I kept him behind me. He did not come around me.
Gonna make that point very clear.
And so I come in and I text him, and I'm like, hey, did you see me sliding it around? I didn't go off the track, I didn't hit anything, like I was just on the edge.
Yeah.
I was very proud of myself, right? And he goes, which
rightfully
car?
so.
Yeah. He's like, which car were you in?
Let me tell you about my day, honey.
I was working so hard to stay in front.
So there you can see that weather pattern moving in. That's kind of been the conversation of the day. As it looks like the sign has been posted for the concession stand that we're all very interested in this. So we can clear that weather out of the way so we can see what we have for lunch.
Open for business.
That's how race control picks lunch.
Yes, that is. That's
They'll
they-
take the
they take a
camera and
picture.
focus on it,
All
and then
right.
everybody
pick what
their
you want.
Yep.
I love it.
Then somebody gets the order and goes up there and gets it.
We can get a temporary car pass for the local pizza delivery service.
Working lap 65. 901 Motorsports leads with their number 903 car. This is a 2-car entry. And the 901 car not doing so well today, but 903 right up there in the front. In fact, I think that's this car right here. With Visceral Racing Group has slipped into second place. Cone Crushers is in third. And we've got Frantic Anik in fourth with Blitzkrieg Racing behind them.
There's some really good, clean racing going on out there, even with the poor conditions. Other than like 1 or 2 cars that I'm not going to call out, everybody else is doing a really great job.
It was ever thus.
Yeah, we've got some of the feed coming through. My little soundboard here has Tiffany kind of quiet, so we've just asked her to speak up, and we've got it cranked up all the way. So that's why it seems a little quieter for Bill and Tiffany.
Okay, you need a little bit more out of me.
Yeah.
I will give you all I got.
That's what we need.
May not be able to handle it.
Full course yellow.
So
again,
back to cautions.
We have a car off. I don't know where that's at. Turn 1. Yes, straight out. Out your window there.
Yeah, he's
way
actually
up.
gone straight into the wall. He just nosed the wall there.
Doesn't look like he reached the.
He's right up to it, isn't he?
Yeah, the fence. But
Maybe
he's
he's
right
Oh,
up
he
to
went through all that kitty litter. That slows him down.
Yeah.
There's a ton of it over there.
But he's beached, yeah.
And his
ever
tires are cranked
deeper.
to the left, so that probably helped him slow down as well.
And
Well,
he's-
it digs in as you get to all of
Yeah,
that.
he's probably trying to back out now, and that ain't going to work.
Yeah, he's probably got a low chance of that working. Because he's all the way through there.
So funny story about last night. We're setting up the Flagtronics units at the flag stands, and Jimmy and Thomas were trying to convince me just to drive through the kitty litter because it looked pretty hard out there. Yeah, not. I could see Dana or Chelsea getting that phone call at 10 o'clock at night saying, "Hey, can somebody find a 4-wheel drive with a chain?" And
We need a winch. We need a winch.
Tug him out of there.
Don't ask why. Just send it out.
That's right.
So with a car stranded off here, looks like emergency crews getting ready to roll out of the pits to rescue that poor stranded soul.
I will say this about the racetrack last night, vis-a-vis Bill's comment a moment ago. Doc Waldrop coined several phrases that I like to use. Most of them not a mixed company, but when we were at Road Atlanta the night it snowed, and it got dark. Road Atlanta doesn't have lights. Here at Barber, we don't have lights. We're not near a big town. And I said, "Boy, it's dark out there." And Doc just looked up and said, "Yep, it's country dark."
Yeah.
And I'll remember that forever. Country dark. I'm going to use that over and
You know
over
where
again.
Doc got that from?
You? Oh.
The reason why
One
country
thing.
the reason why country dark is we went to VIR for the 24 hours, and
Another dark place.
Yeah, and he had never been out there as late as we were. I think he's usually sleeping it off, but the
Sleeping off the race, you mean?
yes, yeah, whatever. Everybody knows, but he. But yeah, we were out there, and it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of you. And
Yeah.
it's that's one of the darkest races we do all year long.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of folks, don't get to experience that. We may think we're in a dark place, but boy, oh boy, country dark is a whole nother level.
Yes.
It's like cave dark, you know?
Yeah, you can almost feel it. It's like a cottony thickness in the air. It's good fun.
Surrounding you.
You know, this year we added fog to that VIR 24.
Oh, the fog was so bad.
Yep. We had to stop the race for I think 4 hours. You honestly could not see past the hood of the vehicle.
Wow.
So it was that bad.
It was so foggy, it was almost like it was raining. I would go outside and you could feel it in the air. It was a very strange experience.
But you're right next to all the Dan River.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, a lot of woods, forests, hold humidity.
Now, we were just racing there last week. They're getting ready to do a huge expansion at the track. They're going to be adding bigger roads to the entrance, a big welcome center in place of the the guard shack they have at the front there.
Right.
They're going to be adding a ton of hotels.
Nice.
Really?
And just all kinds of new stuff. They've got a new investor that's involved with the company, and he's bringing in a ton of improvements.
Connie Nystrom still running the show there?
Yep. Connie's
okay, good.
Great lady, and they're still trying to pull that car out of there.
Well, you'll notice the safety truck did not venture onto the beach.
Nope.
They pulled up on the pavement, run that line out there.
They're pros.
They have some long tow ropes here, and they know,
There
they know
we
what
go.
they need to do.
Yeah.
This is going to be what Doc used to call a catch and release. Where they
There you go
they
again.
pull them up onto the track and get out of here.
Kinda. You almost made it onto the track.
And I don't want any more trouble out of you.
He kind of went sideways.
So one of our first victims of the wet weather was Visceral Racing Group in the 959 car that got off. That's as you're leaving the museum area there, that left-hander, that jog, got off there, got stranded out there in the grass, and then we had another car narrowly missed them. They too got stranded, and that brought out one of the several purple 35s and full course cautions that were necessary. And here's another look at that BMW that's it's still not motivated, is it? It looks like it's out on the edge of the pavement, but for whatever reason, they don't seem to be able to get that car fired up and get it going.
I think after Visceral went off, I think they had a black flag as well. I'm pretty sure while I was out there, I saw their number on the number board.
So what had happened, Tiffany, is short after they got them back onto the track, that was the second incident. The first incident was down here where they got off, got near the guardrail, may have touched it, got back on, and then lost it over here.
Oh, no.
And so that they came in, changed the driver, kind of hit the reset button, let's send out a new guy. Not altogether a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Who's doing the orders?
So we've got now the BMW's gotten running.
He's mobile again.
There's quite a bit of water at the bottom of turn 1 you can see there.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's a river running right through there.
Okay, so they've got it going there, and you can just see all that runoff area there. Of course, they do run the IndyCar series here as well, where you got some really high-powered, very fast race cars coming down there. And so this is one of those catch areas for those cars that might lose control. But for me, driving in the dry, turn 1 is an absolute riot. It's just the cars. It's just dab the brakes and turn in, baby. Go back to power, and the car's floating down through the corner there. It is an absolute hoop.
It is very fast. It is a very fast turn. It's a blind entrance. Getting that right is fun. It's so much fun. You'll think you're not going to make it the first couple of times because it pushes you out, but then the track starts going uphill, so that kind of slowing you down and helping you get grip. So it comes back around, but it takes a few laps to know that's going to happen.
That you're going to be okay
You're
at the
not gonna
exit.
die,
Confidence, once again.
Yeah. So Tiffany, you do a lot of instruction here at the track as a driving coach. What are some of those key things that you find yourself always wanting to talk to new drivers that come to the track as we go back to green?
Back to green, yep. Being smooth is something we really, seems like with newer drivers, when you're switching from that street driving to track driving, and then getting their vision up and much further away, because you don't want to be looking at the car in front of you. You want to kind of keep them in your view, but you want to be looking as far down the track as you can, checking out those corner stations, who's spinning, what's going on. Actually, when I come onto the front straightaway here, I usually check out the hairpin, and I can see the back straightaway too, and just see what's going on, right? If something's already happening, then I know what I'm coming into.
Are you watching that?
Yeah, we've got 901 Motorsports really sketchy on that water. With the puddling that we have here, Tiffany, whoa.
Being very aggressive, too.
What are there some of the challenges out here with the puddling, the runoff?
Through 1, you have a very large river. There's a lot of puddling that happens on the front straightaway. It's in a kind of a weird spot. And then through this kink here, you'll get a lot of water running kind of counter to the way you're going. You're going forward and kind of tracking out left, and the water's coming from your left, moving right. So what happens is you turn in to the left to make the kink, and when you turn back right, the car doesn't turn.
Gotcha.
It just slides. And then if an inexperienced driver will try to crank in a little bit more steering, and then it makes it through the puddle, and then whoosh, spinny.
It grabs,
Yep.
and then it pivots. Gotcha. So we're on board with the leader right now, 901 Motorsports. Gap in the field by about 6 seconds only over Visceral Racing Group, who is right on them. And then it's Cone Crushers, Frantic Antic, and Blitzkrieg Racing, the team that led the race from early on this morning.
Boy, this driver is really aggressive. And I've seen those yellow gloves before and the wristwatch on the right hand. I don't know how long, if this is the same driver that started the race, how long has he been in the car? Can't be.
Yeah,
No, it's a different guy.
Yeah, it would have to be a different guy.
Is he a lefty? Is that why the watch is on the right?
I've never figured that out.
But let's talk to him.
Okay.
Can we get a hold of this guy? Because this is
That's one of life's great mysteries. Why do you
bothering
put your
us.
wristwatch on your right hand?
Yeah, we all three have left.
Right.
Yeah.
Or why do you put the face of the watch on the inside of it, pointing
people
down?
that do that thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
They just do that to be different.
My grandfather
Special.
used to do that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I always thought it was my wife is a nurse practitioner, and she kind of did the same thing, but then she stopped and just said it was silly.
Yeah. Which is a good reason not to do it. Yeah. Of course, you put your hands down on a table or whatever, and you're banging the
Yeah.
face of your watch on the.
Watch is all scratched
Oh.
up.
We tried it. It
Glad I
didn't
got
work.
that off my chest.
We're working some things out today.
Remember, Bob, there's a lot of things you don't do on network TV. We allow everything.
I had a 30-minute conversation with someone yesterday about toilet paper. Like
Did you?
whether it should go, the toilet paper should come
Oh.
off the roll on the top or
Oh.
on the bottom. There was multiple opinions.
Tiffany, we've discussed
When it
this
comes out the
before.
bottom.
There cannot be multiple.
the top, the
First of all, there's only two directions, so it can't be too long of a
You
conversation.
can
But
set it sideways on the counter, too.
I did one of those dinner with racers
Yes.
interviews, and the person they had interviewed directly before me was Catherine Legg. And at the end of it, they always ask you, okay, we're going to go talk to this person in the next interview. What question would you like to ask them? And she scrambled for a question and finally said, the loo roll, top or bottom? And I was there with the two guys, and I said, it's got to be on the top. Absolutely got to be on the top. And I was looking at Ryan and his partner, and they looked at me, and I thought, you guys don't know what a loo roll is, do you?
Oh, okay. It threw them off.
Right.
Hey,
Over the top is the only way.
So one of our viewers says it was a military thing, less reflection with the watch on the wrist.
Huh. How come
So-
you're getting all the interesting messages and questions?
I'm
he's
watching
watching
Facebook.
Oh,
or not
okay.
Facebook, but YouTube.
Well, come on, share. Bring it up
I've
for
got
everyone.
it for you.
I'm not,
I got you, Bob. I got you, Bob.
I'm
Right
Okay.
seeing
here.
that, but
I'll share.
all right. So with that, we're going to step away for a quick commercial break. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. 901 Motorsports is your leader. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Rely Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car race at Barber Motorsports Park, an 8+7 this weekend. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander, my good friend. Bob Varsha's here with us, calling the race, as well as Bill Strong. So thanks for joining us, everybody. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And we are under green, working lap 72. 901 Motorsports leads over Visceral Racing Group by about 26 seconds. Then we have Cone Crushers, Frantic Annick, Blitzkrieg Racing, your top five. The story of the day so far has been the weather, as the weather has moved in and definitely trying to change the complexion of this race, although I'm not so sure. Now, we have seen the D-Class cars that were up towards the front of the field have now cycled back. We're seeing those C-Class cars that are so commonly at the front, seeming that perfect balance as they seem to display race after race, finding themselves up at the front. Our A-Class cars back in 8th and 9th. We have 2 Miatas, Mo's Racing and Momo Champ, and keep an eye on the Momo Champ team. This is one of those teams that was a front runner, I guess you would say, in years past. Last year, Saturday's winner was Birmingham Racing. Pinky's Out Arrow was in 2nd. Tuttle Motorsports was in 3rd. 901 Motorsports was 4th, and 2 guys in a Miata were 5th. And of that group, you have Tuttle that's not here, Pinky's that's not here. So you have 901 Motorsports, Birmingham, and 2 guys in a Miata, and they are out here, and they certainly have the potential to come out and be a real threat for the win of this race. And GMS Racing not turning laps right now. They may be in the pits.
Well, that was great, Paulie, but I thought the story of the day was Tiffany passing her husband and holding him off.
That was my favorite part.
That's right. I think that's probably true if you ask her. Absolutely. She was having a good old time out there with the hubs. And then, of course, he denied all.
He's like,
oh, were you in the race too, honey?
Which car were you in, hon?
Right. How conveniently forgotten. You told me, Tiffany, he's making up his list of excuses.
I know he's going to rival Bill's before long.
I was in the car who smoked you. That's which car I was in.
His next question was, did I pass you? And I was like, no.
It's funny you should bring up passing.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, we're having issues. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm also noticing Leviathan Motorsports, speaking of cars being passed, that the MR2 that was in the top 10 is now in 50th place. They've really tumbled down, shown in the pits. So obviously some problems with the MR2. Other cars in the back of the pack that are not turning laps. 901 Motorsports, the number 901. And pull my finger, the Ford that was up near the front earlier this morning as well. So in the top 20, only GMS Racing shown not turning laps. They may be in the pits. That's one of those teams that Tyler Pedersen, our board chair, has raced with in the past over the years.
Oh, they're an awesome team. I like the whole team. We saw them last night. They came for dinner and hung out, and we always enjoy their company.
Going on board with 901 Motorsports, and I was just talking to Bill during the break, and he thinks this may be one of the drivers that's had some pro experience, so that might be why he's able to hustle that car around the racetrack so effectively. Just turned a 217 on that last lap, which really is only on pace with some of the EC cars up there, with the exception of Blitzkrieg. They just turned a 218. They're down there in 5th place. Momo Champ a 214, Birmingham Racing a 210. We need to keep an eye on those teams that are at the back of the top 10 to see if they're going to be moving up. And we have a car that's off. We have a car that is off. They've gone past the hairpin corner.
Turn 6, yep.
I was afraid I was going to do that about 3 or 4 times while I was out there. You come down to that brake zone, you hit the brakes, and you just keep sliding forward.
Right, it's a downhill braking zone, isn't it, Tiffany? And once you lock up, you'd be in trouble.
Well, I locked up a couple of times.
So,
and I was like, oh, my foot is the ABS.
Well, your experience probably won out over all of that, but they are buried in the pea gravel or whatever that is over
really
there.
Nosed in.
Yep.
And they're going to have to come out and stretch a tow strap. Boy, I hope that's not the same car.
I was just thinking, is that black BMW?
I hope it's not, because that makes for a long meeting debrief here afterwards. But full course caution has just been called. So that means the pace car will be deployed. And they will, Jackie will head out, pick up the leader of the race. That's 901 Motorsports, to bring the field down, get some compression to give of the field to allow the race safety workers some freedom there to work.
This gives me the opportunity to correct something I said earlier. I thought that the number 32 Dirty Air 75 Chevy Nova was the oldest car in the field, but it's not. It's the Pull My Finger Racing 68 Ford Mustang.
Oh, yeah.
So I have a new favorite.
Yeah, they that was the car that was stranded out there for a little while. That they were the ones that were on the rollback with that rather interesting ride on back. But if I get this right, they are back out on the racetrack. So
yeah, they are. They just went by, which is why I went looking. And you know why they're my favorite?
Why is that?
Because that car is old, like me.
Well, that's fair, you know. It's an interesting car. I drove a 66 back, 'cause it's been a number of years, but you know, you see these cars, they're so romanticized in the films and in the shows, and you think, wow, what a cool car. And you drive one that's in its natural form. And you're like,
I know where you're going with this.
This thing is a rattling, terrible car.
Oh, crap.
It is awful, but it's, you know, it was made when I was born. There wasn't a lot of refinement back then.
It's kind of like watching an old movie, right? It looked
awful.
great back then when you were a kid or whatever.
Right.
You watch it now, you're like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I've covered a lot of Barrett-Jackson collector car auctions, and so we wax eloquent for long time about one car or another and how cool they all are. But we've all had that same experience. You get into an old car, and that's what you've got is one old car. We had in Reno, Nevada once, we were doing a parade around the Hot Summer Nights festival, celebration of old cars out there. And Mike Joy and I were in this big old, what the heck was it? Chrysler something or other, a real land yacht. And so Mike was driving. And I'm just, got my arm out the window, and I'm looking up at the sky, and Mike is like, what? What's wrong? He said, this steering, he said, watch. And so he gave it a little lock this way, a little lock that way. Car never moved. It was straight on down the road with all this. The old cars are that. They're old cars. They're cranky, even with the best of maintenance. They're, they can be ergonomically inappropriate, shall we say?
Yeah.
But... And then
it's the engineering of the times.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
You go try to park, one of those big old Chryslers or whatever with the big tail fins and all this stuff going on. And it is a chore trying to get one of those great big cars in one of these little tiny parking spaces we all enjoy these days. And
it's an arm wrestling match, but so many of them didn't have power steering. And those two are still difficult to work with.
The older the car, the narrower the steering wheel, so pretty soon you think you've got nothing in your hands.
But it's big, the bigger the steering wheel.
But it's huge, right?
Right.
Right, which is why I can't. I was supposed to do a feature at one Barrett-Jackson driving around to these massive tents they set up, and they wanted me to drive this old Corvette, 50-something or other, 58, 60, whatever. And I couldn't do it because once I got myself wedged into the car, the steering wheel would hit me right in the leg, and I couldn't drive the dadgum thing, which was really heartbreaking for me, having always wanted to do that. Finally, around split window era of '63, they finally made the steering wheel small enough that I could drive one and have some fun with it. But old cars are just that.
Yeah. They're certainly they certainly reward those who are the romantic ones. Here's a look of what's going on. It looks like that car's been rescued from the sand trap and sent on its way. And emergency vehicle now rolling away from the scene of the crime.
Can't figure out which black car it is.
I think it was a catch and release, so I think they're gone.
Yeah, they are gone. They're down there headed toward the museum.
There is a team that's called Checkered Past Racing. Could have been them. But they're not turning laps. Who knows? We could blame it on them.
Yeah, we can convict them anyway.
Because it's not like they listen. Nobody watches the show anyway. So I wonder how many. We have 113 concurrent viewers. Welcome, everybody.
Really? Hey,
Thanks
everybody.
for watching.
No extra charge.
And 1,000 playbacks. So I guess there's all those cautions bring interest to watch it again.
Well, at least that way nobody will know that we didn't recognize the Alabama state flag earlier.
That's right.
Yeah, what?
We keep bringing that up.
We were trying to figure out what that flag was out in the infield.
Okay.
I've had this discussion before, and I had the answer, and then I couldn't remember it, so I brought it up again because I wanted to know. And it's like, what's that mean? It's the state flag.
Yep, that's the state flag.
So there you go.
Polly,
75 laps. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have Visceral's feed?
No, I don't. But
they just sent me a link. I'll
great.
Move it over to you.
Sounds good. Yeah, send that dude my way. We'll see if we can get them in here into the broadcast. As cars still circulating around. We're still under caution right now. Not seeing anything else going on. It might be just waiting for the safety vehicle. The safety vehicle is hightailing it back.
Yeah, he's moving right along
to try and get that off the racetrack, so get us back to green.
The safety folks are not playing around. I mean, they are getting out there, getting things done, and getting at. I mean, it's just pretty amazing how quickly they can recover these cars and get the race back to green. The incident this morning wasn't, anything they could have avoided with the oil down all over the track.
Right.
But these catch and release, they've done those very, very promptly.
So here we have the leader behind a safety car here. Although it looks like there's a car it's hard to tell with all of the water mist. I think there's a car between them and the pace car. There really shouldn't be. Looks like we're back to green.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of water on the front straightaway. I mean,
yeah,
you're getting the spray.
All right, so here comes Birmingham Racing 2, coming down the front straight, diving into turn 1. And there's a little bit of a speed difference. Some of these cars haven't quite caught on that they're up to that we're green right now.
Yeah, right.
Some cars running the Flagtronics get that instant notification. Others, maybe they don't notice the flags have been pulled in. But there we can see the Flagtronics panel turning green as we went back to green.
Those panels are super useful as far as being able to see, especially earlier when the wind was blowing so heavily. It was hard for them to keep the flag down, so you could really see it.
Make it out.
So the panel really, really showed up very well.
Hey, we've got Ron with Discovery Parts over here. He's been standing by patiently. Ron, I think it's still morning here. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, team. How are you guys?
Doing real good. How are you?
Fantastic. Thanks for having me up here for the Doc Waldrop Spirit of the Champ Car Enduro here at one of my favorite tracks.
Yeah. So, what's on your mind here this morning? As we're always big fans of Ron and Discovery Parts as a sponsor, not only a sponsor but also you just offer one of the best services that anybody can get their hands on when it comes to getting the right equipment, Ron, and we're all in your debt for that. So what's going on? What's new at Discovery Parts?
Well, this has been a great season and year for us. Thanks from our friends from Champ Car and all the teams thinking of us, and they gave us again another record year. So I want to say thank you for that.
Great.
And basically, the Champ Car racers have also been part of our new department called Purchasing and Acquisitions and New Product Development. So we get a phone call, hey, this Bell helmet is pretty awesome, Ron. You need to get this RS7 lightweight, and it is truly one of the crazy nice, very lightweight carbon helmets. So Champ Car being not just customers and friends, but they also tell us what we need to carry. So we love this series. It's a lot of fun. And also the team names. Oh my gosh. Free Whiffs Racing has just, is holding up a really solid lap in front of Frantic Antic. And some of these other ones are just hilarious. So I think I love the team names as much as I love the racing out here.
Well, Bob Varsh is here with us this weekend, and one of his favorites at least, is the 66 Mux. Looks like they're rolling down the old Mustang, pull my fingers, rolling out onto into the race again. What about you, Ron? Do you have a car here that's a favorite of yours? I know the crowd favorites Brew Crew Racing.
Brew Crew, it would have to be Brew Crew, just from, with Doc and being a friend of him for years. That's who I'm rooting for. And Matt and the team are, a really good group, and we love them. So, can't really put money on anybody, but if I did, I'd put it on Brew Crew. And I also have the same T-shirt you're wearing too. So, and also, I got to listen to a Dinner with Racers podcast that was out there that talked about Bob. So Bob is legendary, and everyone kind of pretty much knows everything, but there's a couple other things in there that I learned, and I've been this for 20 years. So it is awesome just to be up here with you guys. So
thank you, Ron.
Yep, and love you. You have a very soothing voice. You and Dorsey Schrader are some of the most entertaining people in the old World Challenge series and everything, and I love the speed stuff. So I want to say you've been a contributor, and everyone loves you guys.
Thank you very much.
And I didn't know your official legal name was the Bob Varsha.
The?
Yeah, that's what everybody keeps saying.
My mom would disagree, but
It might be like Paul McCartney, you've been knighted. You know,
Right,
like
right.
that.
yeah, I wish we had such a thing.
That would be cool, wouldn't it?
That would be very cool. But if David Hobbs hasn't been knighted, there's no chance I'm going to be.
Had a car going really slow on the back straightaway, just kind of limping down the back straightaway.
Oh, that's the Crown Vic.
So, Ron, you're out here. You've got your uniform shirt on, so you must have a truck out here as well supporting the series.
We have the Mobile Technology Center here, straight out of Austin, Texas. Came over here, and now that thing goes in for 1-day service and a quick flip and down to the Bell Racing Sebring 7s.
Excellent.
So we're going to wrap this up Sunday afternoon, make it back to Dawsonville, Georgia. That goes in for maintenance Monday, to reload Tuesday, and I think it hits the road Thursday 4 a.m. to get on the other side of Atlanta traffic, and then down to Sebring for a nice bumpy double 7s.
I read somewhere that you had quite a wish list from your customers when you arrived here at Barber. Is that the case?
We have boxes and boxes and boxes of will calls, and we also have a lot of overnights too. So we have the people that have ordered stuff from us 3 months ago saying, I really want this pair of red shoes with silver stripes and just bring it to the Barber race. And then we also have, did UPS leave yet? I need this tomorrow morning. You know, and everything in the middle.
Yeah. Well, have you guys been hit, and this is a serious question, by the backup in shipping and the crisis that we have with?
Well, a little bit, but not near as much as what we see from other people, other people in our industry. We are very, very lucky that when this started, our company was really strong. We have a great supply chain, and we were able to get ahead of it. So we did, we have paid for stuff in April that we've already received 2 weeks ago. But that was part of the plan.
Right.
So, if we look at what I get to do all day, it's just a triangle or a pyramid. We have in the bottom corner Discovery Parts and its employees and family, and the other corner is going to be our suppliers, and the other one is the customers. And all three, when are perfect together. I lose one, the whole thing collapses quick. So we've been very lucky. And also our suppliers have said, hey, we only got 25 of these Hans devices in medium, and we'll grab as many as we can. And, we're lucky enough to where we pretty much didn't have a lot of holes. We're very good. And then if there is an emergency need, we have the one up, the one down, or a competitor equivalent like that. So, but that's that comes back to, hey, Ron, this thing is awesome. We need to carry it, and we added it. So, but supply chain has been not really difficult for us. We've been very lucky.
And Christmas is coming, so it might be worth a trip over to the trailer, even if it is raining outside.
Good point.
Absolutely.
Yep. There's there was quite a few Christmas presents. Some of them are for the. A lot of the Christmas presents are for the team owner, the guy that owns the car and is wrenching on this thing at 2 a.m. And for you team owners, I have a Christmas present for you. So team owners, if you're tired of everyone on your team just being much faster than you and you're the slowest one, Ron from Discovery Parts will go and hop in your car and turn some terrible laps for you and make you look golden. You will look like you're a hero compared to what I can do in your Quest for Quality car. So, but that's open. So, but yeah, if you need a really slow driver who's hard on equipment, not good on downshifts, and hard on a gearbox, I am ready.
Ron, you're such a giving person. That's one of the things we love about you. It makes you so endearing. But I was in a Facebook thread recently, and I got out of it okay. So don't be worried. But as I was in that thread, somebody brought the question was, hey, I've got a Hans device, and I guess I need to get it recertified. Where should I send it? I need it quick. And piles of people, including myself, Ron at Discovery Parts. So you guys do those recertifications of the Hans devices. Before I say anything further, because I'll probably be wrong beyond that, why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
We're certified by Simpson and Hans to do this in our shop in Dawsonville, Georgia, where we're also a spa fire service center, so we are FI approved for that also. And we can also do Hans servicing and research inside the trailer. I can't do fire bottles, but we can do the Hans there. And I probably did about a half dozen or so just this morning and a bunch yesterday. The best part is it's way under $80 to go and do a full recert with new tether, new everything like that, and bring it up for a 5-year date.
Okay.
And there's going to be $30 just in shipping. So we love when we can go and save our racers money by doing this trackside for them.
But
yeah, that's really cool.
Everyone
Very
who
cool.
promoted Discovery Parts, though, I am going to have to walk around the paddock with a bunch of Natty Light and pass out, tall boy 16-ounce cans for everyone who promoted me.
So,
all part of business.
So Ron, I was recently in an accident at a track. I hit a barrier, and should I, because of the shot that I took, it was enough that I'm thinking, gee, I wonder if I should talk to Ron about the tethers and having them recertified or replaced. What's the policy on that? What do you think I should do?
All right, so if it's coming up to date, we're definitely going to swap it all out just to get you a jump start on it. Now, let's just say we recertified this last year and we had a mild off. A mild off, bring it to us. We won't even charge you for this.
Okay.
Please let us check the structure of, the integrity. If it's a carbon device, it's hollow, it's two halves that are bonded together and autoclaved and all that cool stuff. But if it's a solid device, it's pretty hard to hit. But I can always look at the tether, and if it's stretched and engaged, where you actually made those threads, extend, which is what it's designed for.
Okay.
There's telltales we can look at for how clean where the stitches are, because I hate to tell you, your car's dirty. And then if there's an incident, we stretch it, and I'm going to see a clean line. I also have exact inch measurement, millimeter measurements of what it should measure out. So I would love for you to bring it over, and I can check it out. The live feed at 901, this guy is incredible. I have no idea who it is, but he has caught that car about 6 corners in a row.
Yeah, I think he was a former pro driver, but but thanks. I was wondering about that
bring it
because
over, please.
I think
Let
I'll
me
have
take a
it
look.
sent to you. I don't have it with me, but I might send it off to you because I just pancaked the wall at Mid-Ohio. Didn't really do a lot of damage to the car or anything, but it's one of those things. I'd never hit a wall before.
Yeah.
I thought it was a tremendous hit, and they're like, yeah, not really.
Well,
so I'm thinking I should send it to you. It was in a Halo, a full containment seat.
Nice.
So it wasn't too dramatic for me, but I was thinking about those things, and now that we have you here, I guess I'm not the only guy that gets into walls.
Yeah.
Doc Waldrop. So maybe we should send our gear in to have it checked.
One thing that I like to do post-incident, so I started off in racing, and of course I've bounced into many different things that randomly pop up in front of me where I didn't expect me to be there. But a good thing to do is for a car that has an incident, let's go and, let's take the belts out of the car. Let's look for any stretches in the webbing, anything that may be frayed. Let's take the seat out of the car. If it's a composite seat, you're going to have a metal insert inside it.
Okay.
And that metal insert is bonded into this FIA seat. So the
Gotcha.
threads are an M8 by 1.25, and I keep a crazy long bolt. It's about the size of a gutter spike. And I put it into the inserts, and I wiggle it to make sure the inserts haven't loosened from the shell of the seat. So it's pretty. That's one thing I like to do. And also, since we got the seat out, let's look for hairline cracks. Let's go and get into this one now, because I've never taken a car apart and put it together and not had it better than it was before. There's always a couple things that this was in the way and I wanted to reposition it, but too much work. So post-incident, that's always a good time for us to go freshen up and, make things, as we say in Georgia, more better.
Yeah. All right.
So,
thanks, Ron.
I got some work I need to go do down there.
Okay.
I got a message for a Hans research, so I guess your fans are flocking over there in droves. So
It's a good idea.
Let me go knock that out. But I want to say thank you, team. You guys have fun. I love the announcing. We'll be listening to you down there.
Thanks, Ron.
You got it.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thank
Really.
you.
Thank you very much.
Bye, guys.
All right, folks, with that, we need to take a quick break for commercials, so we'll be back in just a few minutes. But you're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. 901 Motorsports leads the way with Visceral Racing Group in second, Blitzkrieg Racing in third, Frantic Anik in fourth, and Moe's Racing in fourth place. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And we're back here live at Barber Motorsports Park. Calling the race for you. I'm Paul Belton with Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong. And we're still green, folks. So we've got 901 Motorsports still leading the race over Visceral Racing Group. And both of these teams laying down some pretty good lap times, considering that the track is still wet from all that rain we had this morning.
It's very wet. It's almost, I mean, I can see some of the places the cars are traveling, like the hairpin, and they are really getting into some deep water over there. And it's amazing some of the teams that are getting these, 2 minute 10 seconds, 2 minute 11 second lap times, compared to some of the other teams. Some are really getting it done even under these almost horrific conditions. I've seen it a little worse, but there's a lot of water on this course. And then all of the oil earlier, I don't know how much of that actually moved out, so maybe extra slick in a few spots.
Yeah, we had some oil put down early on by one of the teams, and then the crews were having to go around the track, put down oil dry, scrub that in. This was before the rain came, so our concern was, well, what happens when oil dry gets wet? It basically turns into mud, which is just awful for racing. At least the kind of racing we want to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and then this morning it was still damp, so the oil dry was really soaking up the water more than the oil, so it left some of those spots super slick.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, by now all that's gone by the wayside. We had some real concerns about the weather, certainly just for easy ups. Back in 2018, we had almost like a tornado come through here, as it looks like the number 855 of Birmingham Racing, last year's winner here on Saturday, heads down pit road, and looks like they're headed out. No? Yeah, looks like they are indeed headed out. But yeah, we had toolboxes that got knocked over due to the wind. There were between 12 to 15 easy ups that were destroyed. I mean, it was really, really bad when it came through here. We had some big concerns today, but fortunately the winds haven't been all that damaging. But we did get quite a bit of rain. It really did soak the track down quite a bit.
So,
and soak down the areas off the track where cars wind up when they go astray. And not just in the gravel trap, the grass, the turf off the racing surface is very, very wet.
Hey, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Getting a note on Facebook that Effective Team Racing is looking for a Mazda NB crank trigger wheel. Doesn't matter on the tooth count, so they're effectively out without that. So Effective Team Racing. Are you an Effective Team? What movie is that from?
I don't know, but if it's a B series chassis, Wasting Money Racing runs a B chassis,
Okay,
so you
there
can,
you go. Maybe
you can
that'll
talk to
help
them.
Oblivion, by the way, with Tom Cruise.
Okay, I'm gonna go with that.
Are you an Effective Team? But yeah, that kind of sucks when you have those little tiny parts that don't normally fail.
Right.
And the rain has let up a little bit. It's not as thick as it was earlier. Bigger raindrops, tinier raindrops this time.
Yeah, it's more like a drizzle that's out there right now. And this weekend's race dedicated to our good buddy who passed away back in June, Doc Waldrop, who was a staple in the Champ Car series, a board member, and just a consummate hard worker. And in fact, this morning it was Chelsea Vickery was awarded the Spirit of Doc Waldrop Award for showing a like type of dedication and commitment, hard work to the series. She's done so much. Wow, we can really see that 901 car getting crossed up there. But this driver seems to have a handle on it.
You kind of get the feel that he feels really comfortable in this car in the rain. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
Just a mild assumption.
Trying to look through that windshield at 120 miles an hour or so is something else entirely when you start to feel the car moving around underneath you.
And this is obviously somebody that knows the track really well.
Yeah.
And then you've got some pro experience, perhaps. I believe they're associated with AutoZone, which is a supporter of our show. So we sure appreciate them for that.
We love AutoZone. I bet I looked just that good while I was driving in the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a shame we didn't have a camera in there. Somebody was complaining about that. Why don't we have a camera in the trophy wife car?
Well,
Maybe
tell us a
one
little
day.
bit about that. I mean, how much steering input were you having to use, all that sort of thing? Was your car handling well?
When it was dry, we were quite well. When it got wet, I felt like I was looking just like this fella. Like every corner, even in the straightaways, because I was out there when that first line of storms came through.
Right, yeah.
And it was really heavy, so just catching the car, just doing everything possible to keep. I mean, you're just hydroplaning almost the whole entire time.
Wow.
And my husband was 2 cars behind me, so I had something to prove.
We're back to that again.
Not going to go. This is Max Verstappen versus Lewis Hamilton. .2.
We are very competitive with each other. Most guys probably would have a hard time with a female like me who's so competitive. It bugs them a little, I think, because I'm always like, I'm coming for you. He's like, why is it always me? I'm like, I don't know, it's you.
Yeah, you're
the track camera's noticing mud being brought up onto the racing surface as cars have journeyed off into the grass and come back on. Of course, they pull some of that material, and that's going to exasperate
super grippy there.
the situation there.
Oh, is that on the top of 4? People went spinning off quite a few times.
And Tiffany, this looks to me like coming out of the carousel over here. I'm not sure what you really call that section.
So they're cresting the top of turn 4 right here.
Right.
Okay.
In the left part of our view.
Yeah. If the camera swings left, you'll see the front. Well, the second straightaway going away from us.
Right.
And us.
Maybe at the top, that's the exit of turn 1. You're seeing the track out of.
That gives you some idea of that 80-foot elevation change we talked about at the beginning of the program. This place rolls.
It's like a roller coaster. They used to call one section of it the Alabama roller coaster, but I think it was the tunnel section. I remember back when Grand Am used to come here, I remember they called it the Alabama roller coaster. I don't hear that really referenced much anymore. They call this the carousel, but I remember that one. It is like a roller coaster over there.
Oh, it is. Yeah. I drove this track in a Skip Barber school car chasing the late Jim Pace, who was the guy who tried to ensure that all the cars were sort of equally competitive. So he'd take car after car after car after car out on the track. So I got absolutely left by Jim Pace in car after car after car after car after car.
Well, he's a high-level driver.
Oh, he's very, very good.
He
such a great guy, such a loss.
Wasn't he the driver who also caught air recently at Road America? Was that the car that endoed? It caught air as it crested the hill there.
Years and years ago?
I think it was recent. So it's before he passed away recently here.
No, I don't think Jim had one of those experiences.
Okay.
That might have been Jim Mullen.
I see. It was only about a year or so before he passed, and maybe it was a different driver. But
maybe.
This same driver passed. I think it was COVID that he had gotten sick from. Yeah.
Timothy Elliott says, "You get in his head that way, Tiffany. Game of chess at that point." Did you like the track here when you drove it?
I did. Liked it a lot. That was years and years ago when my son was racing here, and it was very new, very different, very cool.
I love this place. Even though I come here all the time, it's still just a very exciting place to drive.
Sure.
Yeah, it was the shadow at Road America that they were driving that flipped end over and went up in the air on the front straightaway.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't Jim Mullen. Who was that?
That was last year.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I'm getting all my flips mixed up.
And it's funny how it happens more often than you think. You know,
oh, yeah. I mean, Felipe Ayo and Bill Auberlin in separate prototype incidents at my home track at Road Atlanta.
And, of course, the famous Mercedes at Le Mans.
Yeah, it was Jim Pace.
It was Pace who flipped at Road America.
Road America. And then his life was taken by COVID-19 just recent. That was the story I was thinking about.
Right.
Yeah, it was 2020 that this report came out. I remember, look how gorgeous that race car is.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, those shadows are so beautiful. But yeah, he had crested that hill and got air underneath it.
That's crazy. Well,
and it was a terrible crash, but he was okay.
Yeah.
He walked away from it.
A shadow crashed at Road America. I think it was on the vintage weekend, the Walter Mitty weekend. Big crash for a shadow Can-Am car.
It's terrible. I remember those cars out in the paddock area when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Walking around.
Not
the cars weren't walking. I was walking around. I said that wrong.
We knew what you meant.
When I was a child, my dad was going to take us to the Can-Am race at Riverside. We got there. It wasn't Can-Am. It was the Trans Am. and I got to see that, but with the Camaros and those really fast, cool cars. But I really wanted to see the Can-Am.
The Can-Am, right?
I finally got to see and touch or I didn't touch. Yes, I did. The,
You know he did.
The McLaren in the Peterson Museum in the basement. I might have leaned against, one of those, just to say I did.
What was it? An M6? One of the.
Yeah, it was one of the McLaren.
Kiwi orange McLarens?
Yes.
Yeah.
Beautiful cars.
Papaya, they call that color.
Yes, that's right, papaya.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, we were talking about old cars earlier. What was, how old was that car that we drove at AMP? That Camaro? Wasn't it a Camaro?
It's probably older than you. It was 1985, 86. No, it's an 86.
No, I'm older than that, but I do appreciate that.
I drove it last weekend again at VIR.
Oh, yeah?
So, yeah, that's a fun car. I had an absolute blast. Oh, we got all kinds of mud all over that window there.
Yeah, we've also got all kinds of rain. I just noticed it on our window in front of us, and as I look down the pit lane, it is
wet.
Really coming down.
This is the feed from inside the Visceral Racing Group, one of those Porsches. I suspect the 959. I have no idea why I suspect that's what it is, because they have two cars.
I think it's the other one.
So it could be the other one because they have two. It's a 50-50 shot.
Yes.
I'm seeing water drops on the window out here.
Well,
we have some more rain coming. Oh, yeah, we do.
Oh.
Yeah, the Visceral cars have changed. They've removed all that duct tape they had made into a spoiler in the back. They removed the back hatch, and they put duct tape back there, but I think that tech is now charging for aero devices made out of duct tape. So he's basically took all that off and cut the whole back of the car off, the whole the back part where the tail lights go. And so the air flow gets out of that car. Unfortunately, I think all that rain just whips right around back into the up onto the front window.
Right.
Rain and mud and everything else. Oh, the 633 EC. As he shifted going down the front straight here, he was almost sideways.
There it is.
Accelerating away.
Yeah, I saw them start to pull the yellow out there at the flag stand and then pull it right back in. And Mike Cope was asking, what happened to GMS Racing? Mike, I don't know. I just saw that they tumbled down the running order. Another car getting a little sideways out there. It is the number 918 Visceral Racing Group Porsche as they crest that hill coming up out of that, what I call the carousel section. I don't think they actually call it that. That's just what I call it. But it's that turn 4 crest. Got a little tail happy there. It's just, as Bob alluded to earlier, it's blind. You come up over that crest and the track keeps turning a little bit, and it's easy to find yourself in some deep weeds coming up there so quick.
Oh, you run out of track on track left very quickly. And obviously you can see it's raining, and you're thinking about like looking out the front windshield, fog, all of that stuff. But I just talked to a team, and they were saying they can't see out of their rear windshield. They, so you have a less awareness of where other cars are around you.
Right.
Well, here at Barber, looking out the rear of your window was a real asset that Doc Waldrop really liked.
Well, Doc had more experience at this racetrack than most because he's seen it from so many different views.
Including sideways?
Sideways,
right. Various corners, different angles.
And
I still maintain, in his defense, that car was wrecked before he got into it that last time.
Yeah.
And yes, we made fun of him while he was here too. Because
sure,
that's what we do.
And he loved it.
We kid because we care.
Yes. The Big Nova is in pit lane right now to put another 400 gallons of fuel in that car.
Right. They have the enormous fuel tank advantage. Which
Go Nova.
You can do it.
It's huge.
We believe in you.
It spun and was sitting sideways across the track right in front of me, and I'm like, oh wow, I have like half a lane on either side to pass, taking up the whole course.
You might notice, folks, some of the track cameras focusing on the guardrails. They're looking very carefully throughout this race. They want to know, who do we charge?
That's right.
Where do we send the bill?
Somebody hit our fence. Somebody is going to pay.
That's right.
Yeah, if you mess up the guardrails here, you pay for it.
But you don't get to keep it, as
No.
Doc Waldrop found out. He wanted that
Yes.
$1,400 guardrail he had to pay for.
It wasn't. It was $400 and some dollars, Bill.
I think it's like $400 some dollars a
But
foot.
he hit the same
Yeah, I bet-
guardrail 4 times, so he got charged
No,
$4 for it.
Bill.
It wasn't $400 the way Doc told the story.
And so from out the back of the Brew Crew racing machine, we have the Birmingham Racing Lexus SC300 passing, trying to come around the outside.
I believe Chris Preston is in that Birmingham Racing car. They just swapped out. Roger Cohen came out earlier, and Chris Preston is in there now.
Blitzkrieg Racing working its way back up towards the front. The team that led the race earlier this morning in third place now. So it's good to see them on the move. By the way, if you want to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so over on the web at racehero.io. And they have an app in the App Store you can pick up as well. Looks like Frantic Anik has come into the pits. I don't have a live stream on them right now, but also Roadhog shown in the pits. Those are the only cars in the pits in the top 20. Hot Rod Lincoln shown in the pits. And as we talked about a little bit ago, Dirty Air, their 75 Chevy Nova not turning laps. They should be heading back out. Looney Tunes also shown not turning laps right now. As the pretty steady rain coming down here at Barber Motorsports Park. Working lap 92.
And I'm impressed. You know, Birmingham is really still turning some relatively quick laps. Actually, that they just passed Brew Crew. Even though in this wet weather condition, they're, you know, anywhere from 8 to 10 seconds a lap over some of these top 20 teams here.
Right.
So they're definitely getting it done in these boat-like conditions. Probably get faster in a canoe out there.
Yeah, it's like a boat race, but with more water.
Right.
So, Tiffany, you've got all kinds of conflict of interest here because you got the Rockingham team out here.
Yeah.
The Hubs is out here in Birmingham, and then you're racing for Trophy Wife.
Right.
Right? You got all kinds of stuff going on.
I have good friends in the Dingus car. I have very good friends in that Volvo. We all come out here and leave it on the track, you know?
That's a lot of fun. And it's one of the opportunities that you're afforded when you come racing in Champ Car. It's really the easiest way to go racing. Doc used to say some things about how much fun it was. I don't think I want to say that. Only Doc would say that.
You said it's more the funnest thing you can do with your clothes on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yep.
What, is Bill dancing?
He's giving me those hand signals again.
He's not very good at charades.
We had a good talk, a lot of laughs about what happened at Indy from the pagoda when he was down there signaling, charades. And we weren't.
Doc was hilarious.
He was trying to communicate with you, and Doc and I were just laughing because it was so fun.
Yeah, I had no earthly idea what he was saying.
Yeah, he had no idea what he was talking about. So the standings, we'll take a quick rundown here, just get an idea of where things stand. Visceral Racing Group, it looks like they've come into the pits. They're not turning laps right now. So you've got 901 Motorsports leading over Blitzkrieg, then Visceral Racing Group, Momo Champ, and then Moe's Racing the top 5. C-Class being led by 901 Motorsports. This is the 903 car. As the 901 car, they've been having some trouble with that. They're well down the standings. Momo Champ in their Miata leads A-Class. And then if we come down here a little ways, here's our B-Class leader, Maximum Effort. And we have to go down to Dirty Air in their Chevy Nova before we find our lead D-Class car. So that's a quick look at the standings there. As we are green here at Barber Motorsports Park. Our next race is tomorrow. Gotcha. It's going to be back here again tomorrow for 7 hours of racing, but then we do go to Sebring, and we'll be there for a 2-day race. We've got a car that's looks like they've
got
spun.
sideways.
And I
okay, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, got it going again there.
Dare I ask you, Tiffany, whether your friends in that Volvo station wagon are male or female?
have one female racing friend, really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because mostly guys, but there's there's a few girls to do it nowadays,
Yeah. Well, I was more concerned with the car. I was leading up to a soccer mom joke, actually.
Oh,
but
no. Actually, my friend Sam Collier owns that car, and Randy Pope drives with him sometimes. But
Yep.
Sam is a funny story because I met Sam at Tigpree, Little Talladega, but Sam's dad is also a therapist. I'm a therapist. And so when we met there at the track, he was like, wait, you're Tiffany Alec? He knew my practice.
Ah.
And so he's also an LPC. And then Sam's sister was in marketing for treatment centers and was familiar with my practice, and I was familiar with her. And it's like, oh my gosh, small world. And we've all kind of kept in touch ever since. And then I didn't even realize that my husband has known Sam's dad for like ever. They were showing pictures of Sam in so my husband bought Eurasian Auto from the original owner, Bill Mitchell, and there was pictures of Sam as a little boy in Bill Mitchell's old 930.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like little thing.
Yeah, so Frantic Antic still having a pretty good show of it. It seems like the field has kind of settled down now. We had just a series of yellows, Tiffany, when you were out there in your stint, and we've kind of gotten to that place where things seem to have calmed down now, and we're doing a lot more green flag racing.
They got all the nuts out of the cars.
So
the bonsai drivers, put them in first.
Do they put the trouble drivers in first? Is that the strategy? But we've reached the bottom of the hour here, 12:30 local time Central. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car race at Barber Motorsports Park. And Marky the Farmer was asking, hey, can you play the clip, the soundbite, that Doc Waldrop used to speak whenever about these rain races? So, yeah, I want to play something here for you.
Well, the story is Chris Economaki was interviewing Jackie Stewart. Jackie Stewart loved racing in the rain.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just miserable. I mean, it's pouring down rain, and Chris Economaki sticks a microphone in front of Jackie Stewart and says, what do you think of the conditions today? And I mean, it's literally appalling. And Jackie says, it's a great day for a motor race.
So, yeah, there you go. So that's the joke, and it's great. We always appreciated those little sound bites, that those little pieces of wisdom that he used to give us. There's a joke that he used to tell, that he told once, that I've just always gotten a kick out of him. It's funny how I can listen to these jokes over and over again. I still find them funny. So let's hear that.
My favorite Dilbert cartoon is the one where he says we're going to give you more responsibility and so there'll be more pressure on you, but there's no money. And he says, and his boss says, it's how we recognize our best people. And he says, I thought our best people went to work for the competition. He says, that's the other way we recognize them.
I just love that joke. But then there's another really good one here that we found, that Doc talks about Jackie Stewart. Let's listen to this.
I have two favorite Jackie Stewart stories. When he was a color commentator for ABC, he was with Chris Economaki, and they were out at Riverside Raceway, and they took him to Ascot Park and showed him a sprint car, and said, Jackie, would you like to race one of these? He says, no, I don't think so. And he said, well, Jackie, would you at least like to take a ride in one? He says, to tell you the truth, I don't have my helmet. And so they said, well, we can get you a helmet. And he says, well, I forgot the other thing I need. And he goes, what's that? And he says, your balls.
It was always great having.
Yeah. Well, if you had two people whose voices and attitudes you wanted to impersonate, one of them was Sir Jackie Stewart, and the other one was Chris Economaki, that would be a tough call, I have to say.
Yeah, and Doc freelance did work for Chris Economaki and had some great stories. Mm-hmm. And as I'm going through the archives of our shows, I'm digging that stuff out. So we'll still be able to enjoy those stories. Yeah. So it's great stuff. So thanks for joining us, everybody, here on Champ Car Live. I'm Paul Veltum, joined today by Bob Varsha
And Tiffany Alexander's here. She's just gotten out of the car not too long ago, and Bill Strong here as well, as we're calling the race for you this weekend. And it's been interesting. We started off with, I guess you'd call it semi-dry conditions, and then the rain came in, and that proved, as it usually does here at Barber, quite dramatic. We had several cars sliding off the racetrack. We had and Bill's back with us here.
It's wet.
It's wet.
I'm reporting.
And it's cold, too. Don't forget the cold part.
It's a little chilly. It's not really cold, but I have a really nice new raincoat on to add to my 10 my wife posted on Facebook I already have. But, hey, I don't know, did you report what I posted up on Slack? I gave you an update? Maybe not?
No. All
right, so Ghetto Motorsports, or GMS, their wiper broke early on, while I think they were leading, or at least in the top 5. He went off 3 or 4 times, got the car stuck in the mud a few times, actually pulled it back in, said, okay, I can't go on any further. I couldn't see.
Yeah.
So they fixed the wiper, and then they had some fuel pump issues, so they fixed that. And then he said, all right, who's in next? Nobody wanted to get in the car. Nobody wanted to get in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the conditions are pretty miserable for some of these guys.
And then the 255 Toyota MR2, they're not able to rev the engine past 3,000 RPM. They're one of those teams that do not have an engine lid on the back. It's a mid-engine car, so they don't need an engine lid on it, so they don't run with it. And what's happened is we think, after talking with them, they may have water in the where the coils go down where the spark plugs are, so that may not allow them to rev. And I talked to Ron at Visceral Racing, as we're being told that one of their cars, the 959, just left pit lane and is having a hard time keeping that car on track right now. Ron said, I asked Ron if he'd been in the car yet. He said yes. He said this is the most miserable conditions he's ever raced in when it's raining hard. He says, you'll come up on a corner that, just like we talked about earlier, you'll come up on a corner and it was perfect that last lap, and all of a sudden it looks the same, but it's not. There's about an inch of water on the track.
Yeah.
He said that it's worse than the Nelson Ledges race that they ran earlier this year, that it was so bad. He's got a new driver in the car, I think the 959 right now. But yeah, he says it's pretty miserable. He says when it's just misting, track's perfect. Well, not perfect, but it's perfect for what it's like wet. But yeah, they're just plugging away.
Yeah, I remember I'm listening back on the 2018 show or 2017 show, Tiffany. You had brought up that they were getting ready to repave the track. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And that they had previously they had done what you called a diamond grind on the surface, and after that it was great. The grip was fantastic. I don't know how long it's been since I can't recall when they last paved here.
So it was shortly the summer before our last race. So I think it was maybe the summer of 2020, maybe? Does that sound right?
Okay.
Because when we raced here last year, I think that was still new surface. If not, I may be off by a year. Somebody will correct me, I'm sure, on the internet.
Is that a crowbar?
It's got a piece of bracing for something.
Yeah, plastic or something.
Yeah, there's probably not too many crowbars out there, but you never know. We had a team, GWR, that rolled out during the reconnaissance lap here, I will call it, before taking the green flag, came into the pits immediately with their 10-pound ABC fire extinguisher still in the car from when they pulled it around to the pits and didn't unload everything.
Talk about a racket when you take those first braking points or turns.
Can you imagine the disaster if you would have broken the valve off that fire extinguisher inside the car?
Well, you'd be able to find them pretty easily.
we would see him. He would see nothing except a cloud of yellowish green smoke.
When they did the repave here, they took the complete track surface down and regraded it to try to fix some of the places that the water would accumulate. But when the rain is coming down as hard as it is and you have as much elevation change as you do, I mean, water's just going to run and it's going to pool certain places. So they weren't able to get, I think, the runoff, as well as they would have liked.
Sure.
Is that a splitter sitting there? Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I still think one of the worst tracks for water was Sebring a few years ago until they redid the guardrails. They use those big FIA blocks along the front straightaway, and they put drainage holes down at the bottom of it, which allowed all that water on the front straightaway to actually drain away.
Oh, the front straightaway there is terrible because there's all that
really
paint,
bad.
and
Well,
you come across that.
Yeah, and then but before that, it was the amount of water that would get on there. And a few years ago, Daytona had the Rolex. They actually had to stop the race because there was so much water on the track. And I remember Champ Car and other amateur endurance racing series were all commenting about how we would just continue to race. But after talking with Bill Riley from Riley Technologies, he said, yeah, those DP cars, they can't do that because of the amount of the aero stuff they have underneath the car. They just turn into boats, basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that'd be a scary boat.
No steering.
Right.
So Birmingham Racing has moved up into second place. 901 Motorsports in first. Blitzkrieg in third. Visceral Racing Group has moved down to fourth place. It is, as Bill had said earlier, they're having some serious problems keeping that thing pointed in the right direction. It's a real handful out there. Momo Champ behind them, followed by Frantic Attic, Mose Racing, and Cone Crushers.
All right, they're black flagging 918 right now, and they're making him come in. They spun multiple times.
So the 918 is one of the two Visceral Racing Group 944 Porsches. And this kind of goes back to what GMS driver was saying. Maybe we better just not go out. It's just too crazy out there, and we'll just park it. And tomorrow it's supposed to be better.
Yeah.
We actually considered that option.
Did you?
We're like, well, if it's going to be a mess all day, do we want to just make sure and not wreck the car, and just park it and leave it dry and then get it out tomorrow? Tomorrow's a fresh race, right? Today doesn't count towards tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But then this morning was kind of pretty, and I took off, and then I was like, looked at the guys, and they were like, well, do we want to go back out? And I was like, I did it. You can do it. And that's all it took. They're back out on course.
I was reading in the supplemental regulations or somewhere. Actually, today does affect tomorrow. If you win,
yes,
you get
win.
docked 1 lap at the start for every lap you won by.
Correct.
Plus additional one just because. So you could start a couple of laps down if you've got a hot car and a good driver lineup.
Right.
Yep.
The MOV penalty.
Yeah, that's caught some teams out that were kind of planning that, and then the second, third, and fourth car may have dropped out, and all of a sudden they're like 6 or 7 laps ahead of the field.
They're like, oops.
So we might have a car off track left.
Yeah, I heard
at the
something.
exit
Did you hear
of
that?
16.
The MOV is the margin of victory, so that's what you're
Right.
trying.
Mm-hmm.
Each lap you win by,
Yep.
penalized, plus the one for winning.
So who won the Board of Election votes, Tiffany?
We can't announce that yet.
No, I can.
Hold on, let me turn.
Are we going to have
Bill down.
have an assault before we can certify the results of this election?
Hold on, I'm
Going to have a riot?
We have a process.
The process has been thorough. It's done. The board said good.
We have.
Bill's not on the board.
He's
So
not.
who won, Tiffany? I'm gonna get in trouble.
I want to make sure I had it right first before I said it. So Frank, our tech,
Ray Frank,
and Justin Andrews. How do you
Andress.
say Andress?
This is why Bill does the press releases.
Yeah, right. Like you're so much better. All right.
I don't have their last names, and then the other Frank. Not the Ray Frank, but the Frank. What's his last name? I only have their first names. Rain something?
Frank Reinheld.
Reinheld. That's like R-E-Y.
901 Motorsports.
That's what I thought. The car we've been in a lot during the day.
Yeah, which they've made a driver change here. We don't have the yellow gloves anymore.
That's right.
Yellow gloves. As
So, but they're still pretty quick out there. Still turning some of the fastest lap times among all of the teams up here in that top 10. You got 901 Motorsports and Birmingham turning very similar lap times, and the just looking at the gaps here, and this goes back to the whole thing, different drivers, you're going to have different levels of performance. You got a 47-second gap here from first to second place. And then we've got Blitzkrieg Racing, Momo Champ, Visceral Racing Group, and Frantic Anik, followed by Moe's Racing, Cone Crushers, and Brukert Racing. They're trying to claw their way back up towards the front of this field.
So Birmingham, I know, is off a little bit off sequence. They came in a little before the 2-hour mark on that first stop. It's not really showing it on Race Hero though. It's not putting their pit stops in there. But I know they have stopped because all 3 drivers have been behind the wheel today. That's odd.
Yeah, a lot of the teams, they're using their headlights today at the darker conditions, and it's something that, gosh, we've been preaching about for years, is bring headlights. You don't know what's going to happen out there.
And we've got a car off on the at turn 4. He's up against the barrier here, pointed towards oncoming traffic.
633.
Okay. 633 is the
Squadron.
one of the 2 Squadron cars that are here this weekend. And there's another car. Oh, no, it's
Visceral.
another Visceral again.
Is that 959?
They've spun around and put, it almost looks like, was it the kaleidoscope where you had the wheel and you put the pen in it and you spun it around and made designs?
No, the kaleidoscope is where you turn it and makes the designs. The other one
That's
is
the
called
turning.
You guys have got to get your toys straight before
Right?
you use them as analogies.
We've got a bunch of slow cars along the
I
front
need to take
straight
notes
here.
where Bob
Let's see.
teaches us how to actually do this
Where
properly.
is that?
It's called
That
a
was the that was the Porsche.
Spiralizer, something.
I don't know. That's why I'm not using
They're
them.
afraid he's gonna fall off.
You could use a dreidel or a top.
I don't get the dreidel song stuck in my head though now.
Yeah, that's a real earworm. I know what you mean.
So not only do they have a lot of artwork that they display throughout the grounds here at Barber Motorsports Park, but they change them up. So sometimes they'll be moved, sometimes they're removed completely, and there'll be some new things. But there are some that seem to always be here. We have
Full course yellow.
the Spider, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the big
Charlotte?
spider.
It's
Yeah, just
what
outside
they call
6.
it.
Is Charlotte?
Charlotte,
Yep.
as in
That's
Charlotte's
why-
Web.
Yep. So we
Charlotte's
call the
Web.
hairpin Charlotte's Web, and she has some little baby spiders under her, but they're very hard to see.
Yeah, these are new. I think we have 4 bison, and
Yes,
I don't
they're
know
new.
what those over on the left are. Those bears or wolves or what? There's 3 little critters. I think
So
they're
they have a
stalking the
cool
bison.
pamphlet here that goes through all the artwork on the premises, the whole place,
Yeah.
and kind of tells you where it is and what it is, and gives you a little closer picture. And they have a hanging lady over there by the museum, and they will change her clothes out on the regular occasion just to throw the drivers off. So she hangs under the bridge. So you
Under the
drive literally
bridge.
right under her. She in your brake zone, and she's in yellow clothing and glitter right now. She's got a glitter yellow skirt on.
Why would you put her in yellow around a racetrack where colors like yellow and green and red?
Mean certain things, yeah. Just to mess with us.
I guess.
Mr. Barber's kind of a Willy Wonka kind of fella sometimes.
It is eclectic. There are some of the sculptures are out in the woods. I mean, you can't see them. You have to know where they are to go check them out. It's interesting.
There's some you only see on course if you're driving. You can't see them otherwise. There's like a 3-4 story waterfall that you can see from the museum.
Yeah, it's down here on this end. I drove by it.
We've got one on the outside of the perimeter.
There's one at the
and
museum too?
There's one on the inside of the perimeter.
Aha.
That
Yeah,
was
looks-
the first one.
The pace car being called out. So we're going to pick up the field and slow things down here a little bit so they can get some things taken care of. One of the things they may be looking at is some of the debris that the track camera was finding. And one of our viewers said, gee, that kind of looks like a gas tank strap over here. I thought, gee, I think you might be right. That would be horrible if that's
That
what it
would
is.
be horrible. Yeah.
But it's a possibility, of course.
How would you lose such a thing? But anything's possible.
What else would you lose with it?
Yeah, exactly.
Only if you had taken the tank out and put it back up, but you really didn't tighten the nut
get it
down
in
all
properly.
the way.
Yeah.
And then that that can, once that first bolt comes out, it'll swing down and pivot, and then it would come out eventually.
Break off.
Polly, this is what you were referencing, right? I just touched it. Never mind. Hold on. There you go.
Yeah.
Spirograph.
Spirograph.
So
That's what
close?
it is.
Spirograph.
Spirograph.
Yeah.
I played with those when I was a kid.
I had no idea what that is. I grew up in New York.
It's just it's a plastic wheel that sits inside of another plastic wheel on a gear tooth, and they've got holes in different spots. You put your pen in it and you turn it.
Gives you a different pattern.
And it just creates that pattern, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of neat little designs. I knew what Polly was talking about.
Spirograph, yeah.
Means something different to us children of the 60s.
Here we have an emergency vehicle working its way around the track.
And that's coming up towards turns 15, 16, I think.
Oh, no, that's a weird angle.
I'm a little surprised nobody's gone off there. That's an interesting uphill right-hander. I don't know the camber exactly, but when it's wet, I got to believe it's a bit of a challenge.
Oh, yeah, that's a pit-in turn, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of camber through there, but yeah, when it's wet, it's a little treacherous. I would just kind of brake and then get the car super upset, and as soon as it pointed in the right direction, I would then hit the gas.
Yeah. Well, that's it, because you're going uphill, so you want to be on the gas.
Right.
But a little too much gas, and the back is going to be chasing the front. Or you'll understeer right off the track.
Well, that was a challenge in a couple of places, yeah. The car did not want to turn with so much water on the course.
Yeah.
You like turn the steering wheel and nothing happens. You're like, well, maybe I'll try that again.
Right. Soon.
Very, very soon before we run out of pavement.
Yeah, so the winds have calmed down, but I was talking to Ray Frank, our technical director here at the last break. He said, yeah, but the temperature has dropped tremendously. It's really cold out there. I'm surprised that Bill didn't seem to think it was that cold. There's one guy that just loves to complain about the temperature. It's Bill.
He hasn't started crying about it yet.
He's ignoring me.
Wait till tomorrow.
Well, that's actually Ray.
He's saving it up.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, they're saying 60. It was about 72 when we started. So. And it is not going to stop raining.
Just going to rain,
If
and the
these guys are
temperature going to just drop, right?
All the way to at least today's finish. What's it going to do tomorrow?
It's I think it's going to be dry tomorrow, but it's going to be 20 degrees cooler than the way we started today. 71 was the high, 51 the high. Tomorrow was what I was reading early this morning, but things change so quickly.
Almost freezing overnight. And what happens when we get rain and freezing temperatures? It becomes snow.
That's right.
Don't say that.
Which is something
bad
that
word, Bob,
you're
bad
familiar
word.
with in ChampCar, aren't you, Bob? We just had the most. I'll never forget. There's a picture circulating. I don't know if Doc took the picture, but it's you, and the picture is with the window behind you, and you're like this, and there's snow falling out there.
Oh, yeah, because we had a light just outside, so you have darkness and light, and this just,
What
and
is
it was
happening?
snowing hard. It wasn't just, Christmassy kind of stuff. It was.
It did it the year before,
Right.
too. Isn't that crazy?
That
I was
is
like, these are
very
big,
crazy.
fluffy flakes. That's why I didn't drive up there. I did it remotely. I was like, I'm not getting stuck there. They were like, oh, it'll never happen 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Never say never.
Yeah. Looks like somebody has been off.
Just
on the
about
run
everywhere.
to the pit entrance.
Oh, yeah, look at those ruts there. Oh, but we're going to go back to green now, so they've gotten it cleared up. So Flagtronics showing us that green flag, their green indicator. Tiffany, you used the Flagtronics today. You said it was helpful. You liked it.
Oh, yeah.
4 wide down the front straightaway, heading down into 1.
That's dingus on the inside.
Led by Brew Crew, the crowd favorite, gets through safely. Everybody gets it woed down and heads through there safely.
There goes Birmingham on the inside, trying to take turn 1 as well. Looks like they made it.
Of course, Birmingham in second place right now. And the yellow might have helped them a little bit, get themselves a little bit closer to the leader, tightening up the field.
what is it down to? 28 seconds separating first and second?
Right, unofficially 28.6 seconds, the gap between first and second place. Blitzkrieg is in third place, the team that led the race earlier today. At 11 o'clock, it was 901 Motorsports leading over Visceral in the 918, which they've had so much trouble with those Porsches keeping them on the track. Cone Crushers was right there in third place. Then it was Frantic Attic and GMS, who's sidelined due to a wiper issue, of all things. It's just, it's crazy how it's those little things that we don't do as much. We got a car sideways coming off and gathers it up very nicely, coming up over the crest of the hill there.
Well done.
But isn't it interesting, those things we don't really use very often, those are the things that can take us out when we need them most, like a wiper motor, which was probably original on the car from the 1980s. And the Gulp Mustang or Miata heading down with that Gulf livery.
I mean, it really does help when you have, your windshield wipers working and you can see where you're going and the wind is not fogged up. It helps a lot.
So a quick rundown here. Just taking a look at things. 901 Motorsports still leading this race by about 28 seconds over Birmingham Racing in that Lexus SC300. Then it's Blitzkrieg Racing behind them about a lap, followed by Momo Champ, who's also back about a lap. Then it's Frantic Attic and Moe's Racing. And, you're seeing some pretty good gaps here. That the field, as Bob indicated, is beginning to spread out. Even with these cautions, Frantic Attic about 11 seconds behind an EC car, which isn't really a player in the final standings here. But with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's 901 Motorsports, your leader. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car at Barber Motorsports Park here in Birmingham, Alabama. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha and Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong occasionally is talking to us. But anyway, we're used to that. Let me get you turned up here. Okay,
Thank
Tiffany.
you. Can you hear me?
Gotcha, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Yeah. So welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on the show. 107 laps turned so far, so we're working lap 108 if my math is any good. I suppose that would come after 107, right? And then
Yes, 107 completed.
It's all right.
Well,
yes, stay with me here, guys.
Therein lies the story.
Okay.
When we're doing Formula One at Fox and Speed and even ESPN, the official Formula One timing system gives you the results as of the lap. They're live, real time. So when you see lap 55 on Formula One timing, that means you're working lap 55. But the other system that we used gives you timing and scoring at the end of a complete lap. So you're on the same lap, but one will say 54, meaning 54 are finished. The other one will say 55, meaning 55 is the one you're on. So we always had to do this sort of quick extrapolation in our minds as we were, depending on which timing monitor we were looking at.
Makes sense.
Lap completed or lap in progress.
Right, right.
Yeah, I always knew there was something different there. I just couldn't quite put my finger on what was. It was like, oh, it's the next lap anyway.
Right. Well, if you watch the timing and scoring on the broadcasts, you'll get to say it's a 55 lap race, and they'll go 52, 53, 54, 55. So a newbie might wonder, well, if it's a 55 lap race and we're 55, isn't it over?
That would
and
be the
then
55th lap.
Final lap comes up on
the final lap comes up.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's it. That's like that's a different way of looking at it, but that's how they handle it.
Nobody asked me.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that weird? Well, if they knew it was good for them, oh well.
Polly and I always say that they need to do everything, to help the broadcasters, and the commentators.
Exactly.
I like to give them that feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you just do it this way.
Yeah. There's the Volvo.
Yes, that beautiful wagon of history.
That's the team battle wagon of the Collier clan.
Still seeing a pretty steady drizzle coming down over the racetrack.
Yeah.
So I think we can expect that for quite a while. I know we had a 100% chance of rain earlier.
What's the line from Caddyshack? I don't think the heavy stuff is here yet.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and watch.
When the bishop is playing golf and Bill Murray is caddying for him.
Charles here thanking you for your time, Bob. We've had several people that have chimed in and thanked you for being here with us.
My pleasure.
We appreciate that. What's next for you? So you've got, I know you'll be reviewing the Formula One race.
Yeah, we've got Formula One tomorrow, and next week we've got the season finale of the inaugural Extreme E Electric Off-Road Championship from Dorset in England.
Wow.
Which should be a lot of fun. The previous 4 rounds have been terrific. And
anybody we know in the series from Formula One?
Well,
all over the world?
The top 3 teams in the series right now are owned by Nico Rosberg, Jenson Button, and Lewis Hamilton. Michael Andretti has a team, Andretti United. Chip Ganassi has a team, Sega TV, Ganassi Racing. There's a whole bunch of people you'd know. And the driver lineup is spectacular. I mean, 9-time World Rally Champion Sebastian Loeb, 2-time World Champion Carlos Sainz. And the driver lineup, the rules call for 1 male and 1 female driver in each team.
Okay.
And it's been a revelation to me. I mean, I've been around racing a long time, but I didn't know who some of these female drivers were. I mean, Jamie Chadwick, who's a 2-time W Series champion, she was a known quantity. But Molly Taylor, who was the first ever female winner of the Australian National Rally Championship, is paired with an arena cross driver from Sweden, Johan Kristoffersson, and they've just been killing it. But there are just so many terrific drivers, and it's just been huge fun. 550 horsepower, all electric. They call them SUVs. They're like dune buggies, essentially. Full-bodied dune buggies. Ganassi's team has a deal with GM, so they've got Hummer body work on theirs. The locations are great. They try to race in environmentally endangered parts of the world, on a desert, on an ice field, on a beach.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. This final, they give them all funny names, well, not funny names, but evocative names, like the Desert X Prix, the Arctic X Prix. This final race in southwestern United Kingdom is called the Jurassic X Prix.
Oh, I like it.
I can't wait to see what they're going to do to make this thing fly. But the series travels the world in a converted mail ship called the St. Helena that uses the lowest sulfur fuel available. They're going to try to electrify this huge ship that carries all the cars, all the mechanics, all the TV, all the emissions-free, hydrogen-powered charging equipment. And they'll just set up a bivouac, out in the middle of nowhere, no spectators, no grandstands, set up a track or a course, and just put on a great show. It goes on for a couple of days, and I've really enjoyed it. So we'll wrap up the season next week and then slide on into 2022.
That's super interesting.
Yeah, it's fun. It's worth a look.
And actually, we got you on camera here, Bill. What he's showing us is the tornado damage to NCM Motorsports Park, the Holly building. Remember the Holly building that they just built? It's got the big the area where you can go out and observe. You can see the track.
Observation deck.
A lot of damage to that area.
Oh,
There's been some terrible tornado damage in that area.
And a lot of loss of life, which is the worst.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill sent me an image over on our Slack, so I'll try to bring that up for you. But I think it was Jenson Button that said something was on a lighter note. Racing at Monaco is like trying to turn your car around in your living room. I love Jensen Button. I
Yeah.
mean, what's not to love about the guy? He's just great.
Yeah, Nelson BK called it trying to run a bike race in your living room.
Your living room.
So there you go.
Do you follow much of the what is it called, Formula W or W Form?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I watched one of those for the first. Well, maybe they may have watched 2 races now.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's on the F1 channel,
Mhm.
so I'm started
Yeah.
watching those.
Yeah, the cars are very capable. The female drivers are very capable.
Oh, that's terrible.
It's a worthy series. Wow.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. While
No,
you were
that's
talking
okay.
about
It's
that.
Oh, that's just terrible.
it's just hard to imagine that kind of destructive power.
That's one of my favorite places to go. This is my second favorite place to go.
It's a good compromise, Tiffany, between you and I and the distance between us,
Yes.
because I live way up north, northern Indiana, and you live in here, and we just love that racetrack. It's not completely unlike Barber with all the elevation change, the challenging technical corners.
Very similar.
And they'll get it rebuilt.
Oh boy!
But that's another just a true joy of a racetrack to drive.
Well,
Absolutely love that one.
our thoughts are with all the people affected.
Yeah.
That's our meeting point, Polly. That's our halfway.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they'll get it taken care of. Matt Busby, who was the track manager there, was promoted, and so I can't recall who the track manager is now, but they'll take good care of it. They'll get it taken care of. I guess the Corvette Museum had a fire too, so when those
Jeez.
storms come through, and of course the Corvette Museum has such a storied history with that sink-in,
The sinkhole,
the
yeah,
sinkhole that they had there. In fact, some of those Corvettes are still on display that were a victim
Yeah.
of falling down into that sinkhole, which the museum originated in Fort Wayne, which is where I'm from. It was taken from there to
really?
Kentucky, and then
They build it on a sacred burial ground or something because they just seem to have one disaster after another.
I know it's been a challenge. They've had a lot of challenge with the locals, with the city, for the ordinance issues, and they've gotten by a lot of that as well. So it's been a challenging endeavor for them. But wow, what a fantastic facility! 23 turns for the full grand course. Just a lot of fun to go racing there, and we enjoy going there every year. So, in fact, our Champ Car was the series that opened up the track for the first sanctioned race there at NCM Motorsports Park, and we'll be back there again this coming year. I'm sure they'll get it all fixed up so we can go racing there again.
Got some cool tracks on the schedule, including the new Ozark
Yes,
on
we
next
did.
year's schedule.
I think everybody's excited about that. Not only is it on the schedule, we're going to run our championship race there this coming year. So,
wow!
For which if you check out our standings on the website, I've got those updated because that's another thing I do is I keep track of all of the standings for the championship title. And as you can see, we've got a lot of cars that are sitting on that soft bubble, which is the 75 car mark. But because we have cars tied for 75th, we have a dozen cars tied for that position. So all of those cars currently qualify. But I talked to Brew Crew Racing. I said, and the message goes to all these guys: look, you really need to get a 7th place finish or better to make sure you're off that bubble, because all it takes. And it's a bit of an ask, but we have a lot of cars racing this weekend and next weekend. A dozen cars finish up above, you could get knocked out and you get bumped. So that's their mission for all of these teams in that 12. They need to get themselves a little bit better finish than what they've had in the past. All of that's on the website, the ChampCar.org website. And you can find out what the standings are for that. There's also a championship run for the Southeast Championship, and that's up there as well, which will be decided here at Sebring.
So I've got some info from one of the teams here. They're a new team to Champ Car. It's the 527, the Night Owls, and it's a family team. Now we do a lot of family teams. You see a lot of father-son groups out there, right? But this is a mother, stepfather, and son team is the entire team.
That's great.
Robert Burbank, Joshua Kendrick, and Janet Burbank. So it was their son's idea to build a car and go racing, and so they go racing with their son now. and they're here doing that. They started within the last few years and did their first wheel-to-wheel race, I think, here last year.
That's great. I mean, but
Isn't
that's
that cool?
racing. Yeah, racing is in so many ways, a family sport. I mean, Freddie Freeman can't take his son out there to swing the bat at a ball game, but father and son, or mother and daughter, or any combination of family relationships can come out and race.
They got the Volvo off in the grass, huh?
Yeah. Disappointment.
Somebody ran out of talent?
Well, you know, it is.
No.
It is a
Definitely
station
ran out
wagon. It is a station wagon. They might be just doing a little picnic.
All the kids in the back shifted.
There are some vintage photographs of people used to picnic on the side of the road.
Well, yeah. Well, I lived in Europe for
It's
a whole
terrifying.
bunch, and they would just pull over at lunchtime. They'd
pull over.
or tea time.
They set up the card table,
Yeah.
get the kids right there.
The picnic basket, pull it out, and pull out their tea and crumpets and whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, Mary Poppins.
Jeez. Tea and crumpets.
And you didn't even say that with the English accent. I'm a little disappointed.
I lived in Suffolk. My accent over there, you couldn't really understand it. It's like, you know, like that.
Well, that's.
Thought that was your normal voice.
Well, yeah, it is.
Okay.
So, with all of the people, Bob, that you interview, you were talking to Gunther Steiner here recently. Do you run into trouble with that occasionally?
Understanding what they're
they're
saying?
saying?
Yes.
You have the.
I will say that.
And then how do you professionally? How do you handle that?
You change the subject. That reminds me of something I wanted to ask you about, and I hope I can come up with what it is before I'm done speaking.
Right?
The great Tommy
buying
Kendall
my
told us
time.
just to fake it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's,
that reminds me of something.
there are always dangers in interviews. One of my favorites is, well, wait a minute, we got an incident here.
Oh, BMW off.
That's becoming BMW corner.
Yeah, is this?
this
Have
that?
we identified this corner yet? Is that?
I think
There's
there's
another-
one off
yeah,
in
that's
turn
him.
one.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that's
down in
him
turn
right
one.
there. Okay.
That's him
I
right
didn't
there.
lean far forward enough. I see. He's sideways there.
So once I was a pit guy for a broadcast from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Might have been the Coca-Cola 600 weekend. I can't recall, but
Okay.
Richard Petty had dropped out of the race. And so, being a good pit reporter, I hustled back to the garage area. And by the time I got there, he was out of the car and was so relaxed that he had, the chewing tobacco in his mouth. He was working that hard. Charlotte is one of those sort of recessed racetracks, so you get all of this swirling noise and this bowl effect.
Yeah.
So when you go in to get the interview, you got to kind of take one of the cans off your ear and lean in really close so you can hear what the person is saying. So I'm leaning in close to Richard to get his
Oh no.
response as to why he's out of the race. And I'm not understanding a word of it, but I'm not terribly concerned about it because I'm focusing on this big chaw in his lip. And so he's talking and talking and talking, and sure enough,
You're like, don't spit it at me.
a little
bit,
little drop comes flying through the air and hits me on the lower lip.
No.
So here I am on national TV, and I'm trying not to throw up. I have no idea what Richard's saying, but I have decided that whenever he stops talking, that's the end of the interview. So, I mean, just try it for yourself. Sit there, not using your hands, and try to get as far away from your lower lip as you can. Complete with the little rainbow swirlies and everything as it came through the air. It was like it all happened in slow motion. It was.
But you couldn't do your best. What was that movie? You getting out of the way of the bullets.
Oh, Matrix. This was way before the Matrix. And
So we got safety car on site, and it looks like they're going to do the same thing they've done before. They'll stretch a long rope out there,
yeah,
and pluck him from the scene of the crime.
Keep it up. They'll need a T-bar like a chairlift at a mountain resort.
Mhm.
And look at that sky.
Yeah.
I had a similar experience, Bob.
to...
Your last gross one.
Oh, yeah?
I'm a therapist, right?
Sure.
So you sit in session hour after hour, person after person, you know, and life is happening, you know? I mean, but you're stuck in there for an hour straight,
Right.
you know? So somebody was in the middle of a very detailed, traumatic story, you know, very sensitive moment, and I go to take a drink of my water, you know, as I'm intently listening, and a ladybug had decided to go swimming.
She was doing laps in your water cup. Yeah, I get it.
But I didn't realize she was doing laps until she ended up doing laps in my mouth.
Really? Thought, what is that?
They don't taste well, by the way.
No,
That's
and so
crazy.
I was kind of there wasn't anything I could do, right? This person is crying and then something very and I'm gonna spit everywhere, and I was like, do I swallow it or do I spit it out?
Oh, man.
It was a horrible moment.
Yep.
And there you can see we're still getting the rain, still coming down here as that weather front is moving through here. And as we saw it, it has this diagonal thing going on. So we could be here a while. Now this is some old, a little bit dated. I'll have to go back and refresh it, but you get the idea
It just
of
keeps
what we're
coming.
looking at here.
Yeah. Hey, folks, just to let you know that Paulie talked about the national championship a little bit ago. I haven't updated the web yet. I'll have that updated soon.
Sorry, Bill.
Yeah,
Threw
that's
you
all
under
right.
the bus there.
No, well, people are asking that. And I said, yeah, I haven't. I have that. He did his job and sent me the stuff.
Well,
I've been traveling.
We've had back-to-back races, and getting ready for this one just seemed like, I don't know, twice as much work. We got a lot on our plates, so sorry about that, Bill.
Well, we also had everybody showing up here too. We don't normally do a show.
Right. We don't normally do a show at the track. It's just
Paulie's
a little
actually
extra
at
work.
the track, if you guys didn't realize that, because a lot of times he does it from the remote studio in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Yeah, in my PJs, right?
Yep. Well, you guys did that a lot too, didn't you, Bob? You remote stuff, not
Oh, yeah.
necessarily at the track.
Going back to the 90s, we started doing fewer and fewer races actually from the track. And truth be told, a lot of television sports and probably other genres of the business take place remotely these days. I mean, the Beijing Olympics coming up, a lot of that is going to be done from, at least as far as NBC is concerned, will be done from their offices in Stamford, Connecticut.
Are you going to wear VR goggles? Make it like
I won't be. It's I mean, it's a technique. It's kind of challenging from a broadcasting perspective, but the bottom line is you get so much better response when you're actually standing in front of someone and talking with them, and they realize that you're not turning over rocks or raking muck. You're not trying to cause trouble. You're not trying to get some kind of a scoop that's going to make you into a big broadcasting journalistic hero, and they'll give you much better answers. It's also more of a challenge. We talked earlier about all the racetracks we used to go to, the classics like Silverstone and Monza and Monaco and what have you. But there's a lot of Formula One tracks that I have not been to, designed by Toka and Associates, places like Turkey and Shanghai, and there's that high-tech defogging system, and those sorts of things. So you have to kind of work around some of the realities of not being at the location.
Right. We've had that too.
Mm-hmm.
When you were doing a lot of that work for Speed Channel, were you having to fly to a studio? I mean, you live in this area roughly.
I live in Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yeah, I used to commute to Stamford, Connecticut, if you will.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Right.
And you'd meet the guys
Every
there. 'cause
weekend.
You were the three of you were together.
Yeah, actually 4 of us at one time. Originally it was Hobbs, Sam Posey, and me, and then we brought in Steve Matchett, the mechanic in the booth, as it were. So it was a 4-man booth in a dark room in Stamford, Connecticut, watching the race on the other side of the world. But it worked because, if everybody is disciplined about what their job, what their role in the broadcast is, it works just fine. I mean, I'm the play-by-play guy. David is driver perspective. Sam is mechanics perspective, and Sam, of course, is just the poet laureate of motor racing.
It's a shame we don't have discipline.
I was just thinking that myself.
How far that would have carried us.
Rolls.
I'm currently writing that down. It's DIS, right?
It's discipline and it's chemistry, and you guys seem to have that in spades.
Well, at least we have something going for us.
We'll take what we can get.
We certainly had it with Doc. I was telling the story last night. Doc brought the whole self-deprecating thing into the show, and I just fell in love with it right away and adopted it because it made sense. It was something funny, and it just worked right away. And not only that, but he had a good relationship with Bill, but he was always just so hard on Bill, always giving him a hard time, and that whole thing just spun this whole thing into something that was fun.
Yeah.
So, wow, what a great thing to have happen to us was Doc Waldrop.
Hey, Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
We had so much
We have
fun
some
making
folks
fun of Bill.
on YouTube. Luke Mayakar, he's planning a parade for you when you get home. He didn't realize the announcers were from his hometown.
Oh,
so
really?
so it looks like they're
Parade.
going to plan a parade for your homecoming.
Do you mind wearing this red suit and white beard? And
Yeah.
How about these
and
boots over here?
Hand out some candy to my kids. That's great. Luke. That's funny. Thanks for saying that. That's great. Well, we're under purple. Gosh darn it. It's pink 35 here.
It is.
Not purple 35. We're under pink 35 here at Barber Motorsports Park as we head into another commercial break. And 901 Motorsports leads the race over Birmingham Racing, Blitzkrieg Racing, followed by Momo Champ. Not a lot of changes here up at the front of the field, but there's plenty of things going on. A little bit rearward, we're certainly seeing a lot of activity in the supreme struggle Visceral Racing Group is having with those two Porsche 944 RSs. I think we're going to see a very different race here tomorrow, but for today, these are the cards they've been dealt. This is the situation they're faced with, and we're going to see who's going to come out on top, but not just yet. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car race, the Enduro, at Barber Motorsports Park. We have a car that Squadron Racing up against the wall. We have another car, and it looks like it's peeled away some of the outer attachment layer there, and it kind of bounced them back up onto the track a little bit. So we have two cars. Let me get you turned up here, Bob. There you go.
Okay. A twofer.
Yeah.
This looks like the more serious. Got off driver's right and got into that tire wall in a big way. Well, it's not too much obvious damage.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah.
Driver moving around in the cockpit, which is good. The PQ Racing 2003 Hyundai Tiburon.
Yep. And we
Don't
we
often
also
see
have
those
another
in
car.
victory circles.
We also have another car that BMW is actually facing the incorrect way over by the bridge.
Right, that Squadron. Again, this is one of the Squadron cars. They've got a waving yellow now as the cars come up over turn number 4, because that is the spot where we have the Tiburon.
Yes. And that's kind of a dangerous blind spot, too, when they come flying over the top there.
Yeah, it really is. It certainly is at speed.
And right behind would be about where Doc Waldrop owned
Yeah.
that guardrail right there.
That's right. That's the spot.
On the other side.
Get you turned up there. Dear, go ahead, Tiffany.
Thank you. On the other side, at turn 1, on the guardrail.
No, he also hit here, too.
Actually, a little further down.
Yeah, it might have been a little further down, but yeah. It may have been one or two places he hit right there, like as he spun around.
Oh, gosh.
God. And, you know, I wanted so bad to make fun of him, you know, because, you know, that's what
we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, he had that sad puppy dog look on his face when he came up here expecting it. So it was more fun not saying anything.
Well, he was just really upset with himself.
Yes,
Yes,
he was.
You know, he lost it up there and backed it into the wall pretty hard, and he thought he hurt the car, brought it in, had it checked. Then he went back out, and he thinks he released the clutch a little too early going into 1, broke the tires loose, and lost it again and got into the wall.
It was conditions like this.
It was conditions
Raining
like this.
heavily.
It was terrible. It was slippery, but he didn't give himself any breaks. And I remember the corner worker who was working down there in turn 1 then decided, okay, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to do a little walk here, because that was probably more excitement than what they had bargained for in the morning.
Yeah.
So 901 Motorsports still leading this race with Birmingham Racing behind them. And you just got to wonder if these cautions, do they fall into advantage for the Birmingham team or disadvantage? I don't know. Now it's interesting. This is showing
They had just come out of the
Something different
pits
here.
before the course went yellow. So I would say that would be less advantageous.
Yeah, my race hero is showing differently than my race monitor. So I'll just do some refreshing here. There's a little bit of a conflict of. Yeah, I'm showing Birmingham down to fourth under the EC car. So.
Yeah, after that pit stop.
There we go. All right, guys, I'm up to speed now. The pylon that we have running there it looks to be relatively more correct than me. That's all we can hope for.
Relatively more correct, yeah.
Dave's going to take a look at it.
Is Dave's here?
Yeah, Dave is here.
Okay.
Dave's not here, man.
Dave's a good guy.
I don't think the young kids nowadays know what that reference is. But the
I don't even know if I know what that reference is.
No. Cheech and Chong.
Oh,
way
okay.
back. Dave's not here.
Luke chiming in over on our YouTube feed saying, from his perspective at least, the Museum of the Bridge, those Flagtronics are an absolute game changer. You know, I love those giant panels, those LED panels that they have here that flash at you.
And you can see it on the left. See it's flashing there above the flag?
Yeah.
And much more
just
visible.
Extreme left, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're taking that around the country now with us, and to our races. We will have them at Sebring. The only thing we're not going to be able to do at Sebring is do black flag over the system, but everything else we'll be able to do because we won't have
A black light. That'd be weird. Yeah.
We've done that before.
How do you do black on that?
We did do the black light.
Yeah.
Just BF?
No, we had one of those
thingies,
searchlight things with a black light filter on it. And
okay.
They'd use that at night for black flag. And you get lit up and everything in your car just,
is glowing.
Looks like a murder scene.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, we do that at the 20. We used to do that at the VR 24. We don't do that now. What's that noise?
We're inside the Pull My Finger Mustang.
I thought the building was.
No. Nope. The Nova's back out there on the racetrack. They're heading down the front straightaway now, circulating under caution here as the crews work to straighten up the racetrack here.
The Hyundai is coming down pit lane with the headlights still working, except the lens is a little busted up.
I think on this picture, you see to the right of the lights flashing on the white truck, you see tire tracks cutting off through the turf and a silvery indentation, I'm assuming, in the Armco. And I'm wondering if that's where that BMW went in, which might have spun it around and backed it up the turf all the way to where it came to rest.
Yep.
So that was a pretty big hit, too.
You know, that's a pretty fast part of the racetrack. You're just about near the braking zone, I believe. Tiffany, is that about?
Well, that's where you'd be coming down through the gearbox, and we talked earlier about how if you're not matching the revs properly in the wet.
Yep, that's the hanging lady.
Oh, there's the hanging
right
lady, too.
There's the hanging lady.
Yep. So that's your brake zone coming into the top of the museum.
I wish we had another name for her that wasn't so macabre. Let's call her Supermodel.
The funny thing is, it looks like she's over the track. She's not actually over the track. She's right along the line of the edge of the track.
You can see that's.
It feels like you drive right under her
do.
because you're far left right there when you're coming through there.
Well, we set up our antenna for part of the Flagtronics. You can actually see it from here, the window on the bridge itself, and we can't see it. Well, yeah, you can't see it in that picture. So it was. Come on, yep.
Get you back there.
But yeah, you can see her there.
They moved
I was standing underneath her. We were looking for her, and I can't find her. And I looked straight up, and there she was.
I can't remember if she has an official name. I will check. I can check on that for you. So checking in with the Night Owls that we were talking about earlier, Janet, the mom of the team, is going in next to do her rain stint.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
She's going to try to keep it out of trouble.
Look at Brew Crew, top 10.
So go Janet.
Yeah, Brew Crew's still doing well there in the top 10. I just remembered I did a race at, what's that place in St. Louis? Brainerd, with a family team like that.
Oh, yeah?
Mother, daughter, father.
Nice. nice.
Yeah.
So folks are talking about Flagtronics on the web and how it the actual FT200, which is a unit we use in the car, that it alternates yellow, the color with a letter of what the flag is. And we did that because we have we do have some racers that work with us on the TAC that are colorblind. Mm-hmm. And they've come back and gave us some feedback, and we're able to integrate that into the Flagtronics units.
Yeah, I know who the racer you're talking about. And he said basically when a flag would come out, he couldn't tell the difference between a yellow and a white, so he just treated everything like a yellow.
Yeah.
Looks like the Free Whiff Racing BMW is currently shown in 6th place, is not turning laps. That could be the BMW that's stranded down here. Well, it looks like they've already pulled him off the track. It's an EC car. Barber Motorsports Park, 880-acre multi-purpose racing facility, known for its picturesque beauty. And hey, we're back to green here. The rolling hills of Alabama, 2.38 miles is this high adrenaline road circuit in Birmingham, Alabama.
A little bit of wiggle from these cars as they go down the front straight. As they were held up by the pace car, the rain had a time to level out on the track and pull up in places that during the race, at race speeds, it gets pushed off.
Nearly 70 teams joined us for the race today. Looks like the Free Whiffs team has tripped the pit loop, so it looks like they were just doing a standard pit stop, and they're heading back out. Also, Bob, that 66 Mustang of yours has gone back out onto the racetrack too.
Yeah, they were just in the pit.
Pull
and
my finger.
They were doing some body work on it with a jack handle.
Oh, yeah?
Pulling the fenders away from the wheels.
Uh-huh.
Bring out the Persuader, the sledge.
The Persuader. I like it.
Well, see, that's something that happened back in 2018 when Doc backed it into the fence over here and busted up the back end. If you remember, Bill, it broke the battery too, because the battery was nestled back in the BMW on that right rear quarter well. But when they went to pull it out of the next incident, Bill's idea was, hey, maybe if they'll just hook you up in that corner and give it a good tug at the same time, they'll kind of pull that car back straight again for you.
It kind of did. And the rain really is still steady. It hasn't really picked up any, but it's steady.
Yeah.
Unrelenting.
So I picked up a screw in one of my tires on the way over here from Indiana. Had a tire leak, beginning to leak, and I knew what I needed to do was go to AutoZone and pick up a tire repair kit. So sure enough, it didn't take long for me to find an AutoZone close by. Went over there. They had everything I needed in stock, bought it, plugged the tire, and I'm good to go. Their parts are manufactured to meet and exceed OE quality, durability, and performance. Whatever make of car you're driving, Duralast parts keep your car driving tough. Duralast full range of auto parts makes it easy to get the right part the first time. Whether you're changing your oil, rebuilding your engine, Duralast gets the job done right. Shocks, brakes, batteries, starters, and alternators. Check out AutoZone.com for more information. Did you have a thought, Tiffany?
Well, they said Aaron Shanneman is in the 902, but we have a, 901 Motorsports has a 901 and 903 on my number thing here.
I think he meant 903. Remember, it's probably
what
cold out there.
There
for
it
those
is.
guys.
Yeah, 903. Yeah. I was thinking that was just a typo, but I was going to check my my sheet here just to make sure.
They're trying to type with gloves on, and
they're down there with the, they're all excited because they're, currently in the first spot.
Yeah, they've been in this position for quite some time now. Of course, the race, when it first started, we had Blitzkrieg Racing leading. 11 o'clock, it was Visceral Racing Group that was leading, and then followed by 901, and then Cone Crushers, Frantic Antic, and GMS. But shortly after that, they took the lead of this race. So Visceral Racing Group, though, really having a tough time of it today finding himself off track, just not performing that well in the wet, which I don't seem to remember them having so much difficulty.
Do you
under
think
wet
in the wet
conditions.
you want a heavier car or a lighter car? Does it matter? Because I know when I drive in the wet in my Ram, my heavier cars, it's easier to drive.
I would think you want, at least with the weight you have, the water displacement, right?
Versus my MR2 Spider, which is like 1,900 pounds,
Just
and that's
wants
a
to-
lot harder. It just floats on the
We saw what you did there.
Snuck it in, huh?
Yep.
Oh no, my camera has water on it.
Oh, I got MR2 in there.
Yeah, with all the water that's out there, it's no surprise we've got some on a camera lens. On board with Brew Crew Racing, really has had a pretty steady day of it. It's kind of lurking about there in the top 10.
Surprised that margarita hasn't moved off that parcel shelf.
Yeah, they got the sombrero hat there, or whatever that is.
That'd be my guess.
So this,
or else the juicer for the limes that were going to go into the drink.
And I would like to announce Doc Waldrop's birthday is today.
Is it really?
Yes, every day is Doc
every day.
Waldrop's
Oh, I
birthday.
see.
Every race weekend.
Every race.
Usually we do Friday nights for birthday
Yeah.
nights. But, occasionally we throw a Saturday night in there too.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Arjun told that story last night where that originated. It was a fantastic delivery of a story. Said, those being guys and hamming it up, right? They'd, just kind of pick a person in their group and somebody go to the bathroom and tell the wait staff, hey, it's their birthday. Bring a bunch of people and surprise them, right? So that was kind of the running joke that they would do. And then when they all started hanging out with Doc, they did it to Doc, of course.
Right.
And Doc, of course, was, most people are, oh, what? Surprise, weird, awkward. Doc loved it.
Yeah.
He's singing along. I get the
You
free
bet it's my
tequila,
birthday.
right?
Yeah, so where's my free drink?
That's right.
So, and they just went from there.
Yep.
I just figured it was because working with me puts the years on you. I mean, if you look at Bill over here, he had dark hair when he started working
You
with me.
wouldn't believe
Now
he's
look at him.
27, would you?
You wouldn't believe it. That's what happened. So, Bob walked in here with dark hair, and he's gray too. It's terrible. See what happens to you?
Don't touch me then.
No, it's that was one of the things that a running joke they had with doing the birthdays. And he'd usually end up with a sombrero on his head. And
I have
it was
pictures.
a lot of fun.
Lots of them. Lots of sombreros.
I'm wondering, Tiffany, if Birmingham has a stream that they're running today.
I haven't seen one,
Okay.
but let me check.
All right, I don't see that it's running either. So
One of my team drivers decided his head was hurting a little bit, that his helmet wasn't quite, sitting on his head the way he liked. So he
Okay.
just decided to drive into the paddock and make an adjustment.
okay, I was going to say you could go see Ron at Discovery Parts and
Yeah.
get fitted properly, because that is pretty important.
Just
That's
come
the
right
obvious.
off the racetrack and do that right in the middle of the race, right?
A little bit of the racing going on there with the Miata, trying to get around
Yeah.
Brew Crew. A lot of water coming off the back of that car, lifted up in the air by that wing, and that's one of those Wingman wings, or not Wingman. That's the what's the other company? 9 Lives wings on the back of that car.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got 2 of the wing companies in that one sentence or paragraph.
That's efficient.
Yes.
I like the one that's like Big Wang. That one's
That's the 9 Lives. The
that's
wing.
funny.
Yeah. They're a participant on our forums. They give us a lot of good aero technical information. Yeah, you can see that just the way the wing just lifts that that rooster tail up in the back.
There's a lot of water still on the course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see what the cars following have to go through.
Yeah, that looks most unpleasant.
So 2:30, I'm guessing, is where we're going to start seeing those pit stops start kicking it again for all those teams that are hitting that prime spot of hitting those pit stops, 3 times, so every 2 hours. So in about 40 minutes, give or take, we should see these teams coming in. 901 Motorsports pitted back on lap 93, so I'm expecting to see them on target here. Remember that first stint was it was more of a time stint because we had so many yellows. I don't think there were too many people struggling with fuel, except, of course, the Mustang. It's just natural, right? They go through a lot of fuel.
With all this rain, I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams that normally couldn't make 2 hours that are making 2 hours.
Right. This really throws things so differently for these teams, and and that's one of the beauties that one of my favorite formats is that 8 and that 7, because you get the teams that have the advantage with fuel do well in the 8, and then they lose that advantage with the 7, and the faster teams then they come along. So it's a really great combination, but with this rain thing, it just kind of throws that whole thing, turns it around, because now you have teams not having to use as much fuel to make it through their stints.
Lots of variables.
Blitzkrieg there in second place. Looking for their, I'm not seeing where they tripped the pit loop there, so I can't really comment on that. It looks like they had a 8-minute lap there back around that same time, that lap 93 area, so it makes sense that they would have pitted right there. So these top teams running pretty much right together on the same strategy. Birmingham Racing now, make sure we keep an eye on them. Remember, they won this race the Saturday of last year, and they finished second the previous year on that Saturday, so definitely a threat. They just seem to do really well in that Lexus in the rain.
Yeah, and this is their home track at Birmingham. All of the drivers, this is their home track. So.
Well, and I talked to the team captain of Brooker Racing, and I told him, I said, look, you're on the bubble in the points. You need a 7th place finish or better. They are currently in 6th place with that EC car out of the way. If they can maintain this, that takes them up off the bubble. Right. And with a dozen teams sitting there on that bubble, he needs to be in the group that's up ahead.
Right. Now,
this would be their best finish ever.
Yeah.
Their best finish was at NCM when I raced with them, and we got 8th.
8th. Okay. I knew it was right in that top 10.
And they tied that at VIR in the 24, which, in my opinion, was an even more
that's a harder race of
an accomplishment.
Absolutely.
So if they can finish better than 8th today, it'll be the best finish ever for the team, and it would certainly help them. They need a better than 8th place finish to get them up in the standings.
Well, and I know that Birmingham hasn't done many races this year. They did Road America, the national championship race, but I think that was and maybe Road Atlanta. No, they didn't do Road Atlanta this year. So they need a very good finish here, because they didn't do very many races to even qualify to go to the Ozarks and fight for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot at stake, and obviously everyone wants to go to the new racetrack, right?
Right.
Everyone's excited about this racetrack. Yeah. It's got a lot of elevation change. It's technical. It's exciting. It's new, and that's one of the marquees, you might say, of Champ Car, is we get to race on these bucket list tracks for the least amount of money. It's the biggest bang for your buck, the most fun you can have with your clothes on. That's what Doc used to say. Yes. And Ozark certainly plays right into that so nicely. So I know Doc was really excited about Ozarks when it came about, and here we're not only going to go there, we're going to have our championship race there. So there's really a lot at stake here this weekend.
It evens it out for everybody, because nobody's actually raced on the track, so there's going to be no practice. We will have practice there for the Friday. And we kind of think it's a requirement, mainly because the track is so twisty-turny and elevation changey that you have to do the practice to learn it to go fast. And if you don't get on the track, you're going to be totally lost, probably after turn 2. And when I say lost, you'll be lost.
How many turns is it?
502.
Okay, that's what. Yeah.
Somewhere around there, like an average. I don't know, but it's a lot. I was lost, and I wasn't even driving. I was a passenger in the car. They pick up as we were going around it. And a Ford Lightning going, oh, my God, this guy's going way too fast.
There are tracks that are that way that, and Greg Platt and I were talking last night at the warehouse. Both of us have spent quite a bit of laps over at Gingerman. Gingerman's like that. The first time you go out there, it's easy to get lost if there's not a lot of markers out there to kind of give you a reference point. So that'll be fortunate. We'll have some practice time out there for everybody to get comfortable with it.
So Aaron Shanneman is in the 903 right now.
Right.
So people keep asking who's in the car.
I said it earlier.
Yes, but they keep asking.
Oh, Aaron Shanneman. Aaron Shanneman. Shanneman of the Aaron clan.
He's one of our
we should turn it into a song.
That work at AutoZone. That advertise on ChampCar.Live.
Yeah.
That's funny. The English Stig, the German Stig, or the Klaus Ledwig.
Shanneman, that's an Irish Stig.
He said the Irish Stig, yeah. Love it.
Still think the Southern Stig, was it redneck Stig? I forget what they called them at during the show. Who's the American driver that played that Stig on the show when they came over here to America? Come on, guys, help us out here.
I don't know. I don't know who that was.
That
wasn't.
American Stig.
I don't know.
Big NASCAR driver.
On which show?
Top Gear.
On Top Gear? It was
NASCAR driver on Top Gear.
Was it Smoke?
No.
Okay. I don't know. I the only time I saw him unhooded was when it was Michael Schumacher.
It may not have been. Well, it may not have been Top Gear. It may have been the other.
Okay.
Their Amazon show.
A NASCAR driver.
Oh yeah, the redneck Stig was a big guy in a white suit, really big.
Alex
big
says
belly.
Mike Skinner.
Yes, that's who it was, Mike Skinner.
Ding ding ding.
Huh.
But I think he was the. He wasn't masked. You knew who he was.
Oh.
So it must have been the Amazon show.
Ernie said that NCM took him a while to learn. Yeah, 23 turns. That one takes a minute.
NCM is easy once you realize that the second part of the track is actually almost a mirror image of the, or almost exactly the same as the first part of the track.
No.
Just a slight little differences to it. Yes. But not
There's
much.
I don't know, a sinkhole.
They ran out of ideas?
It's
No,
not.
it's just-
It's
it's
completely
elevation
untrue.
changes. No.
Nothing
at all
It's
like
the
it.
same line.
No, it's not. Where are the Porsche curves in the second part?
Okay, I would like to ask, who has won at that track?
I knew we were going there.
This guy.
I knew it.
I have one there too, Hot Shot.
Oh,
I got
you
my
did,
best
didn't
finish
you?
there.
Yes.
My
You
best
did.
finish was at NCM too.
Yeah, I forgot about that, Paul.
All
I
right,
didn't
so
get a trophy.
now that we're done with the chest puffing competition, we're going to take a quick break for commercial. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. 901 Motorsports is your leader. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Rely Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Looks like we're back under caution again. We've got a car that's been actually already extricated. It looks like a catch and release from Charlotte's Web, as it's called. It's the hairpin turn here at Charlotte Motorsports Park. There you can see a track outline there on your screens. Let me get you going. There you go.
George Barber would prefer if you called it Barber Motorsports Park, not Charlotte's Motorsport Park.
Oh, thanks. Gosh. You can tell I'm getting tired.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
I'm going to use that as my excuse anyway.
Go for it. I mean,
their excuses are cheap, right? But it looks like they've got that car pulled out, and So we should be able to get back to green here shortly. I'm not seeing anything else on track cams. And so, yeah, thanks for joining us, everyone. Paul Veltum, I'm here with Bob Varsha is joining us this weekend, our special commentator guest. And we've got, thank you, Bob, for joining us. We appreciate you.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Tiffany's here. And Bill is on recon. He went out to move a camera for us so we can get another in-car camera.
You got him to do something?
Yeah.
Trick him?
No, I didn't trick him.
It's hard to get him to go outside and do stuff in the rain, you know?
Yeah, Charlotte's Web turns 5 and 6 there at the base of the hill there. Going in that bend, looks like we are going back to green, so there you go. Looks like Dingus not turning laps right now there on Race Hero, but still leading the race. 901 Motorsports led by Blitzkrieg over Birmingham Racing. Momo Champ then scored behind them is Dingus and then Brew Crew.
Dingus is in the pits. They're doing their fuel.
And while we were at the break, Tiffany, you and I were kind of peeking over the balcony area here, up here in the tower at Barber, and we saw one of the Visceral Racing Group Porsches, and it was looking the worse for wear. It was looking rough shape.
That was my exact thoughts. At first I thought it was a Miata, but I was like, I don't think we have a Miata with that color livery, you know? And I was like, is that, I looked at Polly and I was like, is that the Visceral car? We were like, I think it's 5 feet shorter.
Yeah, it's been a rough weekend for those guys. These are the kinds of weekends, or at least the start of a weekend, it can be miserable. So we're seeing the Crown Vic of Battle Scarred Motorsports heading down pit lane. Looks like they're getting ready to head back out. And,
wow, that thing is a relic. Holy moly. Looks like something left in the bog at Watkins Glen in the 70s.
It's a cream puff, isn't it?
Mm.
So Luke says he's here because he drove the track yesterday and found out about this going on today, and it's got him hooked. So
that's great. That's
we're
great.
Glad to have you, Luke.
Yeah, you can check out. There's a lot of information out there on the ChampCar.org website, ChampCar.org, and we've got a mentor program that's up and running, and just a lot of. There's a forum there, so you can get some ill-advised information, and. And even more irrelevant information on this show. So, so thanks for watching. We appreciate having you, and hope to see you at one of the tracks. Probably, and something we used to preach and continue to preach. One of the best ways to get involved in the sport through Champ Car is to become a volunteer. Then you can come out and experience what the race is like. You can learn so much, and you get paid, and you get fed.
Yeah,
it's really a win-win-win.
You can decide what the best equipment for you would be in the event you decide to come out and race. Just bring the right attitude, which is go out, be safe, have fun.
Keep your expectations low. What? No, that's us.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, when you're tuning in.
It's exactly what, the experience. There was a team called Victoria's Secret.
Oh, I remember that team.
And that's exactly what they did. They got their buddies together. They went out and volunteered at a race. And by the weekend, they're like, okay, it's an E30. And that's what we're going to do.
That's what we need.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And it worked out for them. They still race with us occasionally. So great story, and that can be you guys too. It's a great idea. Get some buddies together. Another option is you can race as an arrive and drive driver, which means you rent seat time from teams that are renting out stint time in their race cars.
Let somebody else work on the car.
I love to do that. That's my fave.
And there's driver training offered if you've never done anything like this and you want to start from scratch. That's okay too.
So Dingus is about to leave the pit lane after their fuel stop.
If you'd like to find out more information about doing those things, check out the ChampCar.org website. There are various teams that are highlighted on our website that rent out seat time. You can also, through the forum, go through the Connecting Teams and Drivers thread and find teams that are looking for drivers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so sometimes, you have a team, but certain races you have to have a minimum number of teammates to enter the race. Like I think it's like 3, or at some races sometimes, is it 3 or 4, like VIR, like a 24 race. Anyway, sometimes they need somebody to fill in. Maybe somebody can't make it, or they run a shorter team and they just get a fill in. Then some teams just run complete arrive and drive teams where all the drivers are arrive and drive and just, purchase their stint time. So lots of different options. I tell everybody, actually, before they build a car, to come out here and volunteer.
Mm-hmm.
Then you kind of understand the organization much better, kind of get a feel for maybe what car you should, build. And then rent a seat with a team and do a race before you, spend a bunch of money and time.
Right.
And make sure it's something you like, which you're probably going to like, right? But you'll have a valuable insight into when you go to build your own car that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Right. You can learn how to do the whole process efficiently, within a budget.
Right. Without having to make all the rookie mistakes yourself.
Right.
They can kind of, those arrive and drive teams will kind of just teach you that stuff right along.
Pretty soon everybody in the family will be saying, when's our next race?
Mm-hmm.
Coming up on that 2-hour mark here for another round of pit stops, which always causes the standings to get shaken up for a little while at least, until everything shakes out. So 901 Motorsports leading over Blitzkrieg. And it's interesting that Blitzkrieg led the race early on in the day, and they fell back, and now they've kind of worked their way back up to the front. They're turning these very fast lap times. These 207s, our leaders turning 208s. They're the fastest cars out there. So it's probably just a matter of time now. They're shown about a lap gap difference there in Race Hero, but what we're going to see is as they come across the start-finish line, we may actually get a time mark of what the gap really is. This time by, we'll see. We're showing here, Race Monitor shows the same thing. Yes, and then Birmingham Racing is in 3rd place. Momo Champs in 4th. Blue Crew's in 5th. In 6th, it's 686 Motorsports. And 7th, it's Moe's Racing. Yeah. So 8th place, separate checkbook racing. Those guys have always done really well out here. SNL Kruger's behind them. And Syndicate Racing, that's the team that Greg Platt has built with one of his drivers, the team that was formerly Premature Accelerators in a Miata.
I like Syndicate better.
Yeah.
I like the name change.
Yeah.
So Luke is saying, he's trying not to be a fanboy and hogging up the chat. Don't worry, Luke. We'll take all the fans we can get. And Luke and T-Bone are agreeing that turn 15 to 16 is a difficult part. We call that the pit-in turn, I'm guessing is what you're referring to, what's on the screen right now. And it is quite difficult because there's lots of different ways to take it. I kind of like that turn because it's a good passing zone, because someone who's not super familiar with this track will struggle there. And I know lots of different ways to get through there. So there's lots of ways there's a few ways you shouldn't try to get through there, but there's a few ways that work. So this is a great track to play on, though. You learn so much. But we're happy to have you, Luke.
And a look out the rear view of the Brew Crew Racing machine. Some of the transmissions we're getting are failing on the in-car cameras, so we're just kind of biding our time here, hoping for things to improve a little bit. And Bill's out putting a camera in another car for us, so hopefully we can get another in-car camera feed working here. We've got a camera in the leader. Our 901 Motorsports and the number 903. This is their sister car, the more recent build of the stable. And I talked to Frank earlier this year at Mid-Ohio. Asked him how's the 901 car coming, because they had that terrible impact into the wall at Oak Tree. at VIR, and he said it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Both cars are here this weekend. The 901 car not doing as well as the 903 is leading this race.
Yeah, they've kind of held the front of this field most of the day. Pretty good job of it.
You can see the rain has let up a lot, and that the windshield wiper, at least here on the number 903, is much more effective. No fogging.
Yeah, it looks like you can see where he's going. Track's still super wet, but
Just the occasional abrupt stop.
it makes me think that we're spinning too. You know?
Right. This is a cool corner. You got feet in the throttle. You're turning, you're turning, you're turning. You're reaching the bottom of the gully and then heading up. There's that blind right-hander coming up.
It's turn 4 we've been talking about.
Yeah. Get your visual cue. Something to lead you to the apex.
Headed into the museum turn, or we call it the corkscrew.
Mm-hmm.
I like that turn. That one's always fun.
And I did find a stream for the Battle Wagon team. This is the Volvo wagon, although it's very glitchy. There, and if any of the team is listening, the way to deal with this, I think your res is a little too high. But if you knock it down to like a 480, you'll find that this will clean up quite a bit.
I'll text them that.
Okay. Yeah, that's what's. But we're inside the old Volvo wagon here. And I wanted to ask Ron when he was up here about the Bell helmets. I know there's that whole. Ooh, we got a car right at the top of the hill that stopped. Yes, it is indeed.
Yeah, right
over
down here at 4.
And this is another, just not an ideal spot to be, but they're past the turn in there, so could be worse. And I'm hearing way off in the distance through my headphones. I think I hear full course caution. So that might be, oh, and there it is.
Yellow.
The Flagtronics light up like a Christmas tree, and Race Hero identifies a full course caution for this BMW here, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell, I would say.
It's kind of rough looking, isn't it?
Yeah. Think of all the money you save on cosmetics.
It seems like as soon as you clean them up, somebody hits that spot that the brand new bodywork you put on it. That's exactly where they go.
Is that how it works?
That's how it works. They start putting their hands together, and they're like, that's a shiny little spot on your car, you know.
Well, it doesn't appear to be raining right now. It'd be interesting if it stops to see whether the track can develop a dry line before we finish in a little over 2 hours.
I mean, it's been raining here in Birmingham for the last several days.
Mm.
Oh, Bill's playing charades. He wants to see if the camera 3, CCL 3.
Yeah, it's working. I don't know if you can see him.
Yep.
I've got up here in the tower, I've stacked up all of these monitors right in our way. It's one of the downsides of doing production from the track, is then you the whole purpose of being there so you can see everything and you cover everything with
you
monitors.
need to hang them from the ceiling is what you need.
I'd be laid back on the bed or something to see what I'm doing.
Working at home, right?
Right.
Actually, when I do the broadcast remotely, I have my laptop sitting on top of my printer, and then I have my big TV sitting on my desk, and I use it as an extra monitor.
Sure.
And I put the broadcast up on the big TV, and so there you go. It's just like watching it.
Back in the early Formula One days, when we went to all the racetracks, the major domo of F1, Bernie Ecclestone, would charge an arm and a leg for a commentary box for all the different broadcasters from around the world. So we decided we weren't going to pay for that. So we would fly halfway around the world to a race in, Italy, Japan, Australia, wherever. And our commentary box would be a van, a Renault Espace van, I'll never forget it.
A van.
Parked in some dark corner of a parking deck or a grove of trees or whatever. So here we are at one of the great racetracks of the world with the Formula One World Championship taking place, and we're sitting in a darkened van looking at a bank of monitors arrayed over the back seat. We had little captain's chairs. We'd turn them around, and we'd sit there, and we had a guy named Dan Knutson, a longtime Formula One rider who would be like our stats guy, an extra pair of eyes on the racetrack, so we kind of look up at Dan every now and then to see if he'd seen anything that we should know about. And yeah, so people say somewhere there's a picture of Hobbs and I in the parking deck at Spa-Francorchamps in the van.
And it didn't say like free candy or anything.
No, actually, as I recall, it said Marlboro or something. But yep, that's why we do it. Go all the way there and then hide yourself away.
Yeah. So we're not that far off, Polly.
We're not.
No.
I mean, we're way off, but
You too.
We're so below the radar that no one cares. So it's the 220 car, and you know what? He's not keeping that toe strap taut.
Yeah, he's not.
Which is a Doc Waldrop pet peeve.
Not keeping it tense.
That's right.
Gonna rip the front bumper off.
You want to run over it and break it, then you got to pay for it. That's the battle scarred Motorsports Crown Vic that left the pits here a little bit earlier.
Hey, Paul, we've got a spammer on the YouTube chat.
All right.
You got connections to that?
Boy, now there's a great angle to give you some idea of how steep that climb is up to turn 4 where the car was stopped and where that accident took place earlier that left the tire wall in somewhat second-hand condition.
I would definitely say second-hand, maybe even third-hand. I wonder how many cars have hit that today. Let's see, how many sets of 4 wheels. At least 2 sets of 4 wheels going through there. Like fronts and rears here, front. They all took the same line. Didn't they see how it ended up for the first guy?
Well, and we're fortunate they did do more damage because that's what will red flag a race where they have to go in and repair that arm cove area there.
Yeah.
And maybe to an advantage because it is so wet, they're not gathering enough speed. They haven't done any damage to the barriers there, but yeah.
But you're right, Tiffany. It is human nature to come over the brow and see it. I wonder where those tire tracks go. Boom. Maybe there's something wrong with my line. I'll try that. Crash.
One of my favorite racing stories. So we were here years ago doing a Champ Car race, and it was I guess it was this time of year too. So it would have been after because Champ's car started here as Chump, and it was in August, so it was hot, long days. Then we get down this time of year, and it gets dark by 5 o'clock, right? So my husband is driving the car, and it was our old 944. And he can't see. It's raining. The window's fogged up. And he's like, I got to come in. I can't see. And the team's like, your laps are good. Stay out. Because he's like running in second or third place, And he's like, I can't see.
Whatever you're doing.
Right. And he's like, oh, my God. So he's following this other car, that's kind of keeping similar pace. And he's just like, well, I'm just going to use his lights and his line and follow him. And he's just sticking with him. So after a while, that other car was like, bro, I don't know, and they're like, go around, never mind. And they both ran off the course a time or two. Well, last year we had our little social on Friday night, and I got to introduce those 2 drivers to each other.
Oh, really?
One was telling me the story, and it was quite animated, and I was like, I have someone you need to meet. Right. I'm like, remember the RX-7 that you were following?
Yep.
This man was driving it. Remember the 944? You're like, whoa, just go.
One of my early driving instructors called that letting the other guy drive your car. You just follow so closely. You go where he goes, and then next thing you know, you're both sitting there in the gravel trap.
Sometimes. Or sometimes you're using their lights to see where not to go.
Right. If you can do it.
If it's foggy and rainy.
I mean, Sebring's famous for that. Watching the big prototypes and GT cars whomping around through Sebring in the dark. I mean, you can't. see enough racetrack fast enough to make a decision. So a lot of it is just, well, there was a track here last time I came through, so I'm sure there's going to be one here now.
Absolutely.
Wong.
Absolutely. I've seen them practice where they're, just doing the timing in their head. 1,
Right.
2, 3,
Count to
break,
3. Right.
Yep.
Our leader is in the pits, and this is going to be a scheduled stop for them. So making that driver change, you can see that fresh driver getting in, and they'll put fuel in the car and head back out for another 2 hours of racing.
This will be their closer, one would assume.
Let's see.
2 hours to go.
Yeah. It would be, as they say, all in his hands at this point. The crew's done everything they can do. Once they send him on his way, it's up to him to bring it home.
Well, he's got to be very careful about timing this now, because you can only go 2 hours in one stint. And right now, I think we're about 3 minutes away from the beginning of the next 2 hour window.
Right. What'll happen is they're in for a minimum of 5 minutes, and so as he comes down here, it'll be they'll have it pretty close. And
Yeah,
they should be okay.
Count it down to the second.
There's a tiny grace period.
Teeny
Time
tiny. Oh, is that right?
period. Yeah, you've got a little bit of wiggle room. Not a lot, but
in the SRO GT3 series, they do something very similar. You have minimum pit times based on what you're doing to the car. And, well, I guess you call it a grace period. They call them, you get a joker second. You can be off by 1 second.
Wow.
But once you use your joker, you can't do it again. So it's it's fascinating, too. I mean, they really get it done.
Yeah,
Now, here's a trick. It looks like they're putting washer fluid directly on the wiper blade.
Okay, that might be to clean it. They've got some mud that's been sprayed up from other cars, oil.
Some Rain-X type.
This is when the rearview mirror gets broken.
Right.
I'm a big fan of don't touch it if it's not broken sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah.
the last stint of a race, if you're doing well, don't touch anything.
And they are... Where's that pit? That's down to our left. So he doesn't have far to go to get to pit out, I don't think.
Yeah, he's right. I think he's right down here at the
Yeah,
end.
it might be the very last pit before the...
Yep. There, looks like 3 tenths between that and pit out official.
Yeah, we could see the fellow in the yellow raincoat bending in the window down there. How about that?
Oh, hi. Look at my phone. Oh, okay. God, now I'm worried about me. Now that I understand his charades.
Okay, so we have a camera in the Nova. So they're putting their final driver in as well, perhaps, if they can make it on 2 hours of fuel. And I'll take a look here and see. Looks like Rockingham Racing in the pits, Rosemar, the Dirty Air, Chevrolet, Nova. Their last pit stop was on lap 85, it looks like. So, let's see, they've already gone through 3 pit stops. This will be their 4th. They might make it to the end with 2 hours to go. They may not.
We're at 2:29, right at the beginning of the 2 hour window, and there we are at the pit exit. Nicely timed.
And they get that old Chevy fired up. I used to drag race a 73 Chevy Nova.
I was gonna say
race it.
That door cage looks vintage. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but it looks like, oval track style door protection.
Actually, I think these guys originated, at least some part of the team, in oval track.
They're circle
racing.
track guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
dirt
got
track
to.
and stuff, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually instructed one of the drivers in this car here in a Chin Motorsports.
Oh,
Or
okay.
the Chin track days, that's what they're called now.
Mm-hmm.
And so they didn't have a passenger seat, so we were doing lead follow
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he was a trip. He got way too close to my 981. Had a little chit chat about that. This is not a race. We are doing instruction. Do not touch my nice car. He thought it was funny.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah, so that's the Dirty Air team. I'll try to get that.
Yep, there are a lot of teams pushing it for this last 2-hour window. We've seen a lot of cars down at pit out.
And you see just about the entire top 5 is still showing in the pits. 901 is left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there they go. They're clear.
They
No,
left
they're not clear
right
yet.
on the button.
Yep. That's Blitzkrieg that cleared.
It's a tiny little steering wheel.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's probably got big old man hands. It just looks small, right? I'm just kidding.
Well, the idea, a lot of these old Chevys, they had those steering gears like what we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a lot of slop. You make that steering wheel smaller, you get rid of a lot of that slop. Because but then your leverage is reduced too. So now it's harder to steer. So there's a downside.
I like the lack of slop in the steering wheel. I really don't like turning the steering wheel and not getting any feedback.
Yeah.
I like it to be responsive.
Looks like Brooker Racing coming down pit lane here.
It's just me, though. I did drop that Camaro at amp, though. That was interesting. Bill's like, you got to turn the steering wheel a lot more than you think. And I was like, okay.
All right.
I'd never drove an American car on track, so, I don't know.
Now, who we got beach down there in 6th this time?
Oh, that's Dingus. Dingus is out on the beach. What? Paul, it better not be you in the car.
What do you know? Another yellow flag.
I'm going to find out who's in the car so I can give them crap.
I mean, he's well out there, too.
Oh,
I mean,
he made a very good effort at making it all the way. There's Sam, the Volvo owner.
And there's another one.
833. Is that the same car?
No, that's a...
It's striped. It's got the same stripes.
You may be
on it,
right. You may be right.
Isn't that them? That's 833. Yeah, Dingus.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. It was ever thus.
Yeah, it is the Dingus team. It looks like the problem, so our problem car. And they'll go down there and take care of that. And so we are under that pink 35. Emergency crews on scene.
They've got that car just way out there. They're going to have to get out the extra long tow strap.
Mm.
Yeah, you can see how he kind of tried to bend it back to the racetrack. Looks like he did a straight shot off, and then
I think maybe
he's got
a little behind on his braking.
And then
it can
just
happen
dug in.
so easy.
Yeah, it just dug in.
In the wet, under that downhill braking, it's kind of easy to do. You just really got to kind of pet the brakes coming in and, say a little prayer. Especially when you feel like you're running out of the track.
Yeah, really.
Like, oh, please turn, please turn, please turn. You get a little overzealous out there, it'll definitely catch you out.
So a run down here as we're under caution. And it looks like we've strayed past our break time, so we'll go ahead and take a break here. But it's Birmingham Racing now leading the race over 901 Motorsports. Blitzkrieg in third. Momo Champ, Dingus, who's stranded right now, Separate Checkbook, Syndicate Racing, 686 Motorsports, and Brew Crew Racing looking like the top 10 there, but understand we're still going to see a little bit of adjustment here in the standings as teams come back out of the pits. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. And we have Birmingham Racing leading under caution here on lap 142. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, It is the Spirit of Champ Car Doc Waldrop race, the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car race. The 8 plus 7 hour Enduros here at Barber Motorsports Park. And we have 901 Motorsports shown in the lead over Birmingham Racing, Blitzkrieg Racing in third. Welcome, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha and Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong. And we've got Arjun up here from the Brew Crew Racing Team, the crowd favorite.
Hi, guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. I'm glad to be out of the car.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. It was fantastic conditions out there for you today.
It was fantastic conditions. We were, I think the car was losing traction out of every corner, and I saw more sides of cars than I did the back of cars. So they're all doing a fantastic job out there.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes for a long race stint, doesn't it?
It does make for a long race.
But your team is doing very well. I was telling our listeners that points-wise, we're going to the Ozarks next year, and it sounds funny when I say it that way. But anyways, point-wise, this is exactly where you need. You need at least a 7th place finish to really nudge the team up over the bubble, as you're currently sitting on the bubble with about 11 other teams. So if you can manage a 7th place finish this weekend or better, that's going to bode well for you in the national point standings.
First off, thank you, because you were the one who pointed it out to me, and since I don't follow the points as well as you do, we wouldn't have known. But yeah, the team knows. We're waiting for maybe 2 more cars to cycle through their pit stop, so to know exactly where it'll land, and then see where we do, because there's still people who haven't pitted for their last pit stop yet.
Right, 2 people haven't pitted yet, so still waiting to see how this thing's going to shake out. As they say, it's not over until the fat lady sings. We need a checkered flag, and we don't have a checkered flag. And we've seen the complexion of these races change dramatically just in the last 20 minutes of the race. So anything could happen.
And usually does. Who said that? What's his name? Murray Walker said that.
Yeah, so. Well, thanks for coming up and spending some time with us, Arjun. It's good to hear from you. I'm glad you had a lot of fun out there. Hopefully tomorrow won't be as stressful of a race for you, as today was. Obviously very wet, slick conditions out here today. Many drivers, including Visceral Racing Group specifically, really struggled in these slippery, wet conditions. We've had a number of cars off into the grass and the muck. It seems like you guys managed to avoid that, though.
Like you said, it's not over yet.
He's like, don't jinx
us.
There's still time.
2, before I go back downstairs, just wanted to thank the Champ Car and.
Yep, move your microphone in a little bit. Really, there you go.
We miss Doc, and we're just glad to be able to do this. His son is here, his sister's here with a lot of family, and it's just wonderful to be able to do this for him. And we still miss the guy tremendously. But thank you, Champ Car. Thank you, all the workers who are doing yeoman effort out there.
Thanks, Arjun. Appreciate having you up and passing along your feelings. You guys are the crowd favorite. Doc made sure we knew that.
Oops.
Who was that off?
Got a spinner.
Yep.
That is down. Well, look, he's going to get himself out of it. RX-7.
Checkered Past Racing. Checkered Past. Chevy Camaro.
That's climbing the hill to pit
Same
in.
Thing. Yeah.
So I've got an update from the 330s. They've been, that's the number 339 car. It's a BMW E46. They've been having some electrical issues all day. Rain and electrical doesn't really work that great together.
No surprise there.
Yeah, so they had lost power going into turn 1 and spun the car. That was a bit of a pucker moment for them. But they're saying the whole team is loving Barber. This is their first time here. They're loving the track, loving the facilities, loving the racing. They're saying the drivers are just excellent out there. The quality of drivers we've got going on and the quality of racing. Their Mexican driver, Sean, let's see, hopefully I won't butcher this, Zaldivor is getting out of the car, and their British driver, Alex Milburn, is about to get into the car. And they're hoping that his British experience with the weather
In the wet?
Yep, will serve them well.
That's a trope that the Brits all know how to race in the rain because it always rains. Yada, yada, yada.
Right. So good luck to those guys.
Great. Yeah, it's funny. Well, we'll see how they do. They certainly got their work cut out for them. So if they're going to shine, this is the time to do it.
Yeah.
You can see the driver squeegeeing the windscreen there inside the Chevy Nova that's out here this weekend.
Wow, that's a great view.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. It looks like there's so much glare on that windscreen.
So, when the sun goes down and the sun's shining in his face, it's not going to be fun.
I don't think we have to worry about
yeah,
sun
not
today.
much sun.
Not today.
But it could happen, right? Anything could happen.
It's an endurance race. You have to plan for everything.
So the 330s are actually running in the top 20 when you remove those EC cars and count the qualified field. So that's pretty cool. First time here.
We have Birmingham in second. Did we tell the story about the last time Birmingham was in second place here at Barber Motorsports Park?
I did not.
Well, they actually finished second place back in 2019 on Saturday. So I don't think that would have been the crash. That was way back. That was back before. I think that was 2017.
Oh, okay.
When they had the crash.
Yeah.
So
first and second.
they have a pretty good history building up here of doing really well on Saturday, but then running into some problems on Sunday.
Yeah, I think they've got mechanical issues on Sundays a couple of times.
Yeah. We've got class leaders right now. We've got 901 Motorsports in first place. Then we've got leading C class. Momo Champ led is leading A class down there in fifth overall. Well, it's actually fourth with the EC car out of there. And we've got some other teams. D class being led by Dirty Air. We've got a camera in that car, and Maximum Effort in their 2008 Miata leading B class.
Huh. If you
finish your sentence.
Are we surprised to see so many A-class cars up there? Three of them in the top 10. Four of them in the top 10.
I'm not surprised. I mean, for two reasons. One is I think our point structure really helps level the playing field between the different classes. But then also I think the rain is helping the A-class cars do better. Those C-class and D-class cars in this wet weather can't put the power down. And these Miatas just handle beautifully kind of right out of the box. So I think that's to be expected. I mean, I had several battles with several Miatas out there, and I was driving the E36.
And when you say points battles, you're not talking about championship points. You're talking about the vehicle performance index points for each car.
Absolutely. Each car starts off with a VPI number, and you can do different things to the car to make it better, depending on how many points you still have to play with, and 500 is the cutoff.
Right.
So certain cars that might lower horsepower or smaller gas tanks or whatever might start off with a smaller VPI, maybe like 300, 200, whatever. I think I have one that's 150 it starts out. So we can do different things to the car to improve the car, and the goal is for all the cars to kind of be of similar, ability. Then it's up to the drivers. But, you can bring any kind of car you want to just about the Champ car. It's not about having to buy this specific car or specifically build it.
Right.
So it allows a lot of people to be able to come and play with maybe something they already have or.
Yeah. In fact, there's the rule against kit cars. You can't build something specifically to come here and sweep the table. It's got to be a mass-produced, 1,000 or more examples.
Right.
And if you want some fun and if you're into cars, go to the ChampCar.org VPI index and check out the number of vehicles and the values attached to them and how their index valuation changes based on age, options, all sorts of things.
Power to weight.
Yeah.
All kinds of things are,
Induction.
fuel mileage.
Mhm.
Yeah, all kinds of things
Gearbox.
are factored in. Mhm.
Yep.
What options are available for certain models.
Right.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is based on what the original manufacturer specs were.
Absolutely, yeah. Yes.
You want a foggy windshield? There's one.
That doesn't look pleasant.
Oh.
Yeah, he's having to use, like a squeegee type, what we call the Q-tip.
That's what I was thinking.
To clean it.
I was needing the Q-tip earlier.
When he was in pit lane, it was clean. You could see out of it. It was perfect.
Well, they talk about the old mail route pilots, Charles Lindbergh and the like, used to fly the mail from town to town, and they would get from place to place navigating by following the roads.
Really?
Yeah, and I have a feeling more than one driver out here is getting around the racetrack by following that white line along the curb.
Done that in the fog.
Yeah, it's easier to see out that side, out the side than out the front sometimes. That is the, is that a yellow 944?
I think it is.
That's the, what is, Absolute Citron.
Okay. Is this coming down out of museum here?
Yep,
is
that's
that
a kink.
that place where we always have trouble?
See the bridge? Yeah, there's a bridge there. Now he's got himself in a worse spot in that.
Right, now he's going to try to back onto the active roadway.
That can work, or not.
Well, if he goes way over, as we look at the car now, if he goes way over to the right.
He's buried, yeah.
Oh, now he's spinning, yeah.
He's got that open differential because the other tire was not spinning.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have that winter package. That's a BMW joke, Bob. Everybody seems to have the winter package, even though, 350 cars were the only ones that had it?
Right.
Well, what Doc used to say is the first thing they do with the BMW race cars, they take off the turn signals because BMW drivers don't use them anyway. So they might as well remove those.
The best part of the car.
Oh, don't get me started.
Down to caution we go again here at Barber Motorsports Park, no doubt due to the stranded Porsche.
You've had BMW woes as well, Bob?
I have a BMW.
Does a window fall into the door frame?
No,
Yeah,
not lately.
I've had a couple of those.
Oh, my goodness.
Regulator issues.
I was going to say, window regulator, did you not replace it when it needed? Or?
I didn't know there was a mileage on the window regulator.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be cranky.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, the Porsches are too.
You had a 335D, the straight six diesel turbo. Awesome car, except when it hit about 75,000 miles and it all clogged up inside and spent 6 months at the dealership trying to figure out why it wouldn't work. Fun times, but, warranties help.
I think the first time I was caught up short was when my mechanic said, I noticed your gas tank level is below a quarter of a tank. I said, yeah, I got to go put gas in it. He said, well, don't let it get below a quarter of a tank. I said, why not? He said, because the electric fuel pump is in the middle of the gas tank and the fuel is there to cool the fuel pump. And if you get down well below a quarter of a tank, it could overheat, and that is a massive repair job. Have you done that?
Oh, yeah, more than once. Yep. Does the same thing on the Boxsters. Yep. Can't get low on gas. Yep. We had one that didn't have the fuel thingy. What do you call it?
The pickup?
The thing to tell you it's low.
Oh, the
gauge.
The gauge didn't work. It wasn't calibrated.
The thing she never looks at.
I mean, I am female.
She thought she was getting the greatest mileage in the history.
It's still on half a tank. It's good. Oh, my God. Yep, I burned up that one, too.
Speaking of mileage, my son-in-law bought a Toyota RAV4 hybrid.
Yeah.
And he just finished his first official full tank of gas, which he burned up at the rate of 100 miles to the gallon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Now, he lives in a city environment, drives around all day on the battery.
Yeah.
And, he just loves the daylights out of this car.
That's cool.
It is pretty cool.
My daughter has the Hyundai Sonata, the big car, hybrid and the same thing. It's just huge miles per gallon. On the highway, she gets on Interstate 81, she'll get 40 plus 44 miles a gallon.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
So I said, when does the little 4-cylinder motor kick in, the gas motor? And he said, well, you got to be going over 85.
Yeah.
85 on the battery? Yep.
Jeez.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if they come with a bottle of stable fuel stabilizer. They're going to stay in the tank that long.
Well, yeah. Good point.
That's
So
funny.
You know
I'm just
how
making a
women
joke.
Never put gas in their car.
No,
Have you
I'm not
noticed
going
it?
near that
No.
comment.
I can say it. I'm a girl. It's a thing. I don't know what the problem is because I'm one of them too. Like
Don't put gas in your car.
Well, I mean, I will eventually, but like I'll let it get close to E before I'll I'll get it in the morning. Oh, I'll get it in the afternoon.
Amy never does that.
No.
No.
I'm about
Half a
all the
tank she's
female
put
I
fuel.
know do it a lot of times.
Oh,
Anyway,
goodness.
so what I heard was, so I'm looking into getting a fully electric car. I've been shopping and everything, and one of the things they've had a problem with is some of the female drivers are not plugging in their cars frequently enough and running the battery completely out. I'll plug it in the morning.
Yeah,
I was
right.
Like, it's
I'll
the
do it
same
later.
thing as the gas.
My hands were full.
Right?
Ladies, please address all hate mail to Tiffany.Alexander
No,
at
so
ChampCar.org.
I have a background in science. We will do a research experiment and find out why us females do not
What
like to
is it
stop at the
about-
gas tank.
yeah.
I do not like to stop and get gas either.
Again, Tiffany.Alexander at ChampCar.org.
But it's not a personal safety kind of thing. Like you don't want to get out at the gas station and risk somebody approaching you. You just
No, it's usually it's cold or raining or wet or I've got other things to do or I can do it tomorrow. I know real good excuses.
well, there is such a feeling of accomplishment when you use up every drop of gas in the tank, and your dashboard is pinging you like crazy, saying, "Gas, gas, feed me."
You know how it goes 20 miles left,
Right,
10 miles left, 5 miles. I actually saw it stop counting one time.
Yeah, it'll just go.
It gives 0. I was like,
dash
uh-oh.
marks across.
Our diesel 3-cylinder from BMW from Jacksonville, Florida to Lynchburg, Virginia on one tank, and my wife, the gauge next to me, sitting next to me, was yelling and screaming at me to get gas, diesel the whole way at the end there. But I made it.
It's part female.
She hates me.
I challenge myself to get places in record time sometimes. I've been known to drive all the way to Charlotte without stopping from Birmingham. I went to Daytona with one stop, more than once.
Tim Elliott says, that's why my wife had kids, for pushing the car to the gas station. Who's leading this race, Paulie?
Well, 901 Motorsports
Safety
has cycled
car.
back up to the front.
Bob wins. Bob wins.
They've got a lot of laps. Jackie's doing really well. We should put a transponder on that thing.
We keep saying we're going to do it. Yeah, Birmingham is in second, back up there.
Yeah, once they got through the whole pit stop cycle, everything shook out to where they ended up back in second place, Blitzkrieg in third place there. And we've got a number of class sponsors. We've got, Krispy Kreme, Discovery Parts, and Money Shift Racing class sponsors this year. We'll be looking for sponsors. We're always looking for sponsors for class sponsors, so for next year. We've got Frozen Rotors, Lifeline, Willwood, and RBA Graphics and Wraps, also series sponsors. I don't think Willwood's sponsoring anymore.
No, they're not.
So my card's a bit dated. I'm going to have to put a new card together for 2022.
I'll get some white
Well,
out.
they're going to be racing with us next year again. We just didn't have enough Western races with the with COVID restrictions and stuff because they're out of LA. So they may be back with us in the future, which will be nice. I talked to them at SEMA. Good guys.
Well, now they're definitely not going to be working with us. Thanks, Bill.
All right, I'm repointing the tower cam there, Paulie, so we can look at the finish as needed.
Yeah, we're not that far away from it. About an hour and a half remains here at Barber Motorsports Park to finish out day one of the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car Enduro. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. 901 Motorsports is your leader. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It is the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car Enduro at Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Paul Veltzum along with Bob Varsha and Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong calling the race for you this weekend as we're back here live at the track, and we've got our Chevy Nova off in the grass there. I'm not sure if they got into the wall or what's going on, but we're seeing some smoke around the car.
I think that's steam from the radiator, the cooling system. He might have gotten into the
He almost made it.
Armco.
He was getting close.
He almost made it. Famous last words.
Right. Horseshoes and hand grenades.
I thought it looked like he might be near turn 12, like Black Flag, but I don't see a yellow down there. But it is quite like foggy and rainy and
He's
foggy.
wrestling.
Oh, I do see a yellow down there now.
Well, he's not going to be able to see through his mirrors either with all that mud on him.
He's wrestling with the gearbox. I wonder if that's what put him off.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? Oh, no, we've got another car that's
Oh,
hard in the wall.
It's the Mustang. My little blue Mustang.
Huge impact. Really hammered the wall there and just mashed up the front end of that poor car.
Those guys out of Texas travel a lot with us. They're part of the Texas Corvette Club.
And Tiffany, that's right out in front of us, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
coming right off.
Off of turn 4.
Off
That's
turn
just down the
4.
street from where we had those turn 4 incidents earlier in the race.
Oh,
He must have taken that unfavorable line. If I can get that whole word out of my mouth. Unfavorable.
They're actually built in the middle of building a early 70s Mustang. They've got, they don't have yards in Texas, do they? They have
ranches.
They've got a couple of ranches full of Mustang bodies and parts and bits.
Huh.
But this one's been running for us for a few years. Good car.
That was quite a beautiful vintage car that is kind of
it's a real shame.
mangled up.
It's nice to see those cars out racing with us, and we do have quite a few in the series that race these vintage cars, but it's always heartbreaking when they get bent up. And that's one of the harder hits that I've really seen in a Champ Car race. That's a big hit.
That one shortened up a good bit.
So both of our vintage cars, strange how they both met at some kind of demise here on the last, but almost in the same lap.
The two oldest cars in the race.
He's really trying to get that.
Still trying to get, he's trying to get in.
Car into gear, but.
Where's reverse? Forward or back?
I don't remember.
I don't either.
I haven't driven a stick Chevy, an old Chevy like that, in so long.
Well, it's like he's fighting the reverse lock to get it into.
Well, we had on our Camaro last week, they've got some sort of electronic lockout, so you can't throw it and accidentally put it in reverse. So I bet it's up to. Well, we had to go all the way over to the right where about fifth gear would be. It was past fifth gear. But that was a 6-speed transmission, so I don't know. These fancy Ford.
Well, what's probably happening here, I mean, if you can't get a car into gear, and it will go into gear when the car is off, you just need to put it into gear with the car off.
Right, and then turn it on.
And then turn it on.
Let the clutch out.
Could it have filled with mud?
Well, I think what he's facing here, it's probably a broken clutch fork pin, which is pretty common. You run into problems with Miatas. It's guys that are, these ham-fisted guys are pushing too hard, and it breaks the pin that holds the shift fork in place, and then it sort of locks the transmission in either one gear or sort of pseudo false neutral. You're kind of in a weird spot where you can't get into gear anymore. So
Marquita Farmer says, "Who's in second?" Birmingham. Roll Tide. Got it all in there.
So we're back under caution here.
I guess the retrieval vehicles are gassing up somewhere.
I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of strange they haven't arrived there yet, but we don't see either one of them being tended to yet. Here we have one coming on the scene. And we're also going to send out the ambulance to make sure this will be to make sure that the Mustang driver's A-OK.
Yep. Anytime they have any contact.
Standard procedure.
Any contact with any barriers, they always kind of want to check them out, make sure everybody's A-OK.
Looks like one of the track workers walked almost all the way to the Mustang, but it must have been assured by the driver that he was okay. Here comes the cavalry.
Yeah, it looks like that Nova driver might be sitting there for a little while because we've got some of the emergency vehicles are stopping here at the Mustang to tend to that accident. We've also got debris flags being waved and shown coming at turn 4. So this is the area just before the accident. There must be some concern that there's debris down there. So they're looking now. We're looking back at that area where the Nova is. It's just, yeah. So we're being led around again by Jackie in the pace car.
Who may have the most laps of the day.
Yeah.
The team that shall not be named is in second. Because, Billy doesn't like the name of the team.
Billy doesn't like, who's Bill? You mean Billy Salin?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Why is that?
He says because it's Birmingham, and he's, he's the hot dog guy.
Because
so
he's in the meat.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's because of Birmingham. It's a play on words.
Yeah. It's hitting too close to home.
Yeah, just a little too close to home. Now we will burn some ham or some. What did we burn last night? Some pork and some chicken, and we didn't really burn it, but barbecued it.
Yeah.
We use those words interchangeably.
Well, Birmingham is the Vulcan city, and Vulcan was the god of fire.
I'm gonna agree with you. That's the second largest statue in the U.S.?
The second largest what?
Statue.
Statue, oh. No, I didn't know that.
I mean, you know what the first one is?
Liberty?
Yes. So isn't that kind of cool? That's kind of a cool little Birmingham thing.
Does Mount Rushmore count as a statue? I guess not.
Nah, it's a carved mountain.
Yeah.
A monument.
Yeah.
So we've got, Vulcan says God of fire or empty promises.
Well, that relates to the steel industry that once made this part of the country famous, with towns with names like Leeds and Bessemer and Birmingham. You do, from the old country, that was where steel was made. And I don't know, or any of the old remnants of the steel industry in town. I haven't been in downtown Birmingham in a long time.
We saw Sloss Furnace, was where they used to, I believe that's where they were melting different metals and stuff.
Yeah, right.
It's not operational in that way anymore. They
Yeah,
do
but
events and weddings.
It's a reminder,
yeah,
right.
But they have a historical society that keeps things together, and you can go in and things. It's a neat place. I've seen a few concerts there. It's a really cool venue, and then they do a haunted house kind of deal for October.
Halloween, yeah.
Yeah. Sloss Furnace, that's what it's called. During the Halloween times. It's an interesting place.
Yes, it is. I like Birmingham.
I do too. It's like a little Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
The traffic isn't quite as bad.
Birmingham, Memphis, Nashville, a lot of cool Midwestern cities.
It's still just so wet out there. It looks like the driver's out of the Mustang, and
that was the other waterfall. Can we take that camera back? Do we have control over this camera? No, we don't. Oh.
Yeah, it's right here across from the. You see the water? Well,
yeah,
changed
right.
it.
It's right next to the bridge.
Mm-hmm. It's really cool. It turns on at 10 o'clock in the morning, so when you first go out in the morning, it's usually not running.
Oh,
it's really dark out here. I mean, the camera doesn't do it justice. It's much darker than what that camera makes it look like. And there's some cars out here that don't have lights, and I'm telling you, I'm betting they wish they did.
Boy, oh boy.
So we've got 901 Motorsports leading over Birmingham Racing. Then we've got Blitzkrieg behind them in third place, back about 2.5 minutes. Then it's Momo Champ, who just crosses the start-finish line. They're the lead A-class car, followed by 686 Motorsports, Dingus in 7th place. Then we have the separate checkbook, Syndicate Racing, Brew Crew Racing, and Moe's Racing. That's the top 10.
Oh, and T-Bone is mentioning O'Neill Steel. I don't know how that slipped my mind. O'Neill Steel has been here for ever. a family-owned company.
The Nova is back underway.
I think he's being towed because you see the flashing lights on the face of the driver.
Deflated.
That doesn't sound like a 350 either.
Yeah. Sounds like a dragging. It sounds like they're dragging that 350. Yeah. Disappointment. Oh, well.
Timothy
Hope
wants to
springs
know,
eternal.
Yeah. Timothy wants to know, does he see 4 Buffalo? That is exactly what you're seeing. They are a newer addition to the course here. They're located near the timing and scoring tower in the middle of the course. Right there in your view. Perfect camera change time. Thank you.
It's great when a plan comes together.
Oh, you're welcome. I did something today. So about an hour and 13 minutes unofficially remaining in the race today. Of course, the results that we have here that we'll be calling will be unofficial, even provisional, you could say, until the race is called official after impound. So after the race is completed, the top 5 cars will be brought in. They'll be put up on jack stands. The team's responsibility to do this and remove the tires for inspection by officials. And if there are no protests, then after about 30 minutes or so, the race would be called official, and then we'll move on to tomorrow. And right now, it looks like the Nova's being towed down pit lane here. Yes, indeed, by one of the recovery vehicles, while the Mustang is on a rollback being pulled in.
We're getting ready, I think, to go back green maybe here in a minute. Just trying to see if we saw the pace car come back in. Got an update from Janet with the Night Owls team, one of our new teams here, and she just got out of the car after doing her stint. She managed to stay out of trouble, so mission accomplished.
Hey, all right.
Yeah. She even passed a few cars. She said she thinks that's pretty sure that's the first time.
Well,
and she had a blast.
good for her.
Yeah, so her son is back in the car, Josh. So he's going to finish the day, I believe.
Well, that makes it a lot of fun.
That's absolutely awesome.
Lights are out on the pace car. And the rain's coming down.
Relentless.
All right, folks. I have actually on our chat. I've actually changed the chat to slow mode to stop some of the spammers from getting on there, and added some stuff. So hopefully this will slow them down a little bit. So sorry about that on the chat, folks.
We've been keeping an eye on it.
We just can't have nice things.
Pace car's off.
This is what happens.
We bring Bob on to class up the joint, you know? And
we're back to green here.
And this is what you get.
Right?
No good deed goes unpunished.
I can't remember ever having that happen. Strange. It's the first time.
And the 101 is back out there. What are they? Seriously, there was nobody in their paddock spot with a car with a cover on it, and it was mud all over it. I thought they were done, but now they're back out there with that Mustang. Maybe they needed to get apart from AutoZone.
Could be.
That's where I'd go.
Well, we have one of those really close, so probably wasn't a long trip.
Yep. These guys are going to need a spatula to clean the mud off this guy.
And the Volvo wagon's headed back out, it looks like. Could it be?
And Brew Crew crosses the start-finish line in 10th place. Actually in 9th place.
And Visceral's working on their Porsche. It's trying to get what they're driving around through the paddock area. Probably just trying to get things shored up for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ron was working on it earlier, doing some stuff, driving it around. They had some problems with it. Couldn't get a right answer out of him because he was really busy and not happy at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to need a bigger rag, dude.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Trying to think of what the appropriate utensil might be. I'm thinking.
Not a little tiny.
A rake?
Yeah, yes. You just make it worse.
It's not really cleaning, it's just rearranging.
Move the mud over there.
back on board with the leader of this race, and they've really done a great job with this race. They've been in control for the majority of it. We'll see if they can hold on here for about another hour or so, about another hour and 10 minutes for the win. But what's interesting is, so many of us have come from the ranks of SCCA. What remains in this race is the equivalent of 2 races in the SCCA. It was crazy how much time we spend out here on the racetrack. So anything could certainly happen at this point. So looks like Dirty Air still in the pits, just getting that car cleaned up. It's interesting, as much trouble as they were having with the transmission, it seems like that they're not concerned about that. They're just trying to get the car cleaned up.
Oh my gosh.
And they're rolling down pit road.
Cleaned up is not the phrase I would use. Looks like you could grow a lawn on the trunk lid of that car.
Yep.
Well, at least the windscreen has been polished up nicely.
You laugh, Bob. We have cars with lawns on the back of their cars. For, it may be AstroTurf, but it's green.
It's the new Eco Hood.
So there's the wagon out ahead of the 901 Motorsports car as they go by.
Well, the bad part about that is now that mud will obviously wash off onto the track, and for a lap or two might make it a little slippy in spots, or slippery.
Blitzkrieg has the faster lap times, those 2:06s. Wow, some stout lap times. In fact, of the top 5, they are by far the faster car at 149.388. They've got the quicker car. They're shown down about a lap, though, from Birmingham Racing, who's back 41 seconds from the leader. And they are turning similar lap times. In fact, this last lap, Birmingham was a couple seconds off of the 901 Motorsports team car, so it'd be difficult for them to reel them in here with that kind of a gap. But as many cautions as we've had, you just got to wonder if those cautions aren't going to help them out. It doesn't seem to have been helping them so far today. As 901 comes across the start-finish line to begin another lap here at Barber Motorsports Park, diving down into turn number 1.
So Dingus has fallen back to, I guess that would be 10th place overall after that venture with the mud and rocks and all of those things, and had to get pulled out. I'm surprised it wasn't more than that, actually.
All right, they're black flagging 717.
717 Syndicate Racing Development.
For what? Right. Passing under yellow. Oh, in the previous yellow, so they're trying to catch up here.
Working lap 160.
And there are some folks getting after it out there, despite the failing light, the slick racetrack. The wind continues to blow, although not as strongly as earlier today.
717 crosses the start-finish line. There's a right in front of our Nova there, which we can't see it. As they try to black flag him, there he goes. Good instant replay there, Paulie.
Looks like we do have some teams running some rain lights. Just a couple.
Well, the 307 is coming back out of the paddock. That is Battle Scar and Motorsports, 1996 Mazda Miata. Gonna rejoin the race.
That's the one there. They at a Lemons event recently, they their car, one of their cars broke, and so the track said, "Hey, there's a Miata that's abandoned. It's back there in the field, and you guys want to try and get that working? You can go ahead and race it." So they put some time and effort into it on Saturday and got it fixed, and out there on the track, got their drivers some track time, and they
Wait, they fixed an abandoned car?
Yes, an abandoned car. Had been there about 10 years, and they got it running, and the track said, well, you put all this time into it. You just want to take it? It's yours. So they put it to good use, and putting veterans into those cars and having fun.
That's interesting.
On board with Brew Crew, the crowd favorite, shown in 8th place.
Yeah, it took them about an hour to actually get it to run, and then fix the roll cage, bring it up to standards, and do a few other things to it. So.
Brew Crew back about 3.8 seconds from Syndicate, and since Syndicate was black flag, this could give them the opportunity then to make a move over Syndicate and finish in 7th place, which is the key. That is what they're looking for, is at least a 7th place finish today.
So it was a shifter issue with the Nova. They think they've got it fixed.
Okay.
That engine has torque. They don't need to shift. It's not raining as hard, if any, right now. I don't see any rain falling.
Yeah, I noticed yesterday, Bill, when we were expecting some rain, but we really didn't get it during that morning afternoon hour, and I'm just waiting for the pavement to clear up so I can fix the leaky tire on my van. And it was just so humid out. Just hours and hours and hours went by before we finally began to see a little bit of dry patches out in the parking lot. And I suspect we're going to have the same problem here unless we get a lot of air movement to dry things out for tomorrow.
Well, it was so humid that the areas here in the tower outside it looked like it rained. Along with the elevator, it was really wet.
Oh, everything was soaking wet. I was trying to change clothes to put my driver's suit on and stuff, and the floor, the bathroom stalls, like everything was like wet. Just from yesterday there was like, it was a heavy fog.
Someone has spun to a stop.
Oh, yeah.
Facing off track on the run up from 7 to 8, high-speed area.
Yes, definitely. Lost it there. There's a couple of places through that area
Number
coming
88.
after the hairpin. Actually, that car went off like twice while I was out there with them.
He might be high-centered there because those tires are buried down. They're way down in there.
There's a few deep areas. You see how it's like a lot deeper on one side?
Yeah.
That is the Bigfoot Racing Team.
Is that front-wheel drive? That's a Honda, isn't it? Or Acura?
And he carved up quite a bit of, he did some agricultural work there that was not needed.
God. The crew around here at Barber is going to have quite the grass work to do after this race. The landscaping crew.
717 released from Black Flag, headed back out.
And somebody's going to have to pay for that work.
So it doesn't look as though there's any real contact there, but we are under caution. Yeah. So not sure why he's come to a stop there and appears to be unable to move.
Maybe because it's front-wheel drive and his front
he's
wheels
got a lot
are stuck
of
in the mud.
Not a lot of clearance and a lot of mud around the front axles.
All right, so it looks like we've gone back to caution here at Barber Motorsports Park, so it's a good opportunity for us to go ahead and take another commercial break, so stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and 901 Motorsports is your leader. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car Enduro at Barber Motorsports Park, and we're back here live. Back to green we go. Hopefully for the final time. Finish up this race. 55 minutes remaining. It's been a day fraught with yellows as the track officials, the safety workers, they've had their work cut out for them. They've earned their pay today.
Yeah, somebody needs to buy them a beer or something. They've definitely earned their pay and a bonus.
It seems that what we've been hearing from not only from our very own Tiffany Alexander, but from other drivers, it is slick out there and it's challenging. And of course, the more rain that comes down, you have those puddles coming back up. Anyone that travels off track brings mud up onto the track, which is very slippery. It just further exasperates the problem. And of course, tomorrow, although we're not scheduled for rain, we're going to still have a lot of wet Very wet. We have another car turned around into the fence.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. We have a spinner on the
On
straightaway.
Yeah.
But he didn't make contact with anything.
No, he didn't. You saw it start to get into that what truckers call the 2.5 cycle yaw that you can never get out of, especially on a wet racetrack. And finally it went around, but didn't hit anything, and
Yeah.
no harm, no foul, off you go.
I saw the black and orange at first, and I was like, but it wasn't the Birmingham car.
We are journalists. We are impartial.
I might be mildly biased. I can't do anything to help him from up here, but I'll
True
root
that.
them on.
Mhm.
I mean, if we can, I want my team to win, but like if we can't win, then maybe the Hubs' team can. They're currently sitting in second still, so. Momo Champ is currently sitting in fourth. But the 686, was that? No, okay. Is in fifth. 686. They didn't put colors on this one for us.
The 901 team just biding their time. They're just trying to get to the finish here, keep turning laps.
They've all day, it seems. They've been up there on the point or there or thereabouts, and they just keep motoring along. Change drivers, motor along. It's been quite a well-judged performance, I guess we should say. Being very careful with the car and the conditions, letting the race come to them.
Yeah, two-car effort, and that seems to be a pretty good combination for many of the teams that come out here. Maybe one car breaks down, but the other one keeps going. We could put our shoulder behind that car and see how far up we can get that one.
Mm-hmm.
Rockingham Racing in 15th place. Pull my finger, that Ford Mustang we were in earlier. Of course, they've retired that car after a pretty hard hit here coming out of turn 4.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we see them tomorrow for the 7-hour portion of the weekend.
Yeah, Cone Crushers also not turning laps, so there's a team that's always really tough, even in the wet, and just really didn't see much of them. After that 11 o'clock time frame, they were in third place at the time, but something's happened to that car, and they've fallen by the wayside.
They were doing really well for a while, and then no. I'll reach out and see if I can get an update.
Last year's race Saturday, it was Birmingham Racing winning over Pinky's Out Aero. Then it was Tuttle Motorsports, then 901 Motorsports, and then two guys in a Miata. This year, it's looking like 901 Motorsports may come away with the win, with Birmingham in second place, Blitzkrieg in third, and Momo Champ in fourth, followed by the Motorsports 686 team, and then separate checkbook racing.
Just trying to find out what's happening to some of the cars. Anybody who is out there, feel free to send me your updates. If you listen to the virtual drivers meeting, you should have the number to send updates.
And Brew Crew was probably hoping that with the black flag penalty that was issued to Syndicate Racing, that would move them up one spot and put them in spot where if they finished as things were, that would move them up in the point standings. But there's another car that's moved in front of them, so it was, I guess, tit for tat. They just swapped positions, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's the Dingus car in front of Brew Crew, and they're going to be hard to pass. They've been quick all day.
So D-Class Honors has moved back to Dirty Air, who we were talking they may have had some transmission issues, but they think they have it fixed, and they took that car back out.
So they're saying the Chevy actually has a broken shifter, but they've got it back out there.
Okay.
Yep.
So it was gearbox related, running 26th among the entire field.
Which is pretty darn good after how many hours in cars that were never designed to even go this far with a warranty? We got a car spun.
Oh dear.
Looks like he's got it going again.
Turn 4 again.
Here.
That silver Miata.
That is Calamity Corner.
Is that 527? Looks like.
That tire wall is going to take some fixing overnight.
That's the Night Owls. One of our new teams.
Mm-hmm.
But like
That's
we said earlier,
the family team, the Night Owl team? Yeah.
No harm, no foul. No, it didn't hit anything.
Yeah.
Figured that's where the real talent comes in, right? When you don't hit anything. Maybe that's just the luck. I'll take either one.
Yeah, things have lightened up just a little bit here, as that the thickness of the clouds seems to kind of come and go a little bit. Coming up on the last 47 minutes unofficially in the race. We want to thank everybody for joining us on the show today. Would appreciate if you'd go ahead and like the broadcast. That helps us out.
Yeah, we've had a lot of folks chatting with us, so that's awesome. I love it when they're engaged. Just trying to see where that Volvo is at. Back in 30th overall, and then remove the EC cars, so that'd be 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. So they're running 24th. The battle wagon. Looks like Chump Change is in the pits.
Chevy off to the left there.
Okay, so I'm hearing from the Cone Crushers. They had a left rear hub come loose. They've put it back together and done a few test laps, so they think it's okay. So they're just going to save it for tomorrow and race it tomorrow.
So they parked.
Mm-hmm. They fixed it, tested it, and parked it. So, fixable. Timothy says, as a team owner and fixer, I appreciate no harm, no foul. No doubt. No doubt. It's always my second question. They're like, oh, it's fun, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, did you hit anything? No? Okay, good.
45 minutes.
Very gently. I was watching the steering inputs and listening for the throttle, and that 901, or excuse me, 903 is being driven really well. Back on board. He's caught a few slides. This
is our man with the watch.
In Birmingham, his
I
catching
believe.
him, right?
Oh, those gloves aren't yellow.
Oh, I had a little trouble finding a gear there. That's the guy who got in with 2 hours to go.
No, I don't think. Looks like 901's got a little more pace than Birmingham. I don't think they'll be able to catch them. We'll see. The lap times are starting to come down, so it's not like we don't have a dry line, but we have a less wet line. It's not as much standing water, but still quite a bit. I'm seeing the times fall a little bit these last couple of laps. I guess it does help that it's not yellow. That does help the lap times.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So standings here at this point, looks like 901 Motorsports leads over Birmingham Racing, then it's Blitzkrieg Racing, then it's Momo Champ, Motorsports 686, Dingus, Separate Checkbook Racing, Brew Crew Racing, Moe's Racing, Syndicate Racing, Rosemar Racing, Frantic Anik Motorsports, Rocket Ham Racing, S&L Kruger Autosport, Running Bulls Racing, Crank Yankers Racing, who we kind of expected to see a little more out of, but they're down there in 18th right now on the board. Then we've got Maximum Effort, followed by HMD Racing. Then we have two guys in a Miata Dirty Air, Hopefully Faster Racing, the 330s, Hot Rod Lincoln, Team Battle Wagon, and Mad Fast Autosport at top 30.
Yeah, two guys in a Miata is the name of a team. It's not that you couldn't remember what the name of their team was. So you just
Although that has happened, but that's true.
No harm, no foul.
That's probably, yeah. That could end up being another team name.
I still like y'all's idea, your and Doc's idea of waiting for data. Oh, Brew Crew almost lost it. About plumb sideways. Coming out of the hairpin, but managed to gather it up.
Yeah, just kind of moving slowly away, trying to gather their speed back up again. But, yeah, they do need to be careful.
It's less wet, but it's not dry by any stretch. You can see the marks that the cars leave as they go by actually staying for a minute instead of just being enveloped by water again immediately. So tomorrow's going to be a completely different race. We're looking at colder, much colder temperatures, sunny weather, fingers crossed, and a shorter race, only 7 hours.
And the big race at Abu Dhabi in Formula One.
That we're not allowed to spoil for anybody, and you don't tell us.
Nah.
I guess every race is history, but this particular one is going to be special. The first time since, I believe, 1974, we've had the two leading drivers heading into the championship final race of the year tied.
Really?
In
Okay.
points. So it's a very special special race coming up.
I can't decide who I want to win. Go back and forth.
Vettel.
Well, Vettel. Well, Verstappen and Hamilton start 1-2 on the grid, so Verstappen's on the red soft tire, which won't last, of course, as long as the medium. That's what Lewis is on. So it's going to be an interesting race in a lot of ways, and hopefully it doesn't end at the first corner.
For either one of them.
Yeah, if I'm right, then if there is a Prost, you know where I'm going with this, right? If there is a
Prost Senna moment.
Yeah, my brain is shot. But if there's another one of those moments, we have Verstappen as the winner because he has the most wins.
Oh,
Yeah.
they take each other out?
He's got the tiebreak. If neither of them score, or
He
if
wins.
neither of them finish, Verstappen is the champion.
Is
He's
it
won
the
more
most
races.
podiums being 1, 2, 3, or the most first place?
Most wins.
Most wins,
Then
okay.
most second places, most third places, and so on.
It's not very often they have to employ those rules, huh?
No, not in recent years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that would happen between these two. Certainly not intentionally. I don't think these drivers are that way, but
Oh, not
I
intentionally.
think it's something that could happen.
I hope not. But they race each other very hard. I mean,
They do.
you can tell by the way Max drives, he wants it so bad.
Mm-hmm.
He'll take more risks, I think. Then you got to figure out which is going to be better, right? The one who takes more risk or the one who doesn't? Yeah. Or
Yeah.
guess we'll find out tomorrow, huh?
We absolutely must.
The race is very early in the morning, and so it'll be interesting.
Just so it doesn't wind up in the hands of the stewards.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'd rather it be handled on the racetrack properly. It's kind of a winner-take-all format, you know?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, as is so common with these races, these long endurance races, especially when the weather is poor, our in-car camera coverage has dwindled quite a bit. We have exactly 2, and one of them's looking out the back. So all we have is the leader and the back view of Brew Crew, but we'll just have to make do with that.
No, 1st and 10th.
Yeah, I talked to Birmingham. They said they forgot to scan the QR code, so that's why their feed isn't up.
I'm sorry?
They forgot to scan their QR code, and that's why their feed is not up. That's
the feed. Oh, I see. I
their
got you.
camera.
I got you.
I was like, what? You weren't thinking about us? Like, that isn't on your list of things, like checklist, make sure the broadcasts have everything they need, you know?
It's easy to overlook it because there's some steps in there, and it's usually in the back of your mind. You're thinking about, what do I need to do to go racing? And there's so many things that come up in the day of loading everything into the trailer and making sure the car is ready before you can load it. It seems like there's always some things that come up. I've always made a rule, no more working on the car 1 week before. So everything has to be done 1 week before we load it in the trailer. No improvements, no changes. Whatever the situation is, you don't have to like it, but you pack it in, because what happens is you end up running out of time, and you could compromise your whole race because somebody wants to change the steering wheel or whatever is, that's
already been tested. Yeah.
It goes along with that whole thing of buying a race car that's original. Well, what's original? Because they were changed from race to race to race. Where do you draw the line of what's original?
Okay, turn 4 has got another car.
Another victim has been sucked into the magnetic triangle, Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah.
Looks like it might be the Night Owls again.
But they got it back underway.
Yep. Yeah, there's probably, there's lots of things frustrating with racing, but like there's nothing more frustrating than having a car and testing it, like taking it to track, it's good, and somebody wants to make some minor, let's tilt the seat a little bit or change the mirror and put a different mirror, I don't like that one, and you do that, and then the mirror falls off at the beginning of the race, you have no rear view mirror, or the seat's messed up and it won't, come and get into place anymore because of that one little change you made. Now, it's kind of messed up.
Yeah, these Longacre mirrors that they're being used more and more now in Champ Car are as thin as a Pringles potato chip.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't take much to break them. So I hopped in the Porsche Boxster at Road America for round 3 racing and promptly put my helmet on the mirror, not realizing as I'm just trying to get settled in, and I've broken the mirror.
You're not a short
Never got a
boy.
chance to use it.
Dang.
And I thought it was odd when I looked up and I saw it was shattered.
Oh no.
I thought, I wonder how that happened, and I watched the replay. I had a suspicion, and sure enough, I clunked my helmet against it on the way in the car. I will pay for that. They said, don't worry about it. I felt bad. Oh, do we have another off down here? Indeed.
That's the same.
Is this the same 88 car?
Oh, my goodness.
I think they did that 2 or 3 times while they were out there with me. They like the grass. I saw Rockingham heading into turn 1 with Birmingham hot on their tail. Sister car teams, friends, we've all raced together. Dan Retzer owns the Rockingham car. He did his very first race with me in one of my cars. Yep. Totally got him addicted.
We are going to go to yellow.
Very proud of myself.
As you should be.
Hey guys, I just got an update on the Mustangs. The Pull My Finger Mustang, they are out there with an F350, a chain, some tie-down straps. They've got the radiator and all the front end out. Pulled off all the bent metal, and they are slowly pulling out the radiator support with that F350. They asked me if they needed a hood tomorrow to race, and I said nope, as long as they have a front window. And they will actually be racing tomorrow. They'll put that car back together. The 101 Mustang. Killian said that as he came up over the hill there, I said, well, it looked like you gave it too much gas. He said, I didn't even touch the gas. I'm just trying to hang on for the rest. I had 10 minutes to go on my stint. He says he thinks there was some oil there because the car just suddenly shot right on him. And he was along for the ride after that. It looked pretty hard hit from our end. He said, nah, it wasn't bad. So, but the 101 Mustang, they've had some issues as well. Basically, the complaint was the corner was clear the last lap, and this next lap, it was like a pool of water just coming across the track, and you couldn't see it.
Oh, boy.
So, but they'll be out tomorrow as well. They think their car's in good shape. Looked like Visceral Racing might be out as well. I didn't get to talk to Ron. He was talking to his team, so.
Boy, with 2 cars, that's too bad. You would think you could get one of them going, but that's rough.
Well, I don't know. They've got everything packed up, but do they have their flag down here? Well, it looks like their pit stuff is still there. It's just all closed up. So they'll probably got the car ready for tomorrow. And this car's off again, it looks like.
Yeah, we're looking at the emergency crews here as they're trying to get another car pulled off. Hooked them up to the front this time. This is just coming down out of turn 1, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
That's pit exit right on the right there.
Yep.
Turn 2, yeah. We're winding this one down. What, 30 minutes?
Yeah, we're just about there.
Just under 31 minutes.
Hey, the clouds are moving the other way now. Wait a second.
It's Alabama.
They're kind of moving all over the place.
They do what they want.
All right, so since we're under a pink 35 right now, so this is as good time as any to take that final commercial break. So we'll go ahead and do that, and we'll rejoin the race for the conclusion of this Alabama race in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the final 30 minutes, the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car Enduro, day number 1 here at Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Paul Veltum, and we're joined today by Bob Varsha. And we've got Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong. We're calling the race for you today. We'll be calling it again tomorrow for the 7-hour race as we're getting ready to finish things up. And it's 901 Motorsports leading the race, as they have for several hours now. I have them leading at 11 a.m. If you can believe it, they've been leading ever since then. 901 Motorsports putting on a clinic for us. And they've got, they do have at least one driver that was really wheeling that car around the track earlier this morning.
Yeah, they've done a great job.
They really have.
Yeah, they're very entertaining to watch. I mean, they make it look easy. I don't know, that one driver was making it look a little hard, but giving it all she's got, Captain.
Yeah. Now they've done a fine job, and all they have to do now is bring it home, but that can be such a challenge. We've seen that so many times in the series.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Billy saying it's the final countdown. Yep, the clock continues to run.
Do we know that they had 3 drivers or 4 in that car today?
Well, if they had, it would have been 4. You would have had your opening driver, the first pit stop, the second driver, second pit stop, third driver, third pit stop, fourth driver.
Yeah,
unless
anybody got in for
unless somebody else got in, right? If they
second stint after your 1-hour mandatory break.
Right. And
we do the first stint and the last stint, or the first stint and the third stint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One of the drivers that we believe was a pro driver, they had the yellow gloves with the watch on, but I don't think we've seen that driver return to the cabin. So, yeah. And it's, as we said earlier, with the point standings as they are, anybody that's on the bubble, which is basically the equivalent of 16 points, there's a dozen teams there that are in that danger zone of being bumped out of the championship race at the Ozark racetrack here next year. So they do want to get that better finish and get up into the 15-point range if they possibly can. Brew Crew Racing, the crowd favorite, is one of those teams. And right now it looks like they're still in a position to finish 8th again. So this race won't help them unless things change between now and when this race is called official.
They don't have much time to make a change.
But tomorrow is another day.
Another race.
And if anybody, what happened with Squadron, if anybody passes under caution, there's so many things that can happen that could affect the outcome of the race. And this year has really been a great year for Brew Crew Racing. This is their best year ever of the team, no question about it. They had the 8th place finish there at NCM, again an 8th place finish at VIR, the 24-hour race, and it looks like they're lined up for another 8th place finish here today. As the Chevy Nova comes down across the start-finish line to complete another lap here. The leader working lap 180.
Right, no matter how many times I've been through the phenomenon at Daytona or Sebring or Le Mans or wherever it might happen to be, I'm always astonished at how the television cameras make the ambient light look brighter than it really is. I mean, it is quite dark out there right now, and yet it would look like it's midday in that car.
Right.
Isn't that crazy how that works?
Mm-hmm.
I think we can kill the lights in here if you want. But I'm not getting bad glare.
Yeah. We're just about through here.
Yep.
Interviews are going to be recorded.
And then we will post those up.
And we're going to be waiting for that one to go, and then finally the checkered flag to finish out day 1 here at Barber Motorsports Park. if you haven't been here before and you have the opportunity, you want to make sure you get out here, especially come out a day early. Make sure you do that as well so you can spend some time touring the incredible museum that's here on the grounds. Said to be the largest motorcycle collection that can be found with, I believe I read that it says motorcycles dating back to 1905.
The largest collection of motorcycles in the world.
And then the Lotus race cars and other cars. There's a race car in there that Paul Newman drove, amongst many others.
I believe there's a Jimmy Clark piece of equipment there as well.
And a nice gift shop with several floors. It's just so beautifully done. So it's definitely a place you're going to want to carve out some time to do that.
It's enormous, so carve out plenty of time.
From what we're told, that the bikes that are on display, I believe they're all in running condition. Yes. But there's a large quantity of bikes that we don't see, and I've heard one report that we only see a third of the bikes that he has.
Yeah, I think that's true. It's about 500 or 600 of the more than 1,500 bikes in the collection that rotate in and out. And of course, as with collector cars or vintage cars, the bikes get shipped around the country for this Concours d'Elegance or that one, or a vintage race weekend or what have you.
Yeah, I noticed in our hotel that they've put us up in, which is almost directly across the street.
Isn't that nice?
There's a bike there in the lobby.
Hotel, yeah.
in a case. It's just very special.
Yeah, the setup here is better than quite a bit of other tracks where you might have to stay at a hotel and drive 20, 30 minutes to the track to have a decent hotel that's literally right across the street.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So nice. If you're coming from out of town. And so, like Charlotte, it's a 10, 15 minute drive, I don't know, from where we usually stay, but like VIR as a whole, wherever we usually stay is a
right.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
Someone's asking, beware of the commentary curse. How does Bob deal with this situation? I don't feel it's a curse if I mention something and something bad happens. It's not on me.
That just means you were that good.
I don't have that kind of power.
You mean we'll jinx the guys up front, prevent them from getting a win? I'd much rather see that happen than me declare somebody the winner and them getting nipped at the line, which has happened to my friend Lee Diffie on a couple of occasions. And we're all subject to it. As play-by-play guys, the idea is you're supposed to bring home the winner with this, 16-part harmony, song and dance,
right.
history of the world, and declare them the winner as they cross the line. But sometimes there's somebody just a couple of car lengths behind who is getting a run on them as they get to the line.
They've got another story in store
That's right.
for them.
And after all of that car is second place because they got caught right at the finish.
Yeah, you guys do such a great job of calling those finishes.
Thank you.
Looks like that yellow Miata is off over on the back straightaway. Looks like they're going to be able to drive back on the course.
Oh, yes. Yeah, they're facing the wrong way.
No, they're facing the right way.
They are facing the right way. Yeah,
they're just not going very fast.
You know what it is as I look across the front straightaway, there's 3 layers of track, and one goes left, one goes right, one
back
goes left.
And then back right. It's 4 layers.
There's 2 left and a right.
Yeah.
And I got
all
confused
parallel
on which one I was looking at.
Why is our battle wagon going so slow? The Volvo.
Oh no.
That's the Collier car.
Yeah.
Just barely going. I think my friend Sam is in there.
Look how high that wagon sits off the ground.
It's just crazy, isn't it? It's almost come to a stop, it looks like. They were on the back straightaway approaching the Black Flag station. Just barely rolling.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that it's not that they've run out of fuel with 15 minutes to go.
I bet they're hoping the same thing.
I can't tell if they're under power or not.
Right.
We're going to find out shortly, though,
Yeah,
because the road's going to go up.
Right, I was like, well.
You would need fuel to get through there, yeah.
Yeah.
They're following him around. Looks like he's letting the car fall downhill, but that uphill climb is super steep.
Yeah. Without power, he won't make it. But, I mean, the lights are still on the car.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it doesn't look like he has a whole lot of oomph left into it. I think I can.
Just thinking of that.
Eh.
The little Volvo that could.
Yes.
Oh, no.
But right now,
oh, no.
isn't.
Now, if he makes it over that hill, he'll be sitting in a blind spot in a track out, which is not a good spot.
It is climbing the hill. This is the most exciting part of the race.
He's on the starter motor or something? 'Cause
you wonder. And eventually they overheat, and because they're not designed to drive the car.
But he's on the downhill now.
Okay,
He'll be able to get a run.
he's in the tunnel there, so. Oh,
Here
boy.
he comes. Now he's in the track out and beginning to be blind, but they're following him with probably a white and a yellow around the course.
We need some dramatic music, something heroic playing in the background.
I can't sing. Bob, huh?
We're going to pick him up coming up here. This is it.
Still got a ways to go.
Yeah. Can he get around to pit in?
Oops. Has he stopped?
Oh, it's creeping. Maybe barely moving. I'm not sure. The windshield wipers might be moving faster than the car.
He's got 12 and a half minutes to get there. I'm not sure he's going to make it.
I mean, this is his last uphill climb. If he can make this and get in the pit in, he'll be okay. He can roll downhill from there.
Yeah. You're welcome, Scott. Thanks for joining us today on the broadcast. Thanks, everybody. Great having you along with us.
Absolutely. Oh, Blitz Creek past Birmingham. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, we
Oh.
did. New second place vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Just last lap.
Hmm.
That just happened.
Yeah, there's a 9-second gap from Dingus to Motorsports 686, but the Motorsports 686 is turning quicker lap times, it looks like. Now they've turned, Dingus has been turning quicker laps overall, so if they can get those lap times trimmed back down, they have a chance to move up one more spot.
And I believe they've got their hot shoe in the car.
Boy, I wouldn't have bet money that Volvo was going to get to the pit lane.
Isn't that funny?
And yet there it is.
It's made it in.
See if he can accelerate going downhill.
Then he'll have to come to a stop at pit in, though, and that.
Yeah.
He's almost stopped already, so here we're gathering some speed.
It's like a soapbox derby.
Yeah. Back on board with the leader of the race, 901 Motorsports. The Volvo wagon is the hero of the day. They've made it to the tent. There they are. Should they get the Drive of the Day award?
At walking pace?
Can't believe they got that car in.
Yeah.
It's really dark out there.
Yeah, and I can't believe some of these guys flying around with no headlights.
I mean, this time of year, it's completely dark by 5 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Which will happen a little earlier with all this cloud coverage.
Yeah, and we warn them again and again that they really should run headlights because you just don't know how dark it's going to be when you've got cloud cover.
Yep, I tried to get that in the rule book last year, but I got outvoted.
It's hard to tell that from the camera view again, but it is beyond dusk. It is really, it's really quite dark out there.
Mm-hmm.
Coming down to the last 8 minutes of racing here. Yeah, Jay, I don't have any information on fuel. I think a lot of the teams are doing good on fuel because of the wet conditions.
Yeah.
So
we're not at top speed.
No. There's definitely a line, and I'm seeing the teams driving the primary line, but it's just a less wetter line than the other lines.
Now there are some cars that can't make 2 hours, and they probably had no problem making 2 hours earlier in the day with all that rain. I wonder if this, might mess somebody up who's trying to make a full 2 hour stint towards the end, thinking that the rain will help them save more fuel and maybe not quite enough, because we've seen the lap times fall kind of steadily the last 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Not into the range we would expect in the dry, but, steadily falling out of those 2 minute and 20, somethings. Not breaking 2 minutes yet, so.
Bruker Racing, aft view. Very close there to one of the competitors as they dive into the corner there. They've dropped 8 positions since the start of the race. Birmingham has climbed 56 to find themselves in 3rd place. Then Blitzkrieg 55 positions.
So they started at the back. Both of those cars started at the back of the field. So when the reverse order starts tomorrow, both of these cars, especially if they don't win, they're in 2nd and 3rd, they'll start at the front of the field.
Yeah, and it's not going to do any favors for Brew Crew because they started up at the front.
Right.
So they started 8 places up, so they were in 2nd place, I believe it was, at the start of this race. So this is their best opportunity to get that 7th place finish, but it just looks like it's a bit out of reach for the Brew Crew team. And those 203s that 901 and Blitzkrieg are turning out are just so out of reach for the rest of the field. And they're really burning off the laps now.
Yeah.
Well, if you've enjoyed this broadcast, you've enjoyed us having Bob on the show, please like the broadcast for us and go ahead and subscribe, ring that bell so that you get notified each time we go live. And we will be live again tomorrow morning starting at 8:10 a.m. for the day 2 of the Doc Waldrop Spirit of Champ Car Enduro at Barber Motorsports Park. And it should be a very different race. We're going to have drier conditions is what we're expecting. And the temperatures are going to be about 20 degrees cooler than the high of today, which was supposed to be about 71 degrees.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. That should be good fun.
I think so. I would expect fewer yellows. by far.
Well, one would, yes, expect.
And
better footing for everybody.
Sure. And I think it's going to be more fun. You know, the drivers that we've spoken to, and I think, Tiffany, you'd echo this, that it's been a difficult day for the drivers. And,
absolutely.
You know, you get into this to go have fun.
Right.
And it's been more of a job. Let's get my stint done, do the best I can for my team, and I'll hand it off.
Right. It's kind of treacherous out there off and on all day.
And it's no surprise that teams like Cone Crushers said, look, we've had enough. We're not having fun. We'll wait till tomorrow.
Right.
Fix the car's good.
Yeah.
We'll go play tomorrow.
No point tearing up the equipment. Especially with another race coming up next weekend.
Another race tomorrow.
Yeah, if teams are going to come out, I don't know what the counts are. I haven't looked at that to see
for Sebring
who's coming from here going to Sebring. It's difficult for sure for teams to turn around a race car in one weekend for the next race, but it's been done. Oh, we got a car deep off in the pea gravel over here, or whatever this gravel is that's over here.
In Charlotte's Web.
Yeah, and
looks like a Miata. Doesn't it?
They've really improved their position
like
quite a bit.
It looks like a big rock. I mean, what do you mean it looks like a Miata? It's a dark shape with headlights.
This is true. It's really difficult to see. Maybe the cameras, if they view in a little bit further,
tell us.
They might be able to see a little bit better what's going on over there, but it's...
Good look at Charlotte the Spider. She doesn't frighten any small children who are wondering whether that driver is in trouble because that alien spider is going to bear down on him.
Yeah.
I think he's stuck.
Yeah, they seem to go through this routine where they slide straight off, turn, and then as they're trying to get back to the track, they just finally lose momentum and come to a stop.
Yeah. We've seen that several times today, haven't we?
Yeah.
So, what do you do, Ms. and Mr. Race Director? 2.5 minutes to go. Do you leave them there and stay green?
Yeah, leave them there. I mean, they're kind of in a precarious
Local
spot.
yellow?
Yeah.
Yeah, they often do with 5 to go. It's not uncommon to get left out there.
As long as they didn't make, hit anything, so there's no real worry that the driver might be in, bad shape or something, or we need to check on them. We don't want to end under yellow. It's just never ideal.
Timothy points out, we were talking about, is it a Miata or is it not a Miata? Well, Timothy says you can't swing a dead cat and not hit a Miata.
Excellent. There are quite a few here today.
So final moments here before the checkered flag will be displayed. We're taking a look here at the flag stand, and so what's going to happen is the leader of this race, currently shown unofficially as 901 Motorsports in the number 903, a red BMW E30. The corner workers will begin calling out that car's position as they get from corner to corner to corner to keep the starter in the loop as to where that car is located, so that that starter will be able to accurately throw that checkered flag towards the winner of the race. And as dark as it is out here, that's not going to be easy for the starter to call to see anyway. So
I was thinking it might be quite challenging.
I am seeing a blinking yellow light on the flag stand, no doubt directed towards this is over where the cars are coming down into the hairpin. Now there's the 1 to go being signaled from the tower. This is not the tower, this is the main flag stand on the front straightaway.
1 to go.
And this is the time when the teams are told they can come out to the pit wall to cheer on their drivers as they come by to take the checkered flag. And there goes the number 458 coming across the start-finish line, given the 1 to go signal. The Miata still stranded out there, or whatever that car is out there in the hairpin corner down there, Charlotte's Web. It looks like that car will be left there to finish this race under green. As the starter still issuing those 1-to-go signals to all of the cars that are coming across that start-finish line. Final time for car number 903 coming around the racetrack.
I imagine we'll get a flashing of the headlights from 903 as they cross the line. At least I hope so.
Still working their way around the racetrack.
Those Brew Crew passed. I think that was Blitzkrieg that just passed in their final one to go.
Yep.
Okay, so they've just started their final lap. There's the checkered flag
There's
waving.
the checkered flag. Number 903 crosses the start-finish line, taking the checkered flag after 7 hours of incredibly challenging racing here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Where'd we lose the other hour?
Oh, well, I guess it was 8, wasn't it? 7 is
It's okay,
tomorrow,
pal.
isn't
It's
it?
been a long day. 7 is tomorrow, 8 was today.
Yeah.
Right.
So I thought either you're underestimating the amount of time we spent under caution in this race, or you know more than I do about
the amount of time, how much time we actually spent racing is a whole nother question. But
sometimes it's like that, and it was challenging.
Yes, it was. Birmingham Racing crosses the start-finish line, flashing their lights and in celebration, because this was a hard-fought race.
Mm-hmm.
So challenging for all of these teams, the drivers. It's grueling, to say the least.
And even if we do have better ambient weather tomorrow, you're still going to have a racetrack that is thoroughly soaked in water. So if you get off onto the grass, it's still going to be slick and sloppy, and it will swallow all 4 corners of the car.
Absolutely. And if you bring the car back on, you're going to bring a bunch of mud, and that's not going to be pleasant for anybody else.
Yeah, so there's still the incentive to mind your P's and Q's.
So we're showing 901 Motorsports taking the win, Blitzkrieg Racing in second, Birmingham Racing in third, Momo Champ in fourth. We're just checking the gaps here to make sure these aren't too close, because the looks like the 686 Motorsports car, yes, although they show a close gap, that's to an EC car. So that means we've got 901 Motorsports, then followed by Blitzkrieg, Birmingham Racing, Momo Champ, Motorsports 686, Dingus, separate Checkbook Racing, Brew Crew Racing. They're in 8th place. Syndicate Racing is 9th, and Running Bulls Racing captures 10th place. Class wins, C-Class, looks like 901 Motorsports in the number 903. A-Class by Momo Champ. And we've got a B-Class captured by Maximum Effort. And D-Class is going to be Dirty Air in that 1975 Chevrolet Nova. Now, because we have at least 5 EC cars here this weekend that started the race, that means Bailey Racing will take home a trophy for today's race in their EC class car. So that's going to do it for us. Bill will be recording the interviews for the cars are being brought to impound now. So we'll be back at it again tomorrow morning at 8:10. We'll go live and pick up where we left off here with another, this time 7 hours of racing here at Barber Motorsports Park. So for Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander and Bob Varsha and Paul Veltum, so long, folks. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.